Chapter 1 Mutation. Surely Wace awakened be the oppressivia. This summer, Furious and Sunk known, felt extraordinarily sweltering compared to previous years. The daily weather forecasts report a temperature hovering around 40 degrees Celsius, and around the globe, incidents of heat-related fatality as shad tragic emerged. Dazadan disoriented, Shirley propped herself upon the sweat-soaked sheets, struggling to reach for her phone in the bedside edible, with own the devastating read power redden. The surface feeling alarming lahada the touch. Shirley was certain that she's a through alarm of a night before bed, in shu rinjai tu drows herani met the following morning yet a day, shahard no te single sound moreover, her phone, which was the sign yeto power back and after being manual internet off, hey done doubted be in silence said be her, thought fool roommates, their intentions were clear to ensure shwood balat for class and face through thof thyre instructor. Shirley felt a mixture of sadness and amusement tat, their child is hantic sits in it, her to think that, despite their brief acquaintance, they felt the need to together sodliberately yet it wasl somasing, as throughout Hierson should transfer it to his shoal. Her so-called classmate had shown a remarkable lack of creativity in their schemes, recycling the same old tricks I mean again. To understand we surely was subject to such treatment, one of us trace back to ear prior, when her biological parents reentered her life surely hateaways believed, that tale so wealth of family as sand nursemaids, swapping babies belonged solely in novels to her astonishment. Such a melodramatic scenario had not on light transpired but a docurator. One Cetrish taught hero of te prominent ma family, Shirley's fata tukatern when a resentful nursee maid, Furious and Sunk known, switch at her within a their little girl in a neighboring hospital room during gamament of solitude children, in their tender years, often appear indistinct, and of astute mo couple fell victim to this use, taking a the impostor without conducting verifications. The false daughter was raised for 17 years. It was until Shirley second year of high school hate a blood donation even tat shul prompteth the false daughter to participate, returning him with a certificate of honor from the hospital at wastent the mo couple, having prided themselves in their shrewdness, begin to piece a tagather the truth, ultimatelicating Shirley, thagan uine daughter lost of them. The ma family, concerned with their reputation, found themselves in a quandary thought they had reclaimed their biological child. They could not publicly announce a theswitch without facing femoral implications soft haven grazed in imposter for overodkid, nor could theorist the potential backlash from business rival swowald Shirley exploits handle. After much deliberation, they arranged for Shirley to return, albeit under thegaso fan adopt Ted daughter Shirley herself out the situation rife with absurdity sure dwindling pride resistant accepting of an no household, yet the harsh really compelled her dice. These was large lijuator grandmother, the woman ho had raised her, fall a grave land in dirony edofex pensive Jerry the couple will had taken Shirline, Willenot impoverished, earned modest living transporting goods from the outskirts of the city they had not neglected her, often taking her to the park do flickities and weekends, and surely had enjoyed a warm and fulfilling life until Theogofton. However, misfortune is struck when her parents spear a shed in a tragic truck accident, there of a clean gulf fed in flame Shirley was left with on a delicate torn return at Orbithopolis, having Navir had Thech and Satosa goodbye. In the wakio for loss, Shedrift through a haze of sorrow, crying herself to sleepy night, and awakening to tears, Hirias nearly blinded be grief strangely, while most children in her situation would live with relatives or to an orphanage. Shirley spent overmonth waiting in a hotel for her grandmother to for. Her grandmother, upon learning Gofty's situation, was deeply troubled despite a hair illiteracy, she embarked in a long train journey from countryside to Thesa to retrieve her granddaughter Shirlivivid, remembered her grandmother's first words, Pontherian a good child, Donnet be sad come home with him, Anishalmakiao dumplings. Shirley had always considered herself fortunate her parents had been wonderful, and her grandmother was the kindest Solon could imagine yet, just as if Tasons of fortune, calamity would strike again in her second year of high school, her grandmother collapsed in the fields, narrowly escaping death thanks to Thedum intervention off neighbors were shed her to hospital. The diagnosis revealed that their grandmother was grave lyle, and the cost-off treatment was astronomical, a figure sure lickled scarcelafathom. Consequently, her grandmother was transferred to a prestigious hospital in the capital, and surely returned to mofamily as an adopted daughter, enrolling at the light attended with the impostor. Despite considering herself emotionally intelligent and having committed new offense, Shirley found herself ostracized and bullied at the slight institution Shawasaware, Toso Meekstant, oft Hiriasons behind her mistreatment the mo couple, were yoft heful daughters Listung, had kept the truth from her, leading the impostor to believe a thought Shirley was merely an unknown illegitimate doff ma family. A perceived threat to their domestic harmony. To retaliate, the false daughter spread malicious rumors about Sherlithrol with mo family's vast influence. They imposed or commanded respect, and those from less affluent backgrounds fell in line, joining in the harassment to Shirley. Naturally, Shirley was not in a toe, suffering silence she fought back against those who hoed red to lay hands on her. However, Shekazi Tuverlunai, themeresutal forms of sabotage, such as the tampering with her alarm clock or the destruction of her assignments with online year left in high school, she preferred to avoid trouble for the sake of her grandmother's treatment. Asaros fromed, Shirley switched the air conditioning back in and played a folk song on her phone, proceeding leisurely with Herman and Grouten given the oppressive and themal functioning air conditioning in the classroom. She found herself rather electanto in class. The summer sky was a brilliant blue, seemingly enhanced by a beauty filter, rendering it martial outside. The trees were lush and vibrant, the sweltering heat invigorating the greenery, causing Thebronchus to stretch out wildly. The extreme temperature should lead to a significant number of insects succumbing to the heat, and Devon Chi Mingho, seated by the window, had not feared the familiar sound of cicadas work with some time. The air conditioning had been out to 4 days, and for reasons unknown, repair shadia tobma made on la forcelle de mused fans were read laboriously, struggling to circulate tethestifling air. Chi Ming has delicate fetcherous were smooth and free of sweat, yet in benon stuthers, the bacco fisher twazel reedy damp he was noun for his resilience to heat, yet of in heffel the oppressive warmth weighing him down. Other more robust classmates were drenched in perspiration, their shirts clinging to them as if they could buse das rags. The het dulled Chi gaius mental acuity, and distriking Gauman shaped Diesken ed the classroom, landing gonen emptasiate against the desk, haphazard lie covered in achiotic carry of books, indicateth the tight sounder treateth them with carry and diligence. A frown creased Chi has brow as irritation led within yim hinethirus and forth ibsency of the desk sounder, and he couldn't fathom we he had warned him a youngling sosternly, only for her to allo watherstobeleth that frail girl on chemery. He wondered if that girl was crying gagain Chiminga pursed his lips, forcibly suppressing his discomfort, and redirected his gazeta the broad back of to boy front of him. Ashes stared at the boy's back, something sudden like caught his Satan, his expression shifted, and Dekwa Klygra beta book, from the side, slamming get down and tot the disc in front of him. Hey, fatty. Are you alright? Why are you using? Chimingalo weared his voice, perplexity at across the face. Oozing ways a rather polite way to describe the situation, for the boy in front of him appeared irrelicular, as though you were remus of ice cream come melting under the relentless sheet. Thick, yellow, foul-smelling liquid trickled down from the back of his shade-in neck, causing his darker to fall away in clumps and merriments. Chiming hana to set the tasmal patch and the boy's scalp had become bald from the incessant loss of fare. Plop, plop. Chiming has action seemed to have trigger-read a chain reaction, as thestadensny rb, previously oblivious, silent lighter net hirgazi toward shimunder the myriad of terrified and perplexed tears, clumps off hair from the skin front of Chiming fell away, until it was entire ligone. Liwei? Zhang Liwei? That eskmatov t boy in front, Alanky figure, leaned in closely, calling out his name with concern suddenly, has sprang from Missy at Chiming how instinctively Stu Daswell, taking a few steps back towards the door. Old teacher, it seems Zhang Li Wei's dead? That old boy stammered, trembling Gesha checked for a pulse in Zhang Li Wei theckless room, once swelteringly hot. No felt if a chill had swept through, rendering the hearts of the Vera student with an issy. What? The female lady at the podium, still wiping sweat-tin lecturing, paused in confusion, momentarily unable to grasp the gravity of T boy's words. It seems Zhang Li Wei the lanky boy, exhibiting considerable composure, was preparing to repeat himself when Chiming Hanata said that the hair from his dismit had completely vanished. His spot was rapidly decompassing, turning gaggis lie grey and green to spitter resembling a corpse. Yellow pus continued to ooze forth relentlessly. Theon's a large figure, no resembling a corpse yet note entirely, perhaps Mari apt to describe a dasam sertov creature at that moment, the seeming lie lifeless entity staggered upright from its air. Chiming has pupils constricted days of foreboding sins of dread surged within him. Run. A shooter read this word, a piercing screamer up Ted from adjacent classroom. Ah, a monster. With a sound dawned of that scream, a chorus of terrified cry a sea code from various classrooms, resonating with palpable fear. Chapter 2 Monster. Shirley weighs a person high lie attuned to her surroundings. The dormitory building was not far from the academia block, and Shek knew it was no time for class to end. However, unexpectedly, The Academia building wasen astado uproar. Tode was no to holiday, nor at the shul announce a day ni special eventsjes, thika motion felt hardly sinister. Thuendofshire Liz dormitory faced away from the Academia building, obscuring her view woved he situation unfolding thir to a certain what was happening, sheeto a portable fanandwa keto the window wathin doff the corridor in her floor. The closer she prochet hu window, the louder the cacophony became, and amidst the chaotic noise, she cooed faint the discerned shelp, no and monster. Shirley's expression grew grave, her heart beat accelerating. What is that? Leaning against the window, she witnessed the chaotic cinebello. Corrupted, oozing yellow piss, monstrous figures with bloodred mouths chased after frantic students and teachers attempting to flay. Their speed surpassed that of ordinary humans, their physical capability evidently superior, able to contort into grotesque shapes it still continue relentless pursuit. Even more horrifying was the Sitoft Hosu Hohud being mercilessly slaughtered Bethemmonsters, their body is soon oozing yellow piss, rising Gonsmer under the corrosive transformation, becoming newly birthed horrors. Shirley stood be the window for half a minute before she cooed firm like Uncle Death that she was not, dreaming the apocalypse had absurdly arrived. Though Shirley had never experienced said themed oft-world, one could argue thought no one of first century had truly witnessed it. Yet, having no been ignorant of such matters, she had seen her fair share of apocalyptic novels and films, aware of the basic survival knowledge required in such time as gathering supplies, ensuring personnel safety, and seeking refuge. Returning to her four-person dormitory, Shirley rummaged through her belongings for food and bottled water while attempting to call her grandmother in the hospital. She managed to scavenge a box of snacks and 3 bottles of water her may tested Thavatha by toff stockpiling snacks, so these were a misly item she had to side 4 days when she was still lazy to cook, with bread and instant noodles making up the bulk, sufficient to last her a week. Perhaps due to the abruptness of the apocalypse, many were reaching out to Loveden simultaneously, or perhaps her grandmother had simply not brought her phone. Whatever the reason, Shirley Gals went to answer it after 3 attempts. She ventured contacting the police, but unsurprisingly, the line was busy. After about half an hour, Shirley heard the commotion from below her miter grow and ever closer. It seemed many had realized the perilous situation within the Academia building gone were an hour returning to theaters. Each room in the dormitory could be independently locked, and dupen entering Garum, she's curried the door behind her, in shoe ring at least a temporary measure of safety. Yet, this was notable proof plan. Themera people returned to theater mitery, Themeriminster swood beat tracted, rendering the building increasingly dangerous, making hasty to secure location before a Theminsters multiplied was themist prudent faction. To acquire more reliable information, Shirley retrieved her long unused said powerbank conchargedite, then began scrolling through her phone. Heron Lisa Laciat thought moment was hat, despite the phonoliness being down, the internet and power remain functional. Several friends shad messaged her on WeChat, urging her to find days of place and wait for rescue on and forums. 2 trending topics regarding the apocalypse were prominently displayed, and the subsequent entry a salsorliteto themed oft-world Shirlipishant, lie browsed through them. The high school she attended was located in the city center, and the nearest bomb shelter was over 30 kilometers away, requiring more than an travel. For the time being, she's at their sites in Thebum shelter as a long-term goal before a thought, she needed to retrieve her grandmother from the hospital. Most posts in the forum reflected fear and lamented predictability of life, with little substance to offer. Scrolling further down, Shirley stumbled upon a rather jarring trending topic. This world is a playground. This trend lacked an official host, with its popularity seemingly fueled by spontaneous interest, yet it felt as if an unseen force was persistent, Lisa Pressenger twencher first clicked it. It was on the 3rd page of the forum within 10 minutes, if it been pushidu tof to top entirely. Themis liked comment beneath this post was lengthy, containing 3 full paragraphs, much of which was obscured by asterisks from what she could discern. It appeared to Bowser's speculation on Thena Charif twirled however, the specific swerelos stamid's tefragmented text. Shirley sent a friend request to Theaser, but after a while, there was no response glancing gather phony and then out the window off the darkening sky. Shepherded brief live for deciding to take action perhaps a visit to Osmol the roof to paw herder miter and other supplies. Thelita High School she attended was modeled after a prestigious university, with small supermarkets and both the ground and top floors for student purchases. The dormitory building comprised 8 stories, and with harem locate on the 6th floor. Accessing the rooftop was quite convenient, however, given the outbreak of this catastrophe. Manufur classmate Tesla cliché-red theme in Satov stockpiling supplies, leaving her uncertain about the availability of goods in the rooftop shop. Shirley shouldered her travel bag, previously used for packing, and tucked twitilla tyke niventovakitas he's ended. Thought a dormitory was equipped with an elevator, she opted against using it, fearing it might malfunction at this critical time, and instead proceeded up the stairwell passing the elevator. Shanadasi died at the 10th floor, suggesting Simeon adventure to a supermarket enough. The stairwell leading to the top floor was eerily quiet. The motion sensor lights flicker engine response to her footsteps. In a situation where a theater mitery was surrounded by sound-sensitive ammonsters, maintaining silencissima dialogical me and so venturing safe to she assumed that theater living in a by chance softed dormitory shared this perspective thus, the absence often was in the stairwell did not strike her as peculiar. A sheenier read the top floor, Dueto Funius is settled heavily upon her. She caught ta hefo fastened that should na they've been present in the dormitory, a potent smell of blood. Surely, afflicted with chronic rhinitis, hata lest hanking senzovs, mel, yet a thapment, she could done mistake obliden to 50 acrid syntas blood, which was decidedly ominous. Positioned on the staircase between his event hand 8th floors, the sorcio of tebludo door was critical strain to determine what hair emanated, from this event the 8th floor, but their mediocre olfacto riabilities rendered it runnable to discern its origin thessence vento envela fair entirely, yet she could not pinpoint a source. Being a cautious individual, Shirley preferred to prioritize her safety, observing the situation before taking action upon sensing danger. However, her luck had never been particularly favorable just as Hare solved to return to Hare on the 6th floor. A harrowing screamer up Ted from the 7th floor. Ah! Bang! Almost simultaneously, wooden door leading from the 7th floor's tire was violently thrust open. Sheila concealed herself, hastily ascending 12 steps off the staircase, slip hinge into the visual blind spoke around the corner from her vantage point. She could surveilled how transpired below, while if those off the foot off the stairs would remain oblivious to her presence unless the paid particular attention. Upon witnessing the entity intruding into the stairwell, Shilly instinctively fled her breath, fearful of startling it to twas a half-monster form, oscillating between human and beast, and from the intact portion of its face, she recognized it as a girl from her neighboring Classimionu participate to bullying her alongside the others. The girl's left arm was missing, and a gaping wound mirrored her chest, from what caviscus mixturio fiello when deep crimson fluid continually oas the injury in her left arm was rotten gatten alarming great, teeming with white worms that crawladina grotesque friends over thedicking. Thager la perdira lidistor ted hurlower bodar main dun scathed normal, while Haraperhoff had morphed in tosamething monstrous shilla watched in horror asked the girl since a fear full gaze a gradually clouded, her body convulsing as it succumbed to the ground. Witnessing the tormentors' low march toward death should have been a xercio vindictive satisfaction, yet a thapment, Shillai felt an overwhelming emptiness in her mind and a healing numbness in her limbs. Tap tap. The crisp sound off high heels is striking the floor sudden lipiers Shillis ears, as Zaunch recognized to in the past, whenever she ventured tosmal supermarket to upstairs stopper instant noodles, the statuesque and alluring proprietary swoot emerga from the lounge, her confident and resonant footsteps accompanied by a warm smiley's herring upper purchases. Don't maintain your figure, dear. Arispa voice, akin to spoon scraping gain staminal bowl, echoed from the event flew into the stairwell just from the sound. Shilla discerned the true light terrifying and titty was about to enter the stairwell, trailing behind transformadural. The instinct for survival rekindled her feeble limbs with new-found strength, and Shilla practically tumbled and crawled her way to the 8th floor just as Hesla med to door behind her. An enormous, corpulent figure, near the 2-meter stall, entered the stairwell, clad in a pair of high heels. The heels, strained under the weight of the figure's broad feet, appeared on the verge of breaking, wobbling precariously as if they might snip at a moment, the creature muttering comprehensible words while extending a hand, swollen as if soaked in water. Ta grasped the now lifeless girl, lifting her from the flow ran cramming here in toits. Thedgeral's corpse was bitten in half, yellow ichor splatter in Geneva direction, transforming Theon's pristina stairwell into chaotic and foul smelling. Chapter 3. The player The situation on the 8th floor was far more dire than Shirley had anticipated. Severed limbs, mangled flesh, deep crimson blood, an unidentified yellowish slime, eyeballs, tangled strands of long hair, and shredded clothing were strewn haphazardly across the floor of the small supermarket, on the walls, shelves, and products, resembling a scene from a hellish nightmare. Ugh, ugh. Shirley knelt on the ground, one hand covering her mouth, the other bracing against the wall, her stomach churning as bile surged upward. Unfortunately, having scarcely eaten anything since she woke up that morning, she found herself unable to vomit. Shirley realized she had overestimated her own endurance. The fear that enveloped her in the presence of these monsters was far greater than the dread she felt from afar on the upper floors. Her so-called ability to accept the apocalypse was merely a result of her not having truly confronted these creatures. Failing to grasp the terror that lay within the end of days, Shirley's eyes felt heavy, her nose tinged with discomfort, tears swirling in her eyes, caught in a liminal space between sorrow and fear. The 8th floor of the dormitory was significantly smaller than the 7th, containing only this small supermarket and the proprietor's lounge. The supermarket was structured similarly to the convenience stores commonly found in the city, with a rectangular space housing 2 rows of shelves, primarily stocked with snacks and instant meals, while a corner showcased various personal items favored by young women. The forefront was a cashier area enclosed by 2 wooden cabinets, atop which rested a deli counter and a hot dog machine. Amidst the pervasive stench, the hot dog machine stubbornly whirred, dripping oil as it churned out sausages, its aroma striving to assert its presence. Shirley approached the hot dog machine, inhaling deeply, finally allowing the scent of the sausages to dispel the rancid odor that clung to her nostrils, as her stomach graciously emitted a couple of plaintive growls. She rummaged through the cashier's drawer, deftly retrieving tongs and wooden skewers to skewer 2 plump sausages, placing them on a plate to cool as she awaited the sausages to reach a more palatable temperature. Shirley fought against her discomfort, scavenging for supplies within the small supermarket. The proprietor, having silently transformed into a monster at some point, had slaughtered numerous students who had ventured in search of provisions. Presumably, after eliminating all potential prey, she had grown impatient and descended to the 7th floor to hunt. From the scattered remains within the supermarket and the undiminished inventory, Shirley surmised that the transformation of the proprietor into a monster had occurred not long ago. Likely among the first wave of mutations in cinematic portrayals, unique monsters often evoke greater terror. Shirley was certain that the ordinary monsters she had previously observed from above could not speak, whereas the proprietor's mutated form could articulate words, indicating an evolution of some kind into a more advanced creature. If monsters could evolve, did that imply that humanity might also possess a means of doing so? The term she had encountered on Weibo regarding the game realm resurfaced in her mind. Uncertain if the monstrous proprietor would return, Shirley hastily packed all the high-energy food items she could find, along with several bottles of mineral water, her backpack bulging and heavy like a dumbbell. She pondered whether this bag could indeed serve as an effective weapon, weighing it in her hands, her thoughts wandering aimlessly. Shirley shoved 2 adequately warm sausages into her mouth, the rich taste of fat gradually calming her nerves. Through the window, she noted the encroaching night, with bright stars scattered across the sky. The adjacent dormitory buildings lay shrouded in darkness, as if everyone had tacitly agreed to forego lighting out of fear that illumination might attract the monsters. The creatures below seemed to rely on sight for navigation. The darkness rendered them aimless, their hoarse growls echoing as they stumbled between the buildings. The whereabouts of the proprietor remained unknown, and while Shirley had initially intended to remain in her dormitory for a week, waiting for government rescue, the threat posed by the monstrous proprietor transformed her once reliable sanctuary into a perilous trap. Despite the average nighttime temperature being lower than during the day, it was still oppressive. Just half an hour outside the air-conditioned room left her forehead glistening with sweat. Holding the stun gun she had salvaged from the proprietor's cash register, Shirley absent-mindedly tapped it against the table, producing a rhythmic thud that echoed in the tense silence. Much like one might seek soothing music in moments of anxiety, Shirley found solace in the patterned sounds that helped alleviate her mounting tension. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her. She recalled a potential refuge. The proprietor's lounge. On a previous trip upstairs to purchase instant noodles, she had witnessed the proprietor tutoring her daughter in the lounge. However, the proprietor's limited education meant she struggled to assist her daughter with her homework, leading her to pull Shirley in to help the young girl. Coincidentally, that day, Shirley had been falsely accused of cheating on an exam and was assigned to clean the playground during class hours. Reluctant to comply, she had tossed aside her broom and slipped back to her dormitory. With nothing better to do, she had entered the lounge to keep the girl company while she worked on her assignments. Shirley vividly recalled the lounge's layout, consisting of a living room and 2 bedrooms, each equipped with air conditioning. What truly captivated her was the direct access to a freight elevator leading to the first floor, providing an escape route in the event the proprietor returned. Resolute, Shirley set to work, moving several lightweight cabinets to block the wooden door at the stairwell, then stacking heavier boxes atop them. She continued this method, barricading the elevator door connecting to the small supermarket in the same manner. Uncertain of the proprietor's monstrous abilities, she did not expect these makeshift barriers to keep her out, but rather hoped the sound of falling furniture would alert her if anyone attempted to force their way in. After completing her task, Shirley was left utterly exhausted, her arms weary from the effort. The Mo family, despite their disdain for her as an adopted daughter, maintained a facade of propriety. During her year with them, she had not lifted a finger to do any labor, resulting in a decline in her physical stamina. After such a long day filled with surreal tribulations, all she longed for was to collapse onto a soft bed and rest for the night. With a sense of urgency, Shirley shouldered her travel bag and grasped the stun gun as she approached the lounge door. A drawing created by the proprietor's daughter adorned the door, depicting a tall woman holding the hand of a little girl with 2 braided pigtails, both faces radiating joy. Shirley gazed at the picture, momentarily lost in thought. Just a few hours prior, the proprietor had likely been sharing snacks and playing puzzles with her daughter. Now, mere hours later, the proprietor had transformed into a bloodthirsty monster, her whereabouts unknown, and the fate of the little girl remained uncertain. Testing the doorknob, Shirley, as if to confirm a suspicion lingering in her mind, found the door locked. The key to the lounge hung on the wall beside the door, marked with a conspicuous crimson fingerprint. Taking the key down, she rubbed her thumb and forefinger over it, but the blood-stained imprint had sunk too deeply, proving difficult to erase. Rustle, rustle. The items within the lounge seemed to sense her presence outside, stirring restlessly as Shirley retrieved the key, producing sounds of scraping against walls and bumping into furniture. Mew moo, are you in there? Shirley called out, mimicking the proprietor's tone with affectionate familiarity. Thud, thud. The force from within was substantial, as whatever was inside relentlessly battered against the door, creating a cacophony. Shirley recalled that Moo Moo was only in the 3rd grade, her height barely reaching Shirley's chest. Judging by the intensity of the banging, the strength behind it far exceeded that of an elementary school student, yet did not rival that of an adult. In short, Shirley felt confident she could subdue whatever was inside. Uncertain of the dynamics between the proprietor and her daughter, Shirley speculated that the proprietor had locked Moo Moo in the lounge before succumbing to her monstrous transformation. Mu Moo was now inside the lounge, akin to a perpetual motion machine, ceaselessly hammering against the door. In a swift moment, Shirley employed her cunning strategy of retreating when the enemy advances and advancing when the enemy retreats. Just as the little monster continued its relentless assault, she quietly unlocked the door with the key and yanked it open with force. Bang! In the fleeting moment prior, the small creature charged forward, its head colliding against the door. The unexpected assault from Shirley disrupted its momentum, causing its body to tumble forward, heavy in the head and light in the feet, crashing down onto the ground with a muffled thud. The small creature bore a resemblance to the ordinary monsters Shirley had encountered before, with decaying skin and yellowish slime. The pretty braids of the young girl had long since fallen from her head, now stuck to her back by the yellow goo, reminiscent of the grimy fur of a stray kitten. A flicker of compassion crossed Shirley's eyes, but it swiftly morphed into resoluteness as the small creature fell. She raised her stun gun and forcefully plunged it into its back. Ah! The small creature let out a piercing shriek, its sharp cry echoing painfully in the stillness of the night. Fortunately, the walls of the dormitory provided some sound insulation. As Shirley listened intently, it seemed the monsters roaming below remained oblivious to the small creature's cries, failing to incite a riot. The stun gun's voltage was sufficient to incapacitate an adult. Yet the small creature merely convulsed violently for a brief moment before it clawed at the ground, attempting to rise and retaliate against Shirley. Tossing the stun gun aside, Shirley pressed her knee against the creature's back, using one hand to grip its nape and pin it to the ground. The creature's struggles rivaled that of a reluctant adult husky being bathed, and Shirley found it somewhat taxing to subdue it. The electric shock had minimal effect, and with her gaze darkening, Shirley twisted her wrist to reveal the blade of her utility knife, gripping the handle firmly as she drove its sharp edge into the back of the small creature's skull. To Shirley's astonishment, the creature's head was surprisingly soft. The utility knife easily penetrated, akin to a spoon diving into jelly. She cautiously slid the blade downward until it encountered a harder object, halting her progress. The head appeared to be the small creature's weak point. As she pressed against the solid mass, she distinctly sensed the creature's struggles waning, its roars growing increasingly feeble. Realizing the efficacy of her attack, Shirley resolved to press on, gripping the utility knife with both hands and forcefully driving it downwards, piercing through the solid mass. The small creature twitched slightly, as if a pause button had been pressed on a toy, and then fell silent. The yellowish slime coating its body gradually turned black and faded away, until at last, it disappeared entirely, leaving behind a decaying corpse. With a soft thud, Shirley slumped against the wall, her body giving way as she slid down to sit. Before she could catch her breath, a peculiar sound suddenly resonated in her mind. Ding, congratulations, Shirley has triggered the player identity, serial number A16824. Congratulations, player Shirley has slain a level 1 mutated creature corrupted corpse, gaining 10 experience points. Congratulations, player Shirley has advanced to level 2. Chapter 4. The Game Realm. In summary, this world has inexplicably transformed into a game realm. Ordinary individuals who slay mutated creatures become players. Players can level up by participating in so-called dungeons or hunting mutated beasts. Upon leveling up, players receive assignable attribute points, akin to online games, where higher levels correspond to enhanced attributes. Occasionally, players may also obtain special item cards dropped by defeated mutated creatures, which can be stored in their inventory. When Shirley once again checked her phone for the trending forum post about this world being a game realm, the previously garbled text suddenly became clear. It appeared that, in an effort to prevent ordinary individuals from becoming players through external information, this world, this so-called game realm, had interfered with such valuable information. But what was the purpose of this interference? The fact that ordinary people can transform into players upon slaying mutated prey would eventually become common knowledge. The emergence of players was an inevitable trend. Such superficial information manipulation could only delay their birth momentarily. Shirley felt the answer was tantalizingly close, a hypothesis slowly forming in her mind. Never mind, why overthink? She chuckled bitterly and, following the instructions from the forum post, proceeded to examine her player panel. Shirley, player, gender, female, stamina, 7, 5 intelligence, 6, 5 strength, 5, 5 agility, 6, 5 willpower, 7, 5 luck, 5 inventory, 120. Note: the numbers in parentheses indicate the average values of all players. Automatically updated at midnight. Indeed, it resembled a game. Wait, what does that asterisk next to luck signify? Could it be that her luck index was so peculiar that the system couldn't calculate its value? Shirley's right eyelid twitched uncontrollably. The player inventory consisted of 20 slots. Shirley attempted to place her travel bag into one of the inventory slots, but was unsuccessful. It seemed that only items obtained from mutated creatures within the game realm could be extracted or inserted into the inventory. After defeating the small creature, Shirley acquired an item named Moo Moo's Masterpiece. This item resembled the doodle she had seen on the resting door, a crayon drawing akin to Moo Moo's artistic style, depicting a little girl with braided hair riding on a carousel. Indeed, she was truly spinning in circles. The drawing was reminiscent of the animated portraits in Harry Potter, with the girl's expressions lively and her movements fluid. If Shirley stared at her for too long, the girl would even roll her eyes and make faces at her. Shirley mused, "She is quite lively, indeed." Moo Moo's Masterpiece description. This is a creatively vibrant drawing, featuring blue skies, white clouds, an amusement park, a little girl, and a toy chasing after balloons. This amusement park belongs exclusively to Moo Moo, Yet she feels that something is missing. P.S. Generally speaking, this is a harmless masterpiece. But under special circumstances, it may serve a unique purpose. Shirley read and reread the description of the item, deriving a sense of loneliness from its contents. Glancing at the unimpressive item in her inventory and then at the small creature's corpse on the ground, she felt a pang of regret. Reluctantly, she crouched beside the small creature's remains. Although it was her first encounter with a genuine corpse, a flicker of apprehension coursed through her. However, considering that she would likely encounter corpses frequently in the future, she mustered her courage and extended her hand towards the small creature's body, commencing the grim task of searching through the remains. The moment her fingers made contact with the small creature's corpse, a system prompt appeared before her eyes. Ding. Would you like to place the item corpse into the inventory? Shirley, is the system really so unscrupulous as to classify a corpse as an item? As she silently derided the bizarre mechanics of the Game Realm system, she stuffed the corpse into the second slot of her inventory. The arrival of the apocalypse guaranteed that today would be a sleepless night. Though each building was shrouded in darkness, devoid of sound, no one could sleep soundly knowing that monsters were lurking nearby, unless one was truly exhausted. Shirley had anticipated a restless night, easily awakened by the slightest disturbance. Yet, contrary to her expectations, she experienced a dreamless night. Upon opening her eyes, the sun outside was so bright it caused her eyes to ache. One might wonder if she possessed a certain resilience in some aspects. Shirley gazed out at the cerulean sky and fluffy white clouds, sinking into a contemplative silence. Upon rising, she immediately surveyed her surroundings, reassuring herself that during her deep slumber, the entire 8 floors of the dormitory had remained undisturbed. With a sigh of relief, she began to formulate her subsequent plans. Despite her efforts, Shirley had yet to connect with her grandmother, but unexpectedly, she managed to reach the police station. From the officer's words, she learned that the world had succumbed to a terrifying wave of monsters, with casualties beyond reckoning. More individuals had perished from excessive panic and the sweltering heat than from the creatures themselves. And those who died would, in turn, transform into monsters, perpetuating a vicious cycle. The officer continually urged Shirley to remain calm, advising her to find a hiding place should she encounter a monster. As long as she remained undetected, her safety could still be assured. After offering her comfort, the officer thoughtfully sent Shirley a text message containing a link to a map that marked several temporary safe havens established by the government. The officer informed her that numerous residential buildings surrounded her school, making it a densely populated area, and suggested she leave for the shelter at her earliest convenience to ensure her safety. True to the saying, "Heed the words of others, and you shall be well fed," Shirley had always been one to embrace and act upon the advice of others. Concluding her rare conversation with the officer, Shirley resolutely decided to depart from the school and make her way to the nearest shelter, the Pingan Building. Located just 3 streets away, the Pingan Building, a renowned research and office center leased by a prominent gaming company, featured an exhibition room showcasing limited edition game discs, open to the public on certain commemorative gaming-related holidays, rendering it a local landmark. Below her dormitory, several monsters still lingered, awaiting their next prey. Yet the situation had improved considerably compared to the previous day's horde. After packing a sufficient supply of water and food into her backpack, ensuring its weight would not hinder her mobility, Shirley steeled herself psychologically for the journey ahead. Taking a deep breath, she boarded the elevator in the lounge and descended to the first floor. Ding! Upon reaching the ground floor, the elevator emitted a faint chime. Enough to set her on edge. As the doors slid open, Shirley was met with the guttural sounds of a monster. Every hair on her body stood on end as she gripped her baseball bat tightly, bracing herself for a fierce confrontation. However, as the elevator doors fully opened, she was greeted by an empty space, with only the branches of a tree swaying gently in the breeze, an oasis of tranquility amid the chaos. "Is anyone here?" Frowning, she dared not let her guard down. Cautiously, she peered out and slowly stepped out of the elevator. This external lift had been specially constructed at the request of the landlady for convenience in transporting goods. Situated less than 10 meters from the school's back door. When the monsters had erupted the previous day, most fleeing students had escaped through the front doors, closer to the teaching building, leaving the back door relatively untraveled. Thus, at this moment, the area was devoid of any monsters. As she approached the iron gate at the back door, she finally discerned the source of the guttural growls. Next to the back door was a security room, where a grotesque, decaying corpse pressed its face and body against the transparent window, banging its hands against the glass, producing a chilling sound. Shirley recalled the security guard on duty yesterday, a plump, kindly gentleman who often lounged in a bamboo chair outside the security room to bask in the sun. Noticing that the old bamboo chair remained outside, along with a half-opened bottle of water beside it, she surmised that its owner had left in a hurry. On one hand, the security room lacked air conditioning, turning it into a veritable furnace when the door was shut. On the other hand, the guard had never locked the door during work hours to ensure students could find him easily. Yet now, the door was securely locked from the inside. A sense of gloom enveloped Shirley as she imagined the immense willpower the guard must have summoned to lock himself inside, preventing himself from harming others amidst the chaos. Shirley had always believed that ordinary people, when faced with peril, primarily focused on their own survival. Yet, whether it was the small supermarket owner or the security guard, they thought of how to care for others before succumbing to monstrosity. This was in stark contrast to Shirley's understanding. "You've done well," she murmured softly, lowering her head. The iron gate at the back was secured with a simple latch, and Shirley carefully removed the iron rod from the latch, gently pushing the large door open. "Beep alert. Player has reached the boundary of the instance. Passage prohibited. Please seek an alternate exit." "What is this?" Shirley furrowed her brows and, disbelieving, pushed against the door again. The door remained stubbornly shut. Despite the absence of a lock or any visible obstacle, it felt as though it were glued shut with industrial-strength adhesive. Resisting her every effort, "Beep alert. Player has reached the boundary of the instance. Passage prohibited." Shirley pondered. Boundary of the instance, passage prohibited. So, when exactly did I enter this instance? Why wasn't there any warning? She lamented the lack of an adequate notification system in this shoddy gaming environment. Chapter 5. Hide and seek. The young man's disheveled hair and weary expression were marked by pronounced dark circles beneath his eyes, a testament to his lack of sleep. Ke Dongwen, the student council president of this cohort, had fortuitously found refuge in the student council office during the onset of the apocalypse, narrowly escaping the initial chaos. Over the ensuing 48 hours, students who had been unable to evacuate the teaching building had flocked to the office in a state of panic, and just 10 minutes prior, the office had already accommodated over 10 students. A box of small bread loaves and a case of bottled water had been stocked in the student council office, barely sufficient to sustain these students for a week. Half an hour ago, Dongwen had been troubled, pondering where to procure more resources. However, at that moment, he found himself devoid of the energy to contemplate such matters. Rewind to 20 minutes earlier. "President, are we going to die?" A delicate girl with air bangs and a single ponytail sat on the floor, hugging her knees, her face and eyes flushed with distress. Ke Dongwen, who had merely come to fetch a bottle of water to calm himself, blurted, "Please, don't ask me, I don't know either." After a moment's delay, he recognized her as Mo Yunling, the illustrious heiress of the Mo family, known for her prominence in the senior year. Dongwen, who instinctively recoiled from social interaction, managed to maintain a reassuring smile despite grinding his back teeth in discomfort. "You want tea, senior? Help will arrive soon." Mo Yunling had been crying frequently over the past 2 days. Her eyes swollen and red. Raised in luxury, she had never encountered such a cataclysmic disaster, leaving her in a state of panic, fear, and helplessness. In this turmoil, she instinctively sought comfort from those who appeared stable. And it was evident that the most composed person she had encountered in recent days was Dongwen, who was even younger than her. "But I think I heard monsters nearby last night." "What if they find us?" Mo Yunling's voice quivered as her eyes reddened once more. "That's quite possible. Those monsters seem quite perceptive. Although this place is relatively remote, we can't rule out the chance they might come. Don't worry, it's quite secluded here. They won't find us. Ke Dongwen spoke without a second thought, fabricating words of comfort to bolster morale. However, Mo Yunling seemed poised to say more, and Dongwen felt a headache coming on, preparing to concoct another excuse to placate her when a boy from the sports class, who had just woken up, abruptly interrupted her. "Enough with the buts. Those monsters have sharp hearing. Your voice is high-pitched and grating. Do you not realize how annoying it is? If you attract them, don't blame me for being harsh on a girl. This boy, towering over 6 feet tall with a muscular build, might have been handsome, but his demeanor bore an intimidating edge that could frighten a child. At his words, Imo Yunling flinched, too frightened to seek solace from Kadongwin any longer. She huddled closer, burying her face in her knees and weeping softly. "Well done, brother." Kadongwin silently expressed his gratitude and admiration with a thumbs up towards the sports class leader. Yet, before he could relax, as if to validate the leader's words, an unusual sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the office door. The rhythm of these footsteps was longer than that of an ordinary person, and each step resonated with a heavy thud, reminiscent of an elephant's movement. As Kadongwin glanced around the office, he noticed that some of his peers beside him, like him, had heard the sound and were staring at the door with expressions of silent terror. He initially thought he might be imagining things due to hunger, but to his dismay, it seemed a creature was indeed approaching. Cursing under his breath, he felt a wave of misfortune wash over him. No one in the office dared to inch closer to the door to investigate. Thus, Kadongwin had no choice but to signal for silence, steeling himself to approach the door and peek through the peephole. To his horror, he recoiled as if propelled by springs, stumbling back to a safe distance, nearly stepping on a classmate sitting on the floor. Through the peephole, he locked eyes with a creature possessing a bloodshot white eye and a pupil resembling that of a cat. The moment their gazes met, an icy chill coursed through his veins, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. "Found you! Found you! Found you!" The creature outside cackled, sending shivers down the spines of everyone in the office. A frightened scream pierced the air as an unknown girl, upon hearing the creature's eerie repetition of "found you," seemed to lose her sanity, shrieking in terror. "Don't push me, jump out the window. There's a monster outside." To which another voice retorted, "Jump out. There are monsters below too." Thud, thud, thud. The creature outside, akin to a malevolent cat toying with its prey, showed no urgency to capture those within, instead rhythmically pounding on the door, increasing the frequency of its strikes and intensifying the atmosphere of dread. Although it felt somewhat out of place, Kadongwin couldn't shake the feeling that the entity outside resembled an NPC from a video game. The knocking akin to a countdown for the players. Once the time was up, the creature would no longer be so lenient as to merely knock. "Quiet down. We don't want to attract more monsters." Kadongwin urged, still recovering from the shock. His face pale, he attempted to dissuade his classmates from recklessness, raising his voice in a desperate plea. However, his words fell on deaf ears. Everyone had been pushed to their limits over the past few days, and even the slightest disturbance sent them into a panic. In a moment of distraction, he noticed 2 girls had already jumped from the window. The student council office was on the 2nd floor, and if one paid attention to their landing, a jump wouldn't necessarily result in serious injury. Yet, the 2 girls seemed overwhelmed by fear. One of them landed awkwardly on her knees, causing a gash that bled profusely, staining her white pants. She cried, a pitiful sound escaping her lips, her expression contorted in pain, likely due to the severity of her injury. From a distance, Kadongwin observed several grotesque, decaying creatures noticing the commotion, dragging their bodies closer through the rows of greenery separating them. His head throbbed painfully. "What is this? Hide and seek?" He thought he heard someone murmur in the crowd, but the quiet remark was quickly drowned out by the cacophony of panicked voices. "Quick! Get out of there! Monsters are coming your way!" Several students in the upstairs office shouted down to the 2 girls, gesturing anxiously, torn between the fear of attracting the monsters with their voices and the worry that the girls might not hear them. The slightly less panicked girl clutched the arm of her injured friend, attempting to help her find safety, but the injured girl, relying on her support, tried unsuccessfully several times to stand, tears streaming down her face in desperation. "Is there anyone? Is there anyone who can help me?" the injured girl pleaded, her gaze upward filled with helplessness. The creature seemed to sense the 2 vulnerable targets, hastening their approach as they drew nearer. The uninjured girl glanced at the shadows cast by the creatures in the sunlight, her lips trembling as she murmured an apology to her injured friend before sprinting away. "Am I going to die?" The injured girl gazed in despair at the receding silhouette of her former friend, feelings of resentment, sorrow, and fear engulfing her. Just as she closed her eyes, bracing herself for the inevitable, she sensed two figures descending before her. Really? Trouble? The familiar voice belonged to the student council president, Kudongwen. Upon reopening her eyes, she saw him alongside a tall boy, presumably a sports specialist, who had unexpectedly jumped down from above, standing protectively on either side of her. Rekindling her flickering hope for survival, grab the window ledge, push off the wall, and you can get down. Hurry! That monster could break down the door at any moment. Kudongwen waved at the hesitant classmates above, directing them on how to leap to safety. However, the students upstairs were transfixed, their eyes locked onto the approaching monsters just a short distance away. Don't they understand that time is of the essence? Kudongwen thought, suppressing a frustrated curse as he maintained a cheerful facade. It's fine. The air is chaotic here. They'll need a moment to hone in on our location. Hurry! Suddenly, a strange sound caught his attention, making him question his sanity. Zila? Was he truly hallucinating from hunger, or did that sound resemble the loudspeaker from the playground? Hello? Can you hear me? A cool male voice rang out, tinged with impatience. Forget it. I don't even know if there are any survivors who can hear me. Kudongwen recognized that voice. Every time he visited the principal's office to submit activity schedules, he would hear it lazily reciting reprimands. I am Chi Mingho from the third year. I have both bad news and good news to share. Let us start with the good news. While I am speaking through this broadcast, the slimy monsters will converge towards the playground, allowing any remaining survivors to relocate to a safer place. Zila, why is this thing so hard to use? Chi Mingho's voice cut in and out. And with the distance from the playground, Kudongwen had to concentrate intently to catch his words. Cough. It's better now. It seemed Chi Mingho had adjusted the equipment. Now, for the bad news. Some of you may have noticed that among the ordinary monsters, there are some special ones. These creatures possess abilities that are even more terrifying and pose a greater threat, and they exhibit a degree of intelligence, so they won't be easily lured by simple sound traps. Therefore, if there's a monster near you that hasn't been drawn to the playground by the broadcast, please hide well and avoid being discovered by this special creature. Remember, this is a game of hide and seek where losing could cost you your life. Stay alert, maintain your composure, and conceal your traces. This concludes the last broadcast of the semester. Best of luck to everyone. Chapter 6. Is there a problem with monsters wearing high heels? Bang, bang, bang. At the top of the second teaching building, known as the art building, a large clock resided, which struck 3 times at noon, signaling the end of morning classes. Over the past few days, everyone still at school had lost track of time. But when the clock chimed, an uneasy sensation settled in their hearts. In the student council office, only 5 or 6 students remained, too frightened to jump, clinging to the hope that the monsters outside could not breach their sanctuary. Meanwhile, the others had escaped with Kudongwen's assistance. As the clock struck, the creatures outside ceased their relentless pounding. Silence enveloped the office, almost as if the clock's chimes had mesmerized the monsters. Redirecting their attention elsewhere, the few students inside held their breath, their hearts racing, fixated on the door. Perhaps the monsters wouldn't remain quiet for long, but to the students, the stillness felt agonizingly prolonged. Bang! The resounding crash nearly stopped their hearts. A sharp blade pierced through the sturdy door as if it were mere parchment, creating a large hole, and the wooden door cracked like a spider's web around the breach. Found you, Kudongwen, accompanied by several individuals who had jumped down from the upper floors, was hastening toward the dormitory building. His thoughts were straightforward, since the majority of the monsters had been lured by the noise to the playground near the school's main entrance. The back door adjacent to the dormitory should be relatively free of creatures, allowing them to seize this opportunity to exit the school premises. Once outside, they could seek assistance from nearby residential areas or the police station. After all, the capacity of adults to handle crises surpasses that of a group of students who had yet to experience the world, alleviating his incessant worries about the safety of others. As anticipated, there were only a scant few monsters lingering near the dormitory. The group endeavored to tread softly and cautiously, successfully navigating through the spaces between the dormitory buildings until they reached the back door. The atmosphere was eerily tranquil. In order to facilitate movement, Mo Yunling had gathered her high ponytail into a bun. She pressed closely against Kadongwen, her hands rubbing her exposed arms anxiously, whispering in breathy tones near his ear. The warmth of her breath felt akin to a sauna, making Kadongwen feel as though someone had stoked the flames further, intensifying his discomfort. With a grimace, he shifted slightly away, patting Mo Yunling on the shoulder like an old-timer. And when their eyes met, her large, tear-filled eyes, he offered her an encouraging glance. He truly sought to avoid social interaction. Dongwen hoped that the kind-hearted and beautiful Mo Yunling could decipher the 3 parts comfort, 3 parts encouragement, and 4 parts pleading for silence that his gaze conveyed, a silent plea for understanding his exhaustion. However, Mo Yunling seemed oblivious to his weariness, leaning in closer once more, her soft frame drawing nearer, her lips moving restlessly as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. "Stay still," the athletic leader suddenly interjected, placing a firm hand on Kadongwen's shoulder, pulling him into a relatively concealed corner of the dormitory's exterior walls. The other students instinctively mimicked his actions, crowding into the hiding spot. What had initially been a discreet corner became conspicuous with the influx of bodies. The athletic leader, hearing the increasingly frantic footsteps nearby, glanced left and right, realizing there was no time to find a better hiding spot. He pressed his ear against the wall, focusing intently on the faint sounds. There was something peculiar about the noise. It resembled a rhythmic thudding, reminiscent of the sound made by his grandfather's cane when it struck his backside. No, that comparison wasn't entirely accurate. He felt there was a closer sound lodged in his memory. "Why do I hear the sound of high heels? It's just like how our homeroom teacher walks," a classmate murmured. "High heels? Yes, that's it." The athletic leader frowned at Kadongwen. "Do people still wear high heels in the apocalypse?" Kadongwen paused, momentarily perplexed by the question, and replied uncertainly, "Perhaps? Am I overthinking this?" The leader, swayed by Kadongwen's bewildered expression, began to doubt his own caution, questioning whether he was being overly vigilant, reacting to every subtle sound as if it were a threat. While it might not be strange for a person to wear high heels during the end times, the notion of a monster in heels seemed decidedly odd. The leader heard the same classmate who had first identified the sound of heels speak again, his voice trembling. "What if it's a monster in high heels?" Startled, the athletic leader turned to find the voice belonged to a boy with a buzz cut, whose appearance was easily forgettable. At that moment, the boy's face was a mask of terror as he stared at the dormitory building behind them, toward the 4th or 5th floor. "It's a special monster. Run!" Kadongwen shouted, hoisting the injured girl onto his back and urging the others to scatter. The athletic leader, honed from years of training, possessed a heightened sense of awareness. He didn't need to look back to know the horror that lurked in the direction the buzzcut boy was fixated on. Yet, curiosity is a natural human trait, and he was no exception. As he fled, he cast a quick glance back. What he saw was a towering, muscular creature, indiscernible in gender, clad in greenish muscles, and precariously balanced on a pair of red high-heeled shoes. Leaping from the 4th-floor window of the dormitory, its powerful leg muscles allowed it to land gracefully on one knee on the lawn, creating a large crater upon impact, the grass around it cracking under the tremendous weight. Where in the world did this super scion come from? Returning to the present, Kadongwen and his group found themselves scattering in a panic, unable to escape the relentless pursuit of the creature whose muscular form was far from mere decoration. In its pursuit, it moved with the ferocity of a cheetah chasing a fawn, swiftly overtaking several classmates who were caught off guard. The cacophony of screams, cries, and the sounds of bodies colliding created utter chaos. Kadongwen, burdened with the weight of another, found his desire to assist thwarted by his own limitations, fearing that his attempts to save the girl would only lead to their mutual demise. Thus, he dashed toward the dormitory, not daring to look back. But why not flee directly from the school? On one hand, Kadongwen was aware that most of the monsters near the dormitory had been drawn away. Yet he remained uncertain of the presence of creatures lurking on the streets beyond the back door. On the other hand, he was far more familiar with the layout of the dormitory, making it easier for him to evade the monster's pursuit. In a moment of urgency, Kadongwen weighed his options, halting his frantic rush toward the back door and instead veering into another dormitory building. The girl on his back emitted a faint, cat-like sound, as if trying to communicate something. However, in his frantic escape, Dongwon's mind was blank, solely focused on fleeing, oblivious to her attempts to speak. The oppressive heat and vigorous exertion began to take a toll on him. Even Dongwon, typically fit, found himself struggling. Sweat clung to his forehead, trickling down and stinging his eyes, yet his hands were occupied supporting the girl on his back, leaving no opportunity to wipe his face. Dizzy and disoriented, he stumbled through the dormitory, akin to a headless fly, mindlessly ascending the stairs. When he reached an unknown floor and prepared to turn onto another staircase, a figure unexpectedly emerged from the opposite side of the stairwell, startling Dongwon and causing him to stagger backward, nearly tumbling down the steps. "Watch out!" In that critical moment, the figure extended an arm, seizing Dongwon by the collar of his shirt and yanking him upward. With an ungraceful thud, Dongwon landed on the floor, the girl behind him rolling away with a thump. Yet, he remained unaware that she had fallen to the ground without uttering a single cry of alarm. "She is alive!" Overwhelmed by the brush with death, tears welled up in Dongwon's eyes, streaming down his face, his nose reddening as emotion surged within him. He wallowed in the aftermath of his narrow escape. A cool bottle of mineral water was pressed against his forehead. "Drink some water before you see our Y.K. Dongwon's ears perked up. The voice sounded familiar. His pale, bewildered face resembled that of a confused little hamster as he glanced up at the speaker. The girl's silhouette, backlit by the light, perfectly matched the image lodged in his memory of a dim alleyway. He recalled that moment when she had similarly placed a bottle of cola against his forehead. Her expression calm as she gazed at him no matter how disheveled he appeared. Her eyes never held disdain or pity, only an unperturbed demeanor, as if witnessing something commonplace. Dongwon swallowed hard, preparing to flash his signature smile, only to realize his lips were cracked, tasting of rust, and his throat was parched, causing sharp pain with even the slightest movement. Shirley tossed the bottle of mineral water into the arms of the dazed boy before swiftly kneeling beside the motionless girl. Extending her hand to check for breath, in truth, she didn't need to check. She already knew the outcome. The girl's long hair had begun to fall out in clumps, and the sweat on her skin was transforming into a foul, yellowish, viscous liquid. Shirley glanced at the girl, noting the dirt covering her body, but the wounds were few. One on her knee, and another on her side, a finger-width hole created by an unknown object. The knee wound was likely the initial injury, as blood had soaked her entire lower leg, painting a particularly tragic scene. As for the wound on the side, it was likely pierced by some sharp object during the escape. It was a fatal injury, beyond recovery, Shirley sighed. Chapter 7. While scavenging for supplies in the dormitory building, Shirley suddenly heard a cacophony of cries from downstairs, indicating that yet another careless student had collided with the landlady's monstrous form. For the past couple of days, Shirley had been playing a game of hide and seek with the landlady in the dormitory, and in the process, she had acquired some experience. However, those rushing over from the teaching building were still unaware of the landlady's capabilities and, in their hasty approach, barged directly into the dormitory, only to find themselves in an intimate encounter with her monstrous presence. From her vantage point above, Shirley could clearly observe the routes taken by Dongwon and his group as they scattered in flight. Among them, aside from Dongwon, who was inadvertently carrying a girl on his back into her dormitory building, 2 or 3 others also stumbled inside, while a significant number dashed towards the back door. Since the entire school had transformed into a scene for their hide-and-seek game, no one could leave before the time was up. Thus, those fleeing towards the back door would inevitably find themselves returning. And if luck was not on their side, they might even encounter the landlady once more. Shirley found it quite perplexing that, in the aftermath of an apocalypse, anyone would choose to carry a burden while fleeing. Yet, morally speaking, there was nothing to condemn in Dongwon's actions. However, the frustration lingered when one desperately sought to save another, only to turn around and find that person already dead. Shirley could relate to that feeling, and it was indeed suffocating. After downing half a bottle of mineral water, Dongwon's complexion regained a hint of color. He pulled a pack of tissues from his pocket, carefully wiping his hands and face before approaching Shirley with a modest demeanor. Holding the water bottle. "Thank you for the water, Senior Sure," he said, clearing his throat shyly. Ke Dongwon possessed a face as innocent as a lamb, with large, watery eyes. The left eye radiated purity, while the right conveyed an air of harmlessness. When he gazed at someone, it resembled a hungry kitten waiting to be fed. Under such scrutiny, Shirley momentarily faltered, unsure how to gently convey the unfortunate news of the female student's demise. "No need to thank me. I have plenty more," Shirley replied slowly. "You are Dongwon, right?" "Yes, Senior Sure." "I can't believe you remember me." Dongwon's eyes sparkled with excitement. Shirley was not particularly adept at dealing with overly enthusiastic individuals. "Just call me Shirley," she said, glancing at the decaying body of the female student on the floor, letting out a soft sigh. "Little Ku, have you ever killed any of those monsters?" "Kill monsters? How could that be possible?" Dongwon exclaimed incredulously. "Those monsters are far too powerful for us humans. Just not getting caught and killed by them is a feat in itself." Shirley lowered her gaze. Retrieving a stainless steel fruit knife from her jacket pocket, she placed the knife in Dongwon's hand and nodded towards the direction of the female student's corpse. "This is what I mean." Dongwon, who had just been thrilled to see a familiar face, suddenly understood Shirley's intention. Upon turning to look at the femme, Shirley found it utterly perplexing to fathom what peculiar thoughts occupied Dongwon's mind throughout the day. Leaving an uncontrollable putrid corpse to linger in the dormitory building posed a significant threat. Even the slightest noise could potentially alert the landlady. After Dongwon divulged the location of the restroom where he had confined his female classmate, Shirley instructed him to remain in the room while she ventured alone to the restroom. The restroom was stiflingly humid and warm, and upon entering, she was immediately greeted by a wave of fetid air that nearly suffocated her. Dongwon claimed he had confined her in the innermost stall, barricading the door with a water-filled tin bucket. Peering into the restroom from outside, Shirley noticed the floor was devoid of any water stains, indicating that the bucket had not been overturned, and the girl had yet to force her escape. In the past few days, Shirley had gleaned some insights from hunting lower-level putrid corpses to enhance her skills. The putrid corpses were most vulnerable during their initial transformation, a phase characterized by excessive hair loss and the secretion of viscous slime. After approximately an hour, they would evolve into their fully developed forms, significantly amplifying their combat abilities. The restroom was eerily silent, and Shirley, suppressing her thoughts, reminded herself that putrid corpses tended to be rather quiet during their early transformation stages. Armed with a fruit knife, she approached the stall door, inhaled deeply, and kicked aside the bucket and broom that Dongwon had used to block the door, swiftly pulling the stall door open. Inside, aside from a toilet, there was nothing, and the stall was cleaner than Shirley's own face. Her heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively pressed her back against the wall, fearing a surprise attack from a lurking monster. However, no creature was in sight behind her. Where could she find the girl? Shirley fought to quell her rising anxiety as she opened each stall door one by one, searching for any trace of the monster. Returning to the innermost stall, she meticulously inspected it several times and finally spotted a few strands of white substance resembling fine cotton threads on the windowsill facing inward. When she touched it, it felt sticky and itchy. Not quite like cotton, but more akin to spider silk. Had the putrid corpse escaped through the window? Chapter 8. Information, sister. If you're tired, you can lean on me and take a nap. Dongwon said, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a tissue, addressing Shirley, who stood by the classroom window keeping watch. Shirley was using a telescope to observe the situation on the distant playground. She had found this telescope in the astronomy club's activity room. It was palm-sized, lightweight, and convenient for her to carry in her travel bag. The school comprised 3 teaching buildings. The first teaching building was where ordinary students attended classes, and the student council office was located on the 2nd floor. The second teaching building was dedicated to the arts, where students with special talents typically practiced for their exams, and various club activity rooms were dispersed throughout its many floors. The second teaching building was the tallest of the 3, reaching 10 stories high, with the most complex layout of classrooms that, as described by the talented students, made navigating it feel akin to a game of escape room. The third teaching building was the experimental building, divided into 2 sections. Zone 1 contained various laboratories, while Zone 2 had a small library on the first 2 floors and faculty offices and lounges on the upper floors. In addition to the teaching buildings, the school featured 2 dormitories, one for girls and one for boys, along with a 2-story cafeteria and a large playground with 2 basketball courts. This year, the school had plans to expand an area beside the playground to construct an indoor swimming pool and tennis courts. But with the onset of the apocalypse, those plans were unlikely to come to fruition. Shirley and Kudongwin had endured 5 days at school. During the first 2 days, they had engaged in a battle of wits with the landlady in the dormitory. On the 3rd day, Shirley stumbled upon several rooms on the 3rd floor of the boys' dormitory, their windows completely ensconced in white spider silk. The silk was spreading across the dormitory at an alarming rate, causing a prickling sensation on the scalp and difficulty breathing. Without hesitation, Shirley woke Kudongwin in the middle of the night, and, still half asleep, he followed her as they stealthily relocated to the 2nd teaching building. There were far more people hiding in the teaching building than in the dormitory. Over the past 3 days, Shirley had encountered several small groups of teachers and students while familiarizing herself with the layout of the 2nd teaching building. Like Shirley, they moved to different locations every few hours to avoid being tracked by monsters through scent or traces. Kudongwin's capabilities aside, his social skills were commendable. Shirley often needed only to inform him of a classmate's whereabouts, and he would intuitively engage them in conversation, returning to relay the information to her. From the information gathered from various groups, a few key points emerged. There were no wandering putrid corpses in the teaching building, but 2 higher-level mutated creatures were present. Encountering these 2 creatures could spell disaster. One of them had been thoroughly investigated by Chi Mingho and was identified as a level 2 mutated creature named the erudite brain. Its original form was that of a librarian, with distinct features. Its legs were crafted from steel, resembling compasses, with iron needles capable of piercing a hole in a person. Its upper body was skeletal, and its head was a book that could speak human language. This monster typically resided in the library, consuming books in a literal sense. As long as one avoided entering the library, they posed no threat. Recently, some students passing by the library had observed that over half of the books had been devoured, raising the possibility that the erudite brain might soon change its diet to include humans. The other mutated creature first appeared in the student council office. Its level was uncertain, and its name unknown. It resembled a shadow cloaked in a cape, with 3 red eyes the size of infant fists protruding from its head. Its weapon was a massive sword nearly as tall as a person, exhibiting terrifying strength and physical prowess. 2 Fortunate students who had managed to escape its pursuit reported that, despite its 3 eyes, the creature had poor night vision, allowing them to evade it under the cover of darkness. The teaching building was the initial epicenter of the monster outbreak, and many students had killed putrid corpses for self-preservation, becoming players in the process. Among them, the highest level had reached level 6, experiencing a qualitative leap in abilities compared to ordinary individuals. The streetlights surrounding the playground remained illuminated day and night, with soft music playing over the loudspeakers on the playground. Hordes of putrid corpses swayed together, resembling a vast patch of writhing mold from a distance. With 5 days remaining until the end of the instance game duration, it appeared that this instance was somewhat easier than anticipated. Shirley took a deep breath, set down the telescope, and rubbed her temples. Her good mood, however, did not last until the following day. When Shirley awoke in the morning, her arms felt as if they were being pricked by needles, numb and devoid of sensation. Turning her head, she found Kudongwin, who had volunteered for the night watch, sprawled atop her arm, sleeping like a log. If Shirley were a comic book character, a massive, black, angry cross would surely have appeared over her head at that moment. She swiftly extricated her arm, nimbly leaping off the desk, and walked over to the window to pick up the telescope and check the playground's condition. As was her routine, to her surprise, she noticed that the number of putrid corpses congregating on the playground was fewer than the previous day. Sensing something amiss, she scrutinized the scene further and finally identified the source of the anomaly: her old acquaintance. The landlady, clad in red high heels. It was anyone's guess which manufacturer produced those heels. The landlady's physique had not caused them to break even after such prolonged wear. The landlady had grown stronger by consuming other putrid corpses, and now that she had arrived at the playground, it was akin to a competitive eater entering a buffet, devouring as much as she pleased. Previously, the landlady had merely been a green giant with a muscular physique. Now, her glistening muscles were overlaid with a layer of gray, armor-like substance, resembling an ancient Roman warrior, with the only constant being her refusal to part with her deformed red high heels. Who knew what kind of terrifying monster the landlady would evolve into if she consumed all the putrid corpses in the playground? Moreover, with the speed at which the landlady is sweeping through, it is likely that the corpses of the corrosive liquid will be entirely cleared from the playground by tomorrow or the day after. Chi Mingho initially intended to lead the corrosive liquid corpses to the playground to alleviate the burden on the surviving students. Little did he expect that this well-meaning gesture would inadvertently benefit the landlady. Shirley was uncertain whether she was succumbing to conspiracy theories, but she had an inkling that this instance might possess a self-adjusting difficulty feature. It appeared that once the game detected players exploiting loopholes in hide-and-seek, it automatically enhanced the abilities of the entities to maintain balance. The palms of Shirley's hands, which gripped the binoculars, gradually became slick with sweat. She opened her player backpack, extracted the items within, and laid them out on the ground, attempting to discern a solution to the predicament before her. So far, she had acquired 4 items. Moo Moo's masterpiece, a collection of corpses that adored singing, a little yellow aureole, and an everlasting candle. The collection of corpses was an evolved version of a single corpse. After Shirley consistently disposed of the corrosive liquid corpses into her backpack, one corpse transformed into 2, and upon further evolution, it became a collection of corpses. Shortly after entering the second teaching building, Shirley had heard an exceptionally unpleasant humming sound emanating from the vicinity of a restroom door. Following the sound, she discovered a corrosive liquid corpse that had locked itself inside a stall before its demise. This particular corpse was rather weak, and Shirley concluded the encounter with minimal effort. Perhaps this corrosive liquid corpse had been a singing enthusiast in life, for even after its transformation, it continued to practice its vocalizations, ultimately yielding the item, a little yellow oriole, upon its complete annihilation. The little yellow oriole's description read, "This little bird sings tirelessly for 24 hours a day, despite its somewhat unpleasant tone. But does it truly matter? As the saying goes, practice makes perfect, who knows? One day it may sing beautifully." The item resembled a small oriole, about the size of a fist, covered in yellow fluff. Upon extraction, it flitted about the classroom with abandon, squawking discordantly as if it were singing in a chaotic manner. Before acquiring this item, Shirley had never anticipated that she would be disturbed by the song of a small bird to the point of having a throbbing headache. However, it now seemed that this little bird might prove useful. "Is this camera truly durable?" Shirley queried, shaking the diminutive camera in her hand, her tone laced with disbelief. "Absolutely. This model is worth its weight in cash. It can withstand impacts and would remain intact even if dropped from the 18th floor," replied the classmate who had procured the camera, smiling reassuringly at Shirley. She nodded. Even if this student were deceiving her, there was little she could do in this apocalyptic scenario. With resources scarce, merely finding a usable camera was a feat, and she was willing to settle for materials of lesser quality. This classmate not only assisted Shirley in installing the camera in position, but also connected it via Bluetooth to her phone, allowing Shirley to view the footage captured by the camera at her convenience. With everything in place, success was now left to fate. The synthetic turf of the playground had been trampled beyond recognition by the corrosive liquid corpses. The once vibrant green grass now coated in a thick layer of slime. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the air had been laced with a pervasive stench. If the foul odor in other areas rated a mere 1 out of 10, then the stench in the playground would undoubtedly reach a 10. The landlady moved through the throng of corrosive liquid corpses with unrestrained audacity. Her intelligence was low, and her actions were driven solely by instinct. Transformed into a monster, the landlady's primal desire was to consume, be it humans, corrosive liquid corpses, or anything else she deemed edible. Grabbing hold of a nearby corrosive liquid corpse that was encroaching upon her space, her 2 plump hands yanked forcefully, tearing off one of its arms. The corrosive liquid corpse emitted a low growl, and the severed arm, still intact, lunged toward the landlady. Unperturbed, she stuffed the arm into her mouth, chewing noisily. The attacking arm of the corrosive liquid corpse rebounded violently upon colliding with the landlady's grayish muscular exterior, sending it flying a meter away, crashing into another corpse. The impacted corpse retaliated with a punch to the one-armed corpse, which was then sent sprawling in another direction. Chapter 9. Unexpected events. As the landlady savored her meal, her mouth oozing with pus, a yellow bird flitted nearby, flapping its wings excitedly. This seemingly ordinary bird possessed an extraordinary song. Even the landlady, who typically disregarded external noises, was compelled to respond to the bird's melodic calls, her blood-red eyes narrowing in irritation. The little bird, undeterred by the landlady's hostility, continued to sing unabashedly. Bang! The landlady stomped her foot, causing her red high heels to distort, leaving a small indentation on the turf. Like a human swatting a fly, she attempted to swat the little bird with her hand. The yellow oriole, unflustered, continued to sing while deftly evading the landlady's swipes. Those who have attempted to swat flies would attest to the uncanny ability of the insects to anticipate the direction of one's hand. Buzzing away just in time, the landlady and the bird engaged in a similar dance, flailing about, one soaring and diving while the other swung in vain, unable to grasp a single feather. Although the landlady was of a higher level than the corrosive liquid corpses, her intelligence remained limited, her actions dictated purely by instinct. While she had a voracious appetite, the incessant teasing by the little yellow oriole thwarted her attempts to satisfy it, causing her frustration to escalate. Thus, lured by the oriole's antics, the landlady abandoned her buffet, trailing after the little yellow bird into the first teaching building adjacent to the playground. The individuals inside the first teaching building had already been alerted by Kadongwen. They either relocated to other buildings or sought refuge on the uppermost floor, distancing themselves from Shirley's operational zone. Once the landlady entered the first teaching building, Shirley would be able to monitor her movements in real time through the previously installed camera. Prior to the execution of her plan, Shirley had prepared several contingencies, such as what to do if the little oriole failed to distract the landlady, or if the oriole attracted more than just the landlady. However, it now appeared that none of those plans would be necessary. The little oriole was proving quite effective, its performance far surpassing that of Kadongwen and Achu. Meanwhile, Kadongwen, hiding with other classmates in the second teaching building, sneezed unexpectedly. "What's wrong? Caught a cold?" inquired a concerned classmate, offering a tissue. Kadongwen rubbed his reddening nose and jested, "Who knows? Perhaps someone is missing me. It is said that one sneeze signifies someone is thinking of you. 2 sneezes mean someone is scolding you, and 3 sneezes, achoo." Before he could finish, another tickle in his nose prompted another sneeze. His classmates chuckled. "So does that mean someone is scolding you now?" Kadongwen offered an awkward smile and waved dismissively. "Not necessarily. Perhaps there will be a 3rd sneeze. 3 sneezes mean someone is talking about me. Just wait, there definitely will be a 3rd. Kadongwen hesitated for a moment, then waited again. Pfft. A classmate burst into laughter. The landlady stumbled after the little oriole, traversing a corridor before entering the girls' restroom. As she crossed the threshold, her high heels snagged on a fishing line at the door, triggering it to snap shut suddenly. Locking her inside? Ow! The landlady grunted in protest as the door slammed against her back, emitting 2 disgruntled howls. Such a minor collision was as inconsequential to the landlady as a mosquito bite. However, she seemed to perceive it as a provocation and retaliated with a furious punch against the door. The wooden door, unable to withstand the force, was left with a dent. Ironically, one of Shirley's cameras had been positioned directly above the door, and the small device tilted askew from the impact, its tiny red light blinking stubbornly. Shirley stared at the camera on her phone, which had been knocked askew. The screen flickered erratically for a spell before. Just as Shirley feared it might malfunction, it surprisingly returned to normal, revealing the scene within the restroom. Remarkable. It truly can take a beating. Shirley marveled inwardly, genuinely impressed. Shirley had long known that the restroom would not contain the landlady. Her plan did not hinge on the restroom as a trap, but rather, a shrill, urgent cry echoed from a classroom on the first floor of the teaching building. Shirley's heart nearly ceased with that sound. What happened? Didn't they say that everyone had been evacuated from the first teaching building? Cold sweat beaded on Shirley's forehead as her fingers anxiously glided between the monitors positioned at various locations in the building. After scanning 2 or 3 screens, she finally pinpointed the source of the screams in the classroom of Class A of the first year. 3 girls were climbing in through the window, ready to flee through the classroom door. Coincidentally, at that very moment, the commotion created by 2 corpses dripping with putrid liquid attracted them into the teaching building. Class A of the first year was the first classroom at the entrance of the first teaching building. Thus, the 3 girls came face to face with the putrid corpses lurking outside the classroom door. It is worth mentioning that the entire situation unfolded with such uncanny timing that even Shirley felt a sense of surrealism. The proprietress in the restroom had evidently heard the girls' screams. The allure of living beings was far more potent than that of the putrid corpses and the unfortunate little yellow oriole. Ignoring the frantic squawking of the little oriole fluttering around her ears, the proprietress unleashed a series of powerful blows against the wooden door of the restroom, tearing it down with her bare hands. The proprietress was merely a corridor away from the classroom where the 3 girls were situated, yet they remained oblivious to the fact that, in addition to the putrid corpses before them, an even more terrifying presence awaited. Among the 3 girls, 2 had previously collaborated to vanquish a putrid corpse and had thus become players. The girl who screamed was the only one who had yet to confront a putrid corpse. Upon seeing one at such a close distance, her body reacted far more swiftly than her mind, prompting her to scream in terror. Once the scream escaped her lips, she instantly recognized the impropriety of her actions. Covering her mouth with her hands, despite her overwhelming fear and trembling limbs, she dared not make another sound. Instead, she began to shuffle away from the classroom door, inching toward the window through which they had entered. The 2 putrid corpses had initially overlooked the 3 girls, but upon hearing the scream, they became animated with excitement, their arms flailing as they charged toward the classroom. The girl with short hair reacted the quickest. As soon as her companion screamed, she swiftly slammed the classroom door shut and braced her body against it. "Drag over 2 desks," she commanded, suppressing her own fear as she spoke calmly to the other 2. Bang, bang! The force with which the 2 putrid corpses collided with the door was far greater than that of the short-haired girl, and within mere seconds, she was pushed back with a muffled grunt. Unable to hold her ground before the desks could be brought, Xiao Xia called out the bespectacled girl, who was also a player, as the putrid corpse barreled into the classroom, lunging toward the short-haired girl. She hurled her backpack at one of the corpses, striking it squarely on the head. The brief pause caused by the backpack's impact afforded the short-haired girl an opportunity. Gritting her teeth against the agony of being thrown to the ground, she quickly pushed herself up with one hand, while her other hand retrieved a dagger from her pocket and plunged it horizontally into the head of the putrid corpse, which had momentarily lost its line of sight due to the backpack. Ah! The putrid corpse emitted a piercing roar of agony. Upon witnessing another putrid corpse rushing toward her, the short-haired girl immediately drew her dagger and rolled to the side. Yellow slime erupted from the wound in the corpse's head as she withdrew her dagger, splattering her with its viscous contents. "Xiao Xia, are you all right?" The bespectacled girl rushed forward to assist the short-haired girl, biting her lip as she supported her toward the window. "Yes, I'm sorry. It's all my fault." The girl with a single ponytail burst into tears, flustered as she apologized. "Let us go." The short-haired girl felt pain radiating throughout her body, rendering her reactions sluggish, unable to process what the ponytailed girl was saying. The bespectacled girl adjusted her glasses and pushed the short-haired girl into the arms of the ponytailed girl, insisting, "Take her away first. I'll cover you." "Hurry," however. The ponytailed girl appeared to want to say something. Her eyes red as she looked at the bespectacled girl. "Your injuries? Take her and get out. Don't you understand?" The bespectacled girl shot a cold glare at the ponytailed girl, whose heart was seized by the murderous intent in her eyes. Rendering her speechless as tears streamed down her face, she bent down to hoist the short-haired girl onto her back and sprinted toward the window, scrambling onto the desk to attempt an escape. With a swift motion, the bespectacled girl summoned a gleaming sword that materialized in her hand, its crimson glow illuminating her face. As the sword appeared, blood vessels erupted in her eyes, reflecting her agony. With determination, She bit her tongue to stave off unconsciousness. Trained in swordsmanship for 5 years under the demanding tutelage of her ancient grandfather, she had never anticipated such skills would be needed so soon. This sword, initially just a practice weapon, had evolved into a special item, transforming into an uncontrollable blood sword after she became a player. True to its name, this sword possessed a will of its own, often resisting its wielder's commands and even attempting to overpower them. Under normal circumstances, she would never resort to using such an item. Taking a deep breath, she positioned the sword before her chest. Chapter 10. Beware the traps of training the two fully formed putrid corpses. One with half its head impaled by the short-haired girl, stumbling and struggling to maintain balance, while the other, seemingly starved for ages, drooled copiously, a grotesque mixture of saliva and slime pooling on the floor. First, deal with one, then assess whether to flee or fight, the girl swiftly resolved in her mind, bending low as she approached the healthier of the two putrid corpses. Ah! The putrid corpse roared as she drew near, its decaying arms slicing through the air, its sharp fingertips aimed directly at her forehead. Should it capture her, her skull would surely be punctured, resulting in either death or a vegetative state. Just as the corpse's fingers were about to make contact, she pivoted her waist, evading with an incredible angle, then thrust the sword into a wooden desk for leverage, performing an aerial flip over the healthier corpse to land beside the staggering one. With a swift motion, she drew the sword from the desk and without hesitation, pierced the blade from the corpse's chin upward, driving it through its skull. The putrid corpse, bewildered by the sudden injury, twitched violently before collapsing to the ground, its noxious yellow slime ceasing to spray, gradually drying and solidifying. "Impressive!" exclaimed the ponytailed girl, who had just managed to pull the short-haired girl through the window, her expression momentarily stunned by admiration. Realizing her folly, she blushed and hastily helped the short-haired girl out. Ding! The healthy putrid corpse, not merely a passive observer, shifted its steps, turning to swipe at the girl after realizing its previous attack had failed. The distance between them was minimal, with only half a body's length separating them, leaving her no time to evade. She knelt, bracing the sword horizontally to absorb the blow from the corpse. The force of the attack exceeded her expectations, the impact numbing her arms and aggravating an old injury, causing blood to seep from her bindings. Coughing, a metallic taste filled her mouth as crimson liquid trickled from the corner of her lips. Having witnessed such scenes in historical dramas, she recalled that this state was often referred to as internal injury. Who would have thought I'd experience internal injury one day? She mused, a flicker of humor amidst the pain. Despite her body feeling as though it had been thrust into a meat grinder, every movement igniting waves of agony. Yet, remaining still would mean death. With a slight release of tension, she rolled backward, utilizing the force of the corpse's attack to create distance. Now positioned near the classroom door, the corpse stood in the center of the classroom. The lifeless body of the other putrid corpse sprawled on the floor. At this moment, the ponytailed girl had successfully helped the short-haired girl escape through the window. She stood outside, balancing on her toes, one hand gripping the window while the other gestured frantically to the bespectacled girl at the door. "You go first, head to the second teaching building. I'll follow shortly and meet you there." The bespectacled girl, observing the ponytailed girl hesitating, recognized her confusion and decisively issued the command. Startled, the ponytailed girl slowed her gestures, her tear-filled eyes gradually clearing as if a realization dawned upon her. She ceased waving and nodded solemnly to the bespectacled girl, bowing respectfully before half supporting, half carrying the short-haired girl away. The bespectacled girl felt assured that the gratitude shining in the ponytailed girl's eyes conveyed a message. Your heroic sacrifice will not be forgotten. Why is it so certain that she will die? That expression is far too ominous. Please refrain from conjuring bizarre death flags out of nowhere. The bespectacled girl was inundated with a plethora of sarcastic thoughts akin to a comic strip in her mind. Despite her complaints, she was acutely aware that escaping unscathed would not be an easy feat. The gravest challenge she faced was not the grotesque, oozing corpse before her, but rather the potential cacophony that would ensue if she were to exit through the main entrance of the first teaching building. The sound would undoubtedly attract the other oozing corpses lurking on the nearby playground. Although the first teaching building was adjacent to the playground, a verdant buffer separated the two. She believed she could make her escape before the corpses from the playground could converge. However, should those creatures respond to the noise, the currently safe area of the teaching building would become fraught with peril, leaving her fellow students, who could have otherwise enjoyed a peaceful slumber, without a sanctuary. Perhaps it would be wiser to exit through the window, as that would generate less noise. The girl wrestled with her thoughts for what felt like an eternity, though in reality, it was merely a fraction of a second. During her contemplation, the oozing corpse was not idle. It huffed and puffed, trampling over its fallen comrades as it charged towards her. With a sickening crunch, the body beneath it was crushed into two pieces. The living corpse barreled forward, heedless of its surroundings, knocking over two desks, which screeched against the floor in a cacophony of sound. The girl darted out of the classroom, intent on luring the oozing corpse away before retreating through the back entrance, locking both doors behind her and escaping through the window. Yet, fate had other plans. Just as she was poised to flee, her blood-soaked sword seemed to awaken, radiating a crimson glow and thrashing violently, eluding her control as it turned to confront the oozing corpse. The blade clashed with the creature's arm, sending the girl hurtling backwards, her slender form soaring like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily into the wall beside the classroom door. Her reflexes were commendable. She had intended to retract the rebellious sword back into her inventory the moment it rebelled, but its betrayal was too abrupt. If she attempted to reclaim it after turning, she would inevitably be struck by the oozing corpse. With no other choice, she braced herself and allowed the sword to guide her into a reckless collision with the creature. What a stroke of misfortune! Blood misted her vision, and sticky crimson liquid clung to her eyelashes. Whether flowing from her forehead or streaming from her eyes, she could not tell. She felt her insides roiling, waves of agony surging from her stomach and spine to her heart, constricting her breath. Helplessly, she watched as the oozing corpse approached, step by step. She summoned all her willpower to move her limbs, but they remained as unresponsive as a malfunctioning computer, refusing to heed her commands. It was the end. Damn it! I haven't finished reading the BL novel on my phone, and what will happen to the yellow comics in my cloud storage? Will my friends discover them? Oh, how wretchedly unfortunate I am. The more she contemplated, the more despondent she became, tears mingling with blood streaming down her face, a metallic and briny taste pooling at her lips. Unable to resist, she extended her tongue to taste. Yuck! What a strange flavor, utterly distasteful. The blood-soaked sword buzzed ominously, exuding an aura as if it was ready for a relentless battle. Yet her body was beyond exhausted. She wished to rise and dismantle the oozing corpse. But even the sword lacked the strength to propel her battered form. The oozing corpse loomed above her, and she suddenly realized just how towering and robust it was. How had she managed to escape death time and again? Even turning the tide against such formidable monsters, she was truly remarkable. The creature stood mere inches from her, poised to end her suffering with a single swipe of its claw. Yet, curiously, it merely hung its head, remaining motionless just half a meter away from her. Huh? The girl strained her eyes, struggling to comprehend why the oozing corpse had ceased its advance. Then, she witnessed a colossal green hand, adorned with uneven muscles, enveloping the creature's head. In stark contrast, the oozing corpse's head appeared pitiably small. Where did this green giant come from? With a resounding thud, the enormous hand effortlessly wrenched the oozing corpse's head from its shoulders as if uncorking a bottle. The body, still maintaining its forward momentum, seemed oblivious to the sudden chill at its neck. After swaying twice in midair, the headless mass collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, to her astonishment. At the moment the giant's hand severed the corpse's head, she felt a similar chill at her own neck. Once the oozing corpse fell, she beheld the giant's owner, a muscular behemoth, reminiscent of a fitness enthusiast. If not a monster, this creature stood nearly 3 meters tall, and the classroom door appeared comically small in comparison. It had to bend down awkwardly to fit its upper body inside. Mother, I have encountered a living green giant. The girl felt a whirlwind of emotions. Perhaps the overwhelming events had overloaded her brain, causing her to succumb to a sense of calm amidst the chaos. After all, being dispatched by a cinematic green giant was far more glamorous than meeting her end at the hands of a grotesque, oozing corpse. She consoled herself. The green giant stuffed the oozing corpse's head into its mouth, crunching it with an audible crack, suggesting a formidable bite. In mere moments, the giant devoured the head, finally noticing the weakened human embedded in the wall. Its yellow cat-like eyes surveyed her, and as it stepped forward in its red high heels, it seemed perplexed. The girl, too, was bewildered, for from her perspective, the giant's upper body and one leg were in the classroom, while the other leg and its posterior were still outside, as though caught in the doorway. Had it overdone its glut exercises? She blinked, and her shattered glasses slipped off her nose, crashing to the floor in a million pieces. Just as the last shard of glass fell, an immense force yanked the giant from the classroom, vanishing from her blurred vision in its haste to maintain its physique. The green giant struggled, its raspy voice uttering a parting line. In the brief span of mere minutes, the girl had experienced the most exhilarating and dramatic spectacle since the day of her birth. Chapter 11. Moo Moo achieves greatness. The proprietress was drawn into the painting created by the prop Moo Moo. Wielded by Shirley, the towering, muscular, and nearly invulnerable green giant exited the scene in an absurd manner. After being absorbed into the artwork, the chaotic amusement park transformed into a vibrant swirl of colors. Then into an aurora. After a considerable amount of time, the pigments gradually found their rightful places, each stroke reviving the canvas, the new artwork. The amusement park remained the backdrop, with the charming Moo Moo riding a carousel. Holding onto a hemp rope that tethered to the opposite side of the carousel. As the carousel slowly turned halfway, Shirley noticed that the other end of the rope was attached to a miniature version of the proprietress, clad in red high heels. Once the scene settled, the prop's title changed from Moo Moo's Masterpiece to Moo Moo's Paradise. Moo Moo's Paradise description. This is a creatively vibrant painting depicting blue skies and white clouds. An amusement park, a little girl, and a playful doll being chased, alongside the dearest, most adorable and beautiful mother. This is a playground exclusively belonging to Moo Moo. Anywhere there is a mother, in Moo Moo's eyes, is the happiest place on earth. P.S. This is a grand masterpiece, adorned with a childish style yet brimming with heartfelt sentiment. Framing it to hang in a room might be a splendid idea. Shirley's initial connection of this prop with the proprietress was, in fact, largely thanks to that silly Could Dongwin point one day. While seeking refuge in a classroom on the second teaching building, Shirley took out Moo Moo's creation to study its purpose. Not long into her examination, Could Dongwin burst in, bubbling with excitement and holding a bottle of opened mineral water. For reasons unknown, he was particularly exuberant that day. In his haste, he stumbled over the threshold, causing him to lose grip on the bottle. A half bottle of water spilled out, cascading over Shirley's laid-out masterpiece of Moo Moo. Shirley was taken aback. Although Moo Moo's creation was indeed a special prop, at its core, it was merely a painting. Fearing it might be ruined by the water, she quickly retrieved a tissue to wipe it clean. Yet, to her surprise, when she pressed the tissue against the paper, it felt dry and coarse, showing no signs of having been soaked. Glancing back at the artwork, she noticed that the previously sunny scene was now graced with a gentle rain, with Moo Moo curiously gazing at the raindrops falling from the sky while sheltered beneath an ice cream stand's umbrella. This unexpected occurrence enlightened Shirley to the painting's abilities and clarified the meaning behind the prop's description that Moo Moo always felt something was missing. Subsequently, Shirley and Could Dongwin conducted several experiments, uncovering the principles governing Moo Moo's masterpiece's absorption of objects. Firstly, Moo Moo would not absorb just anything. She particularly favored toys and snacks. Secondly, for long-term usable items, such as stationery and various tools, Moo Moo would only absorb them once. Lastly, and most crucially, Moo Moo could also absorb living entities into the painting. Shirley experimented with a corpse bound in the music classroom. Upon encountering the corpse for the first time, Moo Moo exhibited immense curiosity, promptly absorbing it into the painting and treating it as a pet for about an hour. However, after an hour of tinkering within the painting, the corpse vanished without a trace. Yet, when Shirley attempted to absorb the corpse again using Moo Moo's creation, the prop reacted with severe rejection. Moo Moo appeared to detest the corpse's proximity, continuously ejecting items from the painting, triangular rulers, summer homework, backpacks, whatever she could find nearby. Shirley understood. If the prop could indeed absorb the corpse without limit, it would render it invincible, disrupting game balance beyond repair. Nevertheless, the revelation that Moo Moo's creation could absorb living beings sparked Shirley's imagination. If it wouldn't absorb the corpse, perhaps Moo Moo would be interested in other, higher-level monsters. The subsequent plan unfolded seamlessly based on this prop's characteristics. First, coaxing the proprietress into a confined space using Xiao Huangli, and then utilizing Moo Moo's creation to absorb her, should Moo Moo fail to absorb the proprietress. Being trapped in a confined space would hinder her actions, granting Shirley time to react and prevent further harm. Thus, at the outset, Shirley hid in the restroom, anxiously awaiting the proprietress's arrival. Throughout the planning process, her heart raced, her mind incessantly questioning her sanity. After all, any misstep could turn her into fresh fertilizer. During the execution of the plan, unexpected events did occur, yet the outcome remained favorable. After the proprietress exited the restroom, Shirley trailed a few meters behind, ever ready to flee. Fortunately, the proprietress was distracted by the commotion in the classroom, entirely oblivious to Shirley's presence. Shirley dared not approach the proprietress recklessly. She was fully aware of the latter's abilities and feared she might be torn to shreds before even coming within a meter's reach. Thus, she could only follow at a distance, awaiting the opportune moment. Ultimately, seizing the instant when the proprietress got stuck at the classroom door, she rushed forward, pressing Moo Moo's masterpiece against the proprietress's body. Just before the proprietress could unleash her wrath upon the girls in the classroom, Shirley managed to absorb her into the artwork. Monitoring the situation via the surveillance, she noted that the bespectacled girl was in dire straits, prompting her to stow Moo Moo's paradise back into the player's backpack and rush to the girl's side. Clearing the debris and overturned desks that had fallen atop her, things did not look promising. Shirley sighed softly. The girl's condition was even worse than what she had observed on the monitor. The old injury at her waist, bound with straps, was a gruesome sight, and blood flowed freely from her forehead, staining half her face crimson, making her appear even more horrifying than the corpse. Perhaps sensing that help had arrived, the girl's tense nerves relaxed, and she slipped into unconsciousness. Fortunately, as a player, her constitution was significantly stronger than that of an ordinary person, sparing her from an untimely demise. The fierce battle that erupted in the first teaching building could not have gone unnoticed by the monsters. Shirley understood that lingering here was unwise. Even staying on a higher floor of this building was unsafe. Thus, she contacted Kadongwin via her phone, urging him to inform any survivors still in the first teaching building to evacuate swiftly. Following this, she crouched down, gently lifting the unconscious girl in her arms, and hastily departed from the chaotic scene. When the girl finally regained consciousness, it was already deep into the night. Two portable fans were blowing cool air onto her head, while the rest of her body felt as if it could ignite from the heat. The girl touched her side. The torn straps had been rewrapped, and the blood had been meticulously cleaned. Apart from a lingering soreness from being crushed, her waist was otherwise unscathed. Awake. The short-haired girl immediately noticed the girl stirring and hurried over, asking with concern, "Do you feel any discomfort?" The girl replied, propping herself up from the ground and shaking her head. She was severely myopic. Without her glasses, she might as well have been blind, seeing nothing but a blur beyond 2 meters. "Here, use this for now." Understanding her vision impairment, the short-haired girl quickly handed her an old pair of glasses, stating, "The prescription might be lower than yours, but it's better than nothing. Use it for now. Thank you." Once the girl donned the glasses, she could finally discern her surroundings, alleviating much of her anxiety as her vision cleared. After adjusting her glasses, she looked around and found the empty classroom, with only her and the short-haired girl remaining. While the girl who had saved her was nowhere to be found. "Do you know where the person who saved me went?" the girl inquired of her friend. The short-haired girl paused, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "Before responding, when we found you, you had already been brought to this classroom. The person who saved you likely left after ensuring you were properly tended to." The girl sighed, her voice heavy with regret. Shirley was currently en route to the cafeteria. On the afternoon when the proprietress was dealt with, the first teaching building was ravaged by a cloaked shadow monster. That moment, Shirley was perched atop the second teaching building, savoring a fried egg sandwich generously donated by other kind-hearted students, washing it down with strawberry yogurt scavenged by Kadongwen. Shirley calmly observed the intermittent plumes of dust rising from the first teaching building, nonchalantly listening to the sporadic screams and roars emanating from within. The shadow monster was an invincible entity by day. The cacophony persisted for about an hour before fading away. Another half-hour passed, and Shirley watched as the shadow monster leisurely exited the first teaching building, its steps light as it headed toward the third teaching building and the basketball court. This was the first time Shirley laid eyes on the shadow monster. Like other mutated creatures, it was extraordinarily tall, towering at nearly 2 meters. Its form was slender. When it walked, it seemed to glide rather than tread. Were it not for the linen-colored robe draped over its body, Shirley might have questioned whether it was merely a wisp of black smoke or a tangible monster. The shadow monster bore a large blade slung over its shoulder, the blade tapering from handle to tip, with the widest part measuring approximately 30 centimeters. The blade of the large sword was smeared with a layer of dark red blood, a testament to the countless lives it had claimed. This monstrous entity instilled in Shirley a sense of oppression far greater than that exerted by the landlady. If the landlady slaughtered in the name of hunger, then this creature was undoubtedly driven by a primal urge to kill for the sheer sake of killing. After finishing the last bite of her sandwich, Shirley tilted her head to gaze at the glaring sun on the horizon. With 4 days remaining until the end of the gaming session, it was time to explore other areas and seek out the proper exit mentioned in Rule 3, Chapter 12. The Minotaur presents a feast to facilitate prompt meals for students after classes. The school cafeteria was directly built adjacent to the second teaching building. The layout of the 3 teaching buildings and the cafeteria extends from south to north, comprising the cafeteria, the second teaching building, the first teaching building, and the third teaching building. When the apocalypse erupted, classes were in session, and with the kitchen staff still unprepared, the cafeteria, like the dormitory, was devoid of any decaying corpses. Perhaps due to the efficient air conditioning, as Shirley approached the entrance of the cafeteria, she was met with a refreshing blast of cool air before even stepping inside. Holding the bamboo pole she had picked up from the roadside, Shirley lifted the bamboo curtain that concealed the entrance to the cafeteria. The damp, briny scent, now unimpeded, rushed into her nostrils. Inside, the cafeteria was shrouded in gloom. The tables were arranged with meticulous precision, resembling unchanging blocks of chocolate, while plastic chairs were neatly stacked in 5 columns against the wall. The temperature within the cafeteria was chillingly low, creating an illusion of winter, contrasting sharply with the warmth outside. Achoo! Shirley sneezed, her nose twitching slightly. Afflicted with chronic rhinitis, she was sometimes sensitive to odors. Perhaps the sudden chill had cleared her nasal passages, for she detected the tantalizing aroma of stewed meat in the humid air. The windows lining the walls of the cafeteria were tightly shut, blocking out any sunlight, allowing only a few beams to sneak in through the gaps in the bamboo curtain at the entrance. Shirley retrieved an everlasting candle from her player's backpack. This item resembled a typical burning candle, complete with a small silver tray beneath it to catch the drippings. However, the remarkable aspect of this candle was that the wax that dripped onto the tray did not solidify immediately. Instead, it flowed back into the candle, blending seamlessly. This item could be succinctly described by its name: a candle that would never extinguish, regardless of the elements or the duration of its burning. Previously, Shirley had discovered a small treasure chest in one of the male dormitory rooms. As soon as her fingers brushed against it, the item was absorbed into her backpack, and the chest vanished in a shower of starlight. The emergence of the candle dispelled the oppressive darkness within the cafeteria. Shirley used the small tray to illuminate her surroundings, first retrieving a few boxes of peach yogurt from the wooden cabinet at the entrance before commencing her search. The surface of the plastic tables gleamed as if new, devoid of dust or stubborn grease. On a few tables near the serving area lay a used plate, a disposable food container, and a pair of wooden chopsticks. The cafeteria boasted 9 serving points. The 6 on the right offered set meals without the option to order individually, while the 4 on the left allowed for custom orders. Once students placed their orders, chefs would provide them with a number, and when their meal was ready, a light would signal, and an announcement would call out the number for collection. just as Shirley was examining each table. The rightmost serving point suddenly illuminated with a red light. Startled by the sound, Shirley instinctively drew out a stainless steel fruit knife and held it defensively before her. "Number 2, you may place your order now," called a male voice from the leftmost serving point. In this eerie setting, the announcement felt distinctly unsettling. Shirley was not far from the cafeteria entrance. Escaping was undoubtedly within her capabilities. Yet, recalling her purpose for being there, she halted, her legs still despite having taken 2 steps back. The ability to speak signified that whether human or specter, communication was possible. "Who are you?" Shirley inquired, remaining rooted in place rather than approaching the serving point recklessly. After all, even the landlady had her signature line. What if the entity at the serving point was merely another mutated being with a single line of dialogue? "My surname is Nyo, and I am the head chef of the Pai Tiao Tiao B cafeteria. You may call me Mr. Nyo." The voice seemed to have been anticipating Shirley's question, as it eagerly responded the moment she inquired. Shirley mused. Although Mr. Nyo sounded peculiar, he likely was, perhaps, at least not a mutated being. If mutated beings were this intelligent, it would be better for humanity to face extinction sooner rather than later. Shirley walked forward toward the brightly lit serving point, where the kitchen behind the counter was concealed by a fabric curtain. A tantalizing scent wafted through the curtain, beckoning her appetite. "I didn't bring any money," Shirley admitted to the curtain. "That is quite all right. Am I the kind of person who only cares about money?" "Order whatever you like, young lady. Today, it's on me. The menu is on the table. Just have a look and decide." Mr. Nyo appeared to be a generous and impulsive character, responding promptly and enthusiastically to Shirley's sparse remarks. Feeling obliged by Mr. Nyo's hospitality, Shirley hesitated to decline, especially since she hadn't had a warm meal in several days. The warm aroma of food lingered tantalizingly at her nostrils, igniting a longing within her that felt like multiple brushes tickling her insides. With every cell in her body clamoring that not eating would be unearthly, Shirley cast her gaze upon the menu laid out on the counter. It was quite simple, listing a column of every conceivable type of meat. From top to bottom, pork, duck, fish, chicken, goose, and the final option, human. A twinge of unease flickered in Shirley's left eyelid. "I'll have some pork, please," she replied politely. "Oh, dear girl, do take a look at the sign at my serving station." "Mr. Nyo said, somewhat awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Shirley glanced up to see the sign indicating it was a halal serving station. "Then I'll have some duck, please." Shirley opted for the second item on the list. "Ah, how unfortunate, my dear girl. I forgot to mention. Aside from human meat, we've sold out of all other meats today." "I'm terribly sorry," Mr. Nyo replied, his tone dripping with malice, devoid of any genuine regret. Shirley smiled, her gaze clear as she raised her head, and with a swift motion, yanked aside the curtain obstructing the kitchen. Mr. Nyo, caught off guard by her decisiveness, was momentarily stunned, his mocking expression faltering as he met Shirley's expressionless gaze. Shirley was unsure how she had discerned mockery from a bovine visage. Before lifting the curtain, she had speculated that Mr. Nyo was either a human with an unbounded sense of humor or an NPC-like character within this game scenario. It was evident that both conjectures were predicated on the fundamental assumption that Mr. Nyo was human. Thus, upon confronting the reality of Mr. Nyo's form, her expression remained stoic, yet her mind went blank. Mr. Nyo possessed a cow's head, not the adorable, cartoonish type, but a realistic bovine head, akin to one that would moo in a pasture. With upward curving, sturdy horns, large, leaf-like ears, a long face, small eyes, and wide nostrils, he was undeniably a creature of the farm. Even after the curtain was lifted, Shirley could still detect the warm, grassy scent that mingled with an unknown briny aroma exhaled from Mr. Nyo's nostrils. A silent standoff ensued between the girl and the bovine, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Shirley, possessing a strong adaptability, was the first to break the tension. Looking at the minotaur before her, she found herself unexpectedly exclaiming, "Hi, I never expected you to truly be a bovine, sir." Mr. Nyo paused, his playful grin fading slowly. Normally, Shirley found it difficult to read the emotions of cows, but curiously, despite his bovine features, Mr. Nyo's expressions were remarkably animated. This moment, she could distinctly perceive the words "life is devoid of meaning" etched across his face. Is the offer to dine still valid? Shirley asked, her mind in a daze. Mr. Nyo's nostrils flared, his eyes widening as he attempted to project a menacing demeanor. Little girl, aren't you afraid to be in my presence? Shirley opened and closed her mouth repeatedly, hesitating for a moment before closing it again, appearing as if Mr. Nyo had rendered her speechless, her brows and eyes filled with a tangled expression. If I say I'm not afraid, Shirley slowly began, does that mean the meal is off the table? Mr. Nyo, amused by Shirley's reaction, laughed, having had his curtain pulled aside by her, with no further need to tease her. He stepped aside, revealing the kitchen behind him. The kitchen was impeccably clean, with a cutting board on the sink and 2 large pots beside it. One pot simmered with rich vegetable curry, while the other contained steaming rice. A human male corpse, suspended by iron hooks, hung a meter away from the pots. Its heart had been hollowed out, yet its surface was smooth, free from any external injuries. Shirley swallowed hard, not out of hunger, but from fear. Come on, aren't we supposed to eat? Which part of this person would you like to have? Feel free to choose, Mr. Nyo said, sharpening his knife with a grin. This is an exceptional ingredient. Delivered fresh by the supplier early this morning. Shirley remained silent, her mind already retreating. I suddenly feel less hungry. I want to be eating this. Can I ask you something instead? She forced a gentle smile, striving for calmness. Oh, so you're not eating? Mr. Nyo abruptly plunged the knife back into the cutting board, the blade standing upright and wobbling slightly, producing a sharp sound. The bamboo curtain at the cafeteria entrance seemed to respond to this sound, falling with a thud to seal the door once more. The flame of Shirley's ever-burning candle flickered wildly, as if caught in a tempest, threatening to extinguish. That one tea do, if you don't eat? It implies you look down upon my culinary skills, Mr. Nyo chuckled, visibly delighted. Then I'll have a portion of ribs, and a bit of thigh meat as well, Shirley decisively ordered, upon hearing her choice. Mr. Nyo nodded in satisfaction, lowering the curtain with a cheerful, please wait outside for a moment. I'll bring it to you shortly. Shirley gazed at the curtain for a moment before hastily walking to the previously seen dining tray. The disposable food container still held some leftover grains, but it had largely been cleaned out. On the tray lay several bones, and Shirley's keen eyes spotted a recognizable piece, the bone from a chicken wing. Of course, it was also possible that this bone belonged to a human. Subconsciously, Shirley felt that Mr. Nyo would not truly serve her a human feast, yet the thought still felt increasingly uncomfortable. She needed concrete evidence to find peace of mind. Shirley moved a chair from the wall to the dining table and sat down. For the past few days, she had either been sweltering in heat or traveling toward it. Arriving in a place with such potent air conditioning, the first thought that crossed her mind was to find a bed and wrap herself in blankets for a good sleep. Unfortunately, there were no blankets in the cafeteria, nor could she afford to nap here. About 5 minutes later, Mr. Nyo approached with a tray, strutting elegantly as if on a runway. Aside from his non-human facial features, Mr. Nyo bore a striking resemblance to a human in every other aspect, even possessing a physique superior to that of most men. Broad shoulders and long legs, he stood there like a model. The tray he brought held a tantalizing curry rice dish and a silver spoon, its appearance quite appetizing. Please enjoy, Mr. Nyo said with a genteel demeanor. Shirley quietly thanked him, picking up the silver spoon to stir the curry evenly. Mr. Nyo's curry rice was devoid of any signs of a shaky hand or scant meat. The bowl was predominantly filled with luscious, curry-coated pieces of meat, with only a few scattered bits of broccoli and carrot. Shirley scooped a spoonful of curry rice into her mouth, the flavor bursting with richness. Even before the apocalypse, she had never tasted such delightful curry. However, she quickly clamped a hand over her mouth, gagging as she forced herself to swallow. The discomfort in her heart entwined with images of rotting corpses and human bodies, resulting in an overwhelming sense of confusion. Each few bites triggered her physiological reaction, and she found herself gagging repeatedly, her throat becoming raw and tears welling in her eyes. She knew the meat in the curry was not human, yet her body refused to heed her mind. Never before had she experienced such torment while eating. By the time she finished the bowl, her face had turned pale, and she was drenched in sweat. Thank you for the meal, Shirley managed to say, swallowing the last morsel and setting down the spoon. The clink of the spoon against the tray signaled the end of this nightmarish complimentary meal. Her pained expression pleased Mr. Nyo, who leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs and grinning mischievously. Actually, there's no human meat in that curry. Mr. Nyo had expected a look of relief or shock from the delicate girl across from him. But instead, he was met with her stoic expression, as if she were a puppet devoid of emotion, calm and indifferent. Shirley's lips moved slightly, and just when Mr. Nyo thought she was about to say something amusing, she turned aside and gagged again. She pulled out a handkerchief to wipe her mouth. I know, Shirley replied, resting her hands on the table and gazing at Mr. Nyo. You know? Mr. Nyo was taken aback. Disbelief written across his face. You don't need to boast. Your nauseated expression speaks volumes. Shirley recognized that her appearance did not inspire much trust, so she began to list her observations. Firstly, it is known that a human transforms into a liquefied corpse upon death. The body you showed me was quite clean, with no signs of mutation. If this game is a complete experience, such a bug should not exist. Secondly, I recall you announcing over the loudspeaker that number 2 can now place an order, which implies there must have been a number 1 prior to me. The only signs of dining in the entire restaurant were at that one spot. Shirley pointed to the other tray. I examined the items on that tray. While I am unaware of what human bones look like, I have seen chicken bones, and I personally believe the bones on that tray do not resemble human remains. Thirdly, Mr. Nyo, you possess a human physique. Shirley scrutinized Mr. Nyo's impressive form concealed beneath his chef's attire. Hesitating to continue. Oh? And what of that? Mr. Nyo, unfazed, inquired curiously. I find it rather unsettling. How can one of the same kind consume another without a qualm? Humans may eat plants and animals to survive, but if there comes a day when humans can devour their own kind without hesitation, regardless of the societal or cultural advancements, the essence of that society seems profoundly distorted. Still a naive little girl, Mr. Nyo appeared somewhat disappointed with Shirley's third point, shaking his large bovine head. None of your 3 reasons hold absolute water. The third is purely subjective. As for the second, you cannot ascertain whether the meal was indeed mine, nor can you determine the origin of those fragments. Regarding the first, Mr. Nyo waved his hand, causing all the curtains at the serving entrance to flutter open. Shirley turned her head at the sound, facing the unchanged corpse hanging in the kitchen. While your observations are not without merit, humans do indeed turn into liquefied corpses upon death. If a human's head is severed while they are still alive, their body often retains a human form. This is the simplest method to prevent the emergence of liquefied corpses. After all, these corpses possess formidable vitality, and even when rendered nearly lifeless, they might suddenly mutate into more advanced forms of aberrations. Thus, eliminating them while they are still human is a surefire solution. Mr. Nyo's voice floated lightly, akin to a demon whispering from the clouds. Since you are the second patron to sample my culinary creations, I shall share a little secret with you. There exists a rather terrifying bug in the game. Players below level 10 can gain experience by killing ordinary people or other players, even earning more experience than by slaying liquefied corpses. Shirley abruptly turned her head, confusion clouding her gaze. Shoo! Mr. Nyo stood up, placing his palm over Shirley's mouth, stifling her impending question. Are you wondering why? Despite having reached level 10, I still share this information with you? Shirley's expression grew increasingly perplexed, with even her brows betraying her confusion. Was she about to inquire why I knew she had reached level 10? Mr. Nyo wore a smug expression, as if inviting her to ask him anything, confident in his omniscience. Shirley blinked, resolved to stifle this boastful minotaur. I am no longer curious. I merely wish to inquire if you are aware of the correct exit for this dungeon. Her sincerity transformed her earlier bewilderment, effectively silencing Mr. Nyo's eagerness to express himself. The younger generation truly lacks resilience. Mr. Nyo rolled his eyes internally, shrugged, and began reciting his lines in a dry manner. I am the proxy manager of the exceptionally entertaining campus hide-and-seek dungeon. This is my office. Only players who have reached level May 10th enter here to engage with me. Remarkable player, Miss Shirley, since you have not only achieved level 10 but also passed my minor test. I shall reward you with a treasure. Wait, How do you possess the aura of a spatial item? Mid-sentence, Mr. Nyo's expression suddenly faltered, his gaze shifting unpredictably. What is a spatial item? Shirley humbly sought clarification. She could easily count the items on her person, and the only one likely to elicit Mr. Nyo's astonishment was undoubtedly Moo Moo's paradise. That is a splendid item. You will understand in due time. Mr. Nyo rubbed his hands together, his small eyes sparkling as he fixed his gaze on Shirley, continuously massaging his palms. Would you be willing to part with that item? I could offer you something else in exchange. Shirley hesitated, perplexed. What do you NPCs do with items? She asked thoughtlessly, not anticipating Mr. Nyo's exaggerated reaction, which displayed both embarrassment and guilt. Dear girl, let's not discuss that. If you inquire further, I might lose my livelihood. Mr. Nyo chuckled nervously, his hands rubbing even faster, as if attempting to mask his unease. How to put it, Mr. Nyo seemed somewhat endearing. Since Moo Moo's masterpiece evolved into Moo Moo's paradise, it had lost the ability to absorb objects. No matter how many beloved toys Shirley placed upon the canvas, Moo Moo remained indifferent, wholly focused on playing with her new friend. Initially, Shirley speculated that perhaps Moo Moo was simply more interested in her new companion, thus neglecting other items. However, she soon discovered that even when Moo Moo's new friend was absent, and she resorted to idly twiddling her fingers, Moo Moo would not absorb the toys Shirley offered. Merely lazily lifting her eyelids, Moo Moo's paradise had absorbed a terrifying mutated creature like the landlady, and possessed the miraculous ability to transform three-dimensional objects into two-dimensional ones, making it an extraordinary treasure. Yet, with Shirley's currently limited abilities, it was evident that she could not master it. Should she consider exchanging with Mr. Nyo? Shirley found herself wavering. Chapter 14. Spider Silk on the 10th day of the apocalypse. Coinciding with the 7th day since the rules of the exceptionally entertaining campus hide-and-seek dungeon were announced, the boys' dormitory had been completely sealed off from the 1st to 3rd floors by Spider Silk. However, last night, a student reported on the school forum that they had seen a spider-like creature leaving the dormitory and heading towards the classroom building. The veracity of this information remained unclear, yet some survivors trapped above the 3rd floor of the boys' dormitory chose to take a gamble. Yongli was one of those willing to take the risk, a basketball scholarship student, tall and athletic. He possessed a decent appearance, albeit with a habit of slouching, giving him an intimidating demeanor. On the day the apocalypse began, Yongli was inspecting the quality of newly arrived basketballs in the equipment room. Located in the basement of the first teaching building, the room was soundproofed to perfection. While chaos reigned above, he whistled and scrolled through amusing videos, enjoying a tranquil moment. After spending the morning watching videos, hunger gnawed at him as noon approached, prompting him to lazily secure the equipment room door and whistle his way upstairs, planning to report the need for updated equipment to the student council office before heading to the cafeteria for a small hot pot. As Yongli reached the 1st floor, he spotted a girl staggering towards him. Disheveled and in disarray, she resembled a vagabond. Though Yongli bore a fierce look, he was quick to soften at the sight of her helplessness. Approaching her with a stern expression, he intended to inquire about her situation and offer assistance. However, as he took a couple of steps closer, he realized that it wasn't just this girl who seemed peculiar. Behind her, in every classroom and further down the corridor, several humanoid creatures, covered in yellow slime, shuffled about, murmuring, as if on patrol. Yang Li's blood ran cold. If he took just 2 more steps forward, he would turn the corner and be fully exposed to these monsters. Fortunately, he managed to halt his advance in time. Nonetheless, even with his quick reflexes, the strange girl was only 2 meters away, and almost simultaneously as he reached the 1st floor, she became aware of his presence. When she lifted her face, Yongli was struck by the sight of her tear-streaked cheeks smeared with yellow slime. Her once beautiful long black hair was falling out, and her formerly smooth skin was now marred by terrifying pus-filled sores, which burst one after another, oozing grotesque slime. It was clear the girl was unwilling to become this wretched, half-human, half-monster creature. Evidently, she was in the process of transforming into one of those yellow slime monsters. And if he did not act swiftly, she would likely attack him once her transformation was complete. Without hesitation, Yongli resolved to eliminate her. motivated by both humanitarian instincts and self-preservation. Before she could emit a scream, he swiftly dragged her into the stairwell and used his pocket knife to sever her throat. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Li decided to stick to his original plan and visit the student council office. The office was secluded, spacious, and stocked with food and water. Under the present circumstances, with monsters rampant throughout the campus, it was relatively suitable for taking refuge. However, things did not go as planned. When Yang Li arrived at the student council office, he found even after leaping down, he not only softly reassured the girl, but also urged the hesitant classmates upstairs to flee alongside him. At that moment, Yang Lu suddenly realized that the position of student council president was indeed not a role that just anyone could assume. Vision, empathy, control, and eloquence. At that instant, Dongwen emerged as a leader in Yang Lu's eyes, someone he held in considerable esteem. Perhaps misfortune does not come alone. Their small group of unfortunate souls had just escaped the clutches of an unknown monster, only to encounter a green giant in red high heels at the dormitory. The fragile coalition they had painstakingly formed disbanded in the face of the giant's onslaught, in a flurry of panic. Yang Lu's sole thought was that safety lay beyond the school gates, and he sprinted toward the back exit. In retrospect, he could hardly comprehend how he had entertained such an absurd notion. Monsters roamed freely within the school. Surely, escaping would only expose them to the spectacle of monsters rampaging through the streets. As expected, he did not make it out. As soon as he reached the back door, his body rebounded as if colliding with a spring, and despite his utmost efforts, he could not budge the cursed door. Helplessly, he watched as the green giant feasted upon their companion not far behind. Yang Lu understood that once the giant had finished its meal, the next would surely be those of them making a ruckus at the back door in a daze. Yang Lu instinctively searched for Dongwen's figure. No, not him, nor him. Having failed to locate Dongwen, Yang Lu suddenly recalled that amid the chaos, Dongwen had seemed to take a turn, carrying the injured girl instead of heading straight for the back door. If he had turned, it meant he must have entered the dormitory building. Yang Lu felt a spark of realization and abruptly looked up. Fortuitously, at that very moment, he caught sight of a familiar figure by the window in the girls' dormitory corridor. Still possessing his handsome visage, his gentle and courteous demeanor now stood in stark contrast to the reliable and accommodating presence he exhibited in the student council office, as well as the optimistic spirit he had maintained throughout their escape. The expression on Dongwen's face, however, was frigid, his gaze surveying them as one might regard a colony of ants, easily squashed at will. The locked student council office on the first day, the repeated insistence that escaping the school equated to safety, and the figure that had leaped after him in a bid to save the girl, all the previously uncomfortable details now loomed large. In that moment, Yang Lu felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. He shook his head, pulling himself from the depths of memory. Yang Lu did not wish to misconstrue others due to his subjective perspective. Although he felt a pang of discomfort at the coldness in Dongwen's gaze at the back door, perhaps there were deeper reasons behind his demeanor. Now that the world had descended into chaos, what purpose lay in overthinking? It would be wiser to focus on the present and contemplate how to survive. Taking refuge in the boys' dormitory was Yang Lu's act of desperation. The Green Giant, with capabilities surpassing even the most exceptional athletes he had encountered, rendered any contest of speed or endurance utterly futile. Thus, before the giant could finish devouring their fallen comrade, Yang Lu swiftly circumnavigated the girls' dormitory and darted into the boys' dormitory, moving in the opposite direction of the giant's patrol. He was betting that the giant would not return to its previous route anytime soon. Perhaps luck was on his side, or perhaps the giant deemed the boys' dormitory devoid of interest. Yang Lu remained hidden on the 5th floor for 5 hours, only spotting the giant again just before nightfall. The green giant appeared to have just returned from the back door, swaying with a contented gait, as if well fed. Both the top and ground floors of the dormitory housed small convenience stores, stocked with supplies. Some dorm rooms had not yet lost power, with air conditioning and certain small appliances still operational. As long as he remained alert to the giant's movements, this place seemed even more suitable than the student council office as a refuge. During the 2 days spent in the dormitory, Yang Lu had been trying to contact the police and government to inquire about potential rescue efforts. Unfortunately, the police lines and government hotlines remained perpetually engaged, and he had not managed to get through even once. Over the past 2 days, the Green Giant had frequented the girls' dormitory, entering the boys' dormitory only once, where it merely circled the first floor before departing. After 2 days of rest, Yang Lu's mental state and physical condition had improved significantly. However, this period of tranquility did not last into the third day. On the morning of the third day, Yang Lu awoke as usual, preparing to head to the first floor for supplies and to observe the giant's new movements. As he descended to the third floor, he keenly picked up on a faint, peculiar noise. Driven by curiosity, he followed the sound. In Yang Lu's understanding, while monsters might appear grotesque, they at least resembled humans in form. Yet as he approached the source of the sound, he was confronted by a massive, quivering, hairy spider abdomen, accompanied by 8 long, similarly hairy legs. Having harbored a deep-seated fear of fuzzy insects since childhood, Yang Lu's mind went blank upon sighting the enormous spider, rendering his limbs immobile and leaving him frozen in place. Insects are known for their acute sensory perception. While not particularly strong, they often possess exceptional awareness, escape techniques, or predatory skills to survive in the wild. Strangely, despite Yang Lu's prolonged stillness at the staircase, the spider in the corridor remained oblivious to his presence, wholly focused on weaving a web at the window, an unusual lack of vigilance for a typical spider. However, in his heightened state of anxiety, Yang Lu did not notice this anomaly. Once he regained some semblance of rationality, he recalled the giant was still patrolling the lower floors of the dormitory and silently retraced his steps back upstairs. Subsequently, the enormous spider descended, weaving its web as it went, until today, when it finally emerged from the boys' dormitory. Chapter 15. The true horror. Yang Lu, clutching a small shovel, cautiously descended from the 4th floor to the 3rd. The entire 3rd floor was shrouded in spider silk, with the walls, ceiling, and floor enveloped in a thick layer of the resilient threads. Even the interiors of some open dorm rooms were ensnared in the white strands. The monstrous spider was exceptionally proficient in silk production, its webbing completely obstructing the staircase, resembling a massive clump of cotton from afar. With no other option, Yang Lu could only use the shovel to laboriously pry apart the layers of silk. When the other survivors in the boys' dormitory heard the sounds of the shovel striking the floor, they descended one by one, each armed with tools, to assist Yang Lu in clearing the web. It seemed that during their 2 days of refuge, these individuals had reached an unspoken understanding, each avoiding others and remaining in their own corners, undisturbed. Having hidden for 2 days, Yang Lu remained unaware of how many people still lived within the building. Today, however, it became apparent that quite a few individuals were indeed hiding within the dormitory. A quick glance revealed no fewer than a dozen. With so many people, Yang Lu's earlier concerns about laboring alone dissipated. As the number of helpers increased, the cotton-like mass of spider silk was finally torn apart at a visible pace. Once the webbing obstructing the staircase from the 3rd to the 2nd floor was entirely cleared, the group surged onto the 2nd floor. In the southern district alone, there were already 5 silkworm pupae, and the number in the northern district was likely not much less. Yang Lu informed his classmates of his discovery, and like him, they all found the situation with the pupae quite disheartening, hastily picking up their tools once more. Compared to the silk leading to the stairwell on the 1st floor, the silk covering the windows was far easier to sever. To conserve time and energy, they directed their efforts towards the windows adjacent to the corridor. Those with scissors took them up, while others wielded fruit knives, all doing their utmost to clear the silk from the window panes. The silk on the windows was swiftly eradicated, and Yang Lu, along with several tall and sturdy boys, carried out thick quilts salvaged from their dormitories and tossed them out of the window, subsequently guiding a few weaker classmates to jump down first. Yang Lu was the last to leap from the dormitory building. Before doing so, he meticulously checked the 2nd and 3rd floors once more, ensuring that every room containing pupae was securely locked before he departed. The boys' dormitory buildings were situated in close proximity, so any commotion in the southern district was clearly audible in the northern district. The number of students remaining in the northern district was far fewer, only a handful of 5 or 6, however. Unlike their counterparts in the southern district, the few in the northern district occupied different floors, and no one took the initiative to lead the effort to clear the webs or gather the others. Thus, Even upon hearing the sounds from the southern district, they remained inactive, waiting for rescue in their respective dorm rooms. Unbeknownst to them, in a bathroom on the third floor of the northern district, a gigantic silkworm pupa, ensnared by webs, hung above the sink, with water stains from the ceiling causing the silk to sag slightly inward. Drip, drip, rip. The wet portion of the pupa was suddenly torn open, and a long, furry, sharp-legged spider with an extremely pointed end emerged from the gash. 3 days remained until the end of the ordeal. Shirley slurped up some instant noodles, the rich tomato broth accompanying the curled, delectable noodles as they entered her mouth. The tomato and egg flavor from Yupeng was her favorite, one she could never tire of. This instant noodle had even inspired her to consider becoming a taste tester for Yupeng after graduation, relishing the tomato and egg flavor to her heart's content. Food has a soothing effect. As Shirley finished the last drop of broth from her bowl, her spirits soared, as if all her troubles and discontent had been swept away. For the past few days, Shirley had been hiding in the second teaching building. The first teaching building had been bloodied by the shadow monster 2 days prior, and she had gleaned the grim circumstances inside through photos taken by some intrepid frontline reporters. Go put it mildly. The devastation was akin to that of the girls' dormitory convenience store, so distressing that one glance was enough to deter further viewing. News from the third teaching building had long ceased, and given that the shadow monster's path after the massacre of the first teaching building led towards the third, Shirley suspected the situation there would not be promising. A learned mind was already a challenge, and coupled with a shadow monster, it would not be an exaggeration to call it a human slaughterhouse. The cafeteria, with its scant few corpses, initially appeared suitable for hiding. However, its position was far from ideal, situated between the dormitory and the teaching buildings, a besieged fortress where once breached, escape routes would be cut off. Furthermore, after Shirley had gleaned information from Mr. Nyo, she had been expelled from the cafeteria, receiving a debuff that barred her from re-entering that special location. Her hope of leveraging Mr. Nyo's influence to hide safely for a few days was utterly dashed. As for returning to the boys' dormitory, which was nearly ensnared by bizarre webs, she would have to be quite deranged to seek her demise there. In summary, the only relatively safe place left in the entire school was the second teaching building. "Sister, it seems someone is coming from the dormitory." Kadongwon stood by the window, gazing down at the teaching building. Shirley murmured. Are there actually living people who could emerge from that web of doom? Her interest piqued. She crushed the empty noodle bowl in one hand, leaped off the table, and hastened to Kadongwon's side. Approximately a dozen individuals were approaching from the direction of the boys' dormitory. They were still some distance away from the teaching building, and without binoculars, Shirley felt as though she were watching a swarm of tiny ants. Naturally, seeing more survivors at such a critical juncture filled her with joy. She patted Kadongwon's shoulder and tilted her chin towards the approaching group. "I'll go greet them. You find a few people to guard the entrance. If any corpses are attracted over, we can deal with them together." Seeing Shirley's cheerful smile, Kadongwon's spirits lifted as well. "Leave it to me. You can go without worry, sister," he promised, thumping his chest. Although Kadongwon was not particularly adept on the front line, he excelled in logistical tasks. Completing every negotiation and resource-gathering mission Shirley assigned with speed and quality. Especially during the previous encounter with the proprietress, he had successfully sourced the cameras. Even now, they remained in good working order. "Yang-gu, where are we headed now?" Since Yang Lu led everyone out of the boys' dormitory, he had become the pillar of strength for the group. With repeated calls of Yang-gu, his social anxiety flared up. As mentioned earlier, Yang Lu often wore a fierce expression, which intimidated many before they got to know his character. This meant that throughout his life, he had not formed many close relationships. Suddenly, a throng of people sought to bond with him, causing him to blush from neck to crown, uncomfortable with the attention. "Let's head to the teaching building for a while," Yang Lu said, his cold face tinged with red. "Yang-gu is right. We definitely can't stay here in the dormitory. The playground is swarming with corpses. The teaching building is safer. Yes, and the teaching building is spacious with a complex layout, making it easier to evade those corpses. Yang-gu thinks things through well. Enough with the flattery. The person involved feels it's overdone." Yang Lu wished he could simply vanish on the spot. In terms of location, the second teaching building was the closest to the dormitory. After a long day of labor, The group was eager to find a safe place to rest. Thus, their goal was clear: to seek refuge in the second teaching building without considering traveling farther to other buildings. As they passed by the cafeteria, they averted their eyes, treating the sizable establishment as mere roadside flora, completely unaware of their disregard. Upon walking past the cafeteria, the second teaching building came into clearer view. To Yang Lu and the others' surprise, a few classmates were indeed standing by the back door of the teaching building, tiptoeing and waving at them. How to describe this feeling? It was akin to a weary worker returning home after a long day, only to find the lights left on by their spouse and children, radiating warmth. Someone is waiting for us. As soon as Yang Lu's words left his mouth, a sudden splash of blood mist engulfed him. Within the crimson haze, a severed arm lay strewn about. Chapter 16. The fall. Yang Lu turned his head to see that the right arm of a boy to his left had been severed at the shoulder. A sharp limb had pierced through his chest, blood quickly soaking through his shirt. He collapsed like a deflated football, falling silently and unexpectedly. Just moments ago, this boy had been lively, joking with him. Yang Gu? Let me tell you, I reached my sister on the phone a few days ago. She said Mom and Dad have been taken to the bomb shelter, and everyone is safe. Once we leave school, I can go find them. I'll have my dad make you guobao rou. He is an excellent cook and makes the best guobao rou. A heavy weight settled in Yang Lu's heart, and he felt a lump in his throat, as if something was pressing down on him. It seemed that if he opened his mouth, he would inevitably let out a mournful cry. The change came too swiftly. By the time Yang Lu and his group reacted, four enormous spiders had erupted from the ground, completely scattering their tight formation. These spiders stood over 2 meters tall. Although their abdomens and legs resembled those of ordinary spiders, their cephalothorax was distinctly human-like, devoid of hair and dark brown or black in hue. On their faces were swollen pustules and lumps, their features not as defined as those of humans, yet it was still possible to discern their partially transformed eyes, noses, and mouths. Among these 4 spiders, one, having just slain the boy beside Yang Lu, was the largest and had the clearest features. This humanoid spider was mere half a body's length away from Yang Lu. He understood that no matter how agile he was, he could not evade its attack, and having witnessed the boy's tragic demise, guilt weighed heavily on his heart, leading him to resign himself to fate. Just as Yang Lu felt his strength drain away in despair, he sensed someone gripping his arm, firmly pulling him away from the spider in the opposite direction. Yang Gu? Why are you standing still? Run! The boy who clutched Yang Lu gasped for breath, urgently shouting. He was slightly taller than Yang Lu, with a slender frame, a quintessential representation of a bookish student. According to the athletes, he had been pulled from the depths of despair by a fellow who was merely an embodiment of academic diligence. As Yang Lu lifted his gaze once more towards the face spider, he realized that this creature was not merely engaged in senseless slaughter. It would immediately consume its prey, even at the risk of allowing other potential victims to escape. Thanks to this particular trait of the face spider, Yang Lu and the bookish student narrowly saved their lives, breaking free from the encirclement of 4 such creatures. However, before they could catch their breath, a perceptive girl in the crowd suddenly screamed, "Run! There are more spiders!" Rustling sounds emerged from the dense greenery beside the sidewalk as sharp, menacing legs began to emerge from the soil, evoking a chill deep within. A glance revealed an overwhelming number of these creatures, far too many to count. The few survivors dashed frantically towards the second teaching building, while the 4 face spiders that had previously slain Yang Lu's companions, now sated, turned their cold, malevolent gazes toward the building. Spiders! So many monstrous spiders! Close the door! Close the door! There are so many spiders. Why isn't the door closed yet? We're going to die. The students waiting at the back door of the second teaching building, initially wearing expressions of joy and anticipation of Yang Lu and the others, suddenly transformed, panic-stricken as they beheld the pursuing swarm of face spiders. They rushed back into the building in terror. Meanwhile, the faces of those on the upper floors who had been closely monitoring Yang Lu's group reflected a similar dread, as if they believed Yang Lu and his companions had deliberately lured these horrific creatures. What had begun as a warm reunion swiftly turned into a frantic battle for survival. Those outside placed their hopes on those inside the building, while those inside prayed that the outside group would divert the spiders elsewhere. Among Yang Lu's group were several who had already become players, possessing superior physical fitness and reflexes compared to others. As the rest remained oblivious to the advance of the four face spiders, these few had sensed the imminent danger, preparing themselves in advance. The moment the spiders made their appearance, they quickened their pace, breaking away from the crowd and racing toward the teaching building. Thus, they were fortunate enough to slip inside the second teaching building before the door was slammed shut by the students who had been tasked with welcoming them. However, those who had not yet become players were far less fortunate. They could only flee while watching helplessly as the back door of the teaching building was slammed shut with a resounding thud. Yang Lu, not being a player himself, still had decent physical attributes as an athlete, and he found himself positioned behind the players, ahead of most of the other students during their escape. Consequently, he was a mere half-step away from entering the sanctuary of the second teaching building. At the instant the door closed, Yang Lu's mind was flooded with expletives. He knew that many people had sought refuge inside the second teaching building. Those individuals, standing on the upper floors, could have easily distracted the spiders by throwing books and furniture to buy time for those escaping. Yet in this critical moment, they scurried away faster than rabbits. Were they incapable of extending a modicum of compassion to familiar faces, fellow students with whom they shared both joy and adversity? Though he cursed inwardly, he hesitated not a moment before turning towards the direction of the first teaching building. The few students following closely behind Yang Lu, inspired by his lead, ceased their desperate pounding on the back door of the second teaching building and gritted their teeth to keep pace with him. At least there was still a chance for survival. If they lingered any longer, the spiders would likely catch up and overwhelm them in a gruesome fate. Cursing could wait. Survival had to take precedence. Among those fleeing, the students with weaker physiques and slower speeds had no opportunity even to utter a curse, as they were swiftly torn apart by the ever-increasing number of face spiders, transformed into grotesque shapes. Their expressions twisted in agony as they watched themselves being devoured piece by piece. A few students, unable to keep up with Yang Lu's group, found themselves forced to circle the second teaching building's walls in search of a window. Attempting to break in, bang, bang. The sound of stones striking the glass drew immediate attention from those inside. Should the window shatter, it would mean the spiders could enter, and naturally, those within were unwilling to allow this to happen. Yet they dared not intervene against those attempting to break the window, in the face of life and death. No one could gauge the consequences of their actions. If the students outside were pushed to desperation, they might resort to a do-or-die mentality. Consequently, a multitude of students hiding within the second teaching building either fled through the front door or scrambled to higher floors in the blink of an eye. An overwhelming swarm of face spiders encircled the second teaching building. These large, agile creatures spun webs and climbed the walls, one after another, creating the illusion that the building was submerged in an ocean of spiders. Sizzle! The formidable limbs of the face spiders could shatter windows with ease. The sounds of screams, clashes, and metallic collisions reverberated ominously within the building. The atmosphere inside the second teaching building was one of chaos and bloodshed. And the situation for Yang Lu and his companions, racing toward the first teaching building, was not significantly better. Although the majority of the spiders had been drawn away, 5 or 6 still pursued Yang Lu's group relentlessly, including 2 from the original 4 that had attacked them. The distance between the first and second teaching buildings was not great, yet that short stretch had transformed into a harbinger of doom. The spiders scuttled across the fallen leaves, producing a rustling sound that grew increasingly louder, almost unbearable, as if they were poised to confront the horrifying faces of the spiders at any moment. Yang Lu was acutely aware of the many people following him toward the first teaching building, a disquieting sense of trust weighing heavily on him. The rustling of the spiders' movements sent chills down his spine. But he forced himself to suppress his fear, tapping the shoulder of a boy beside him to signal him not to look back and to continue running forward. Then, Yang Lu halted, resolutely turning around. After initially being terrified by the face spiders, he had gradually regained his composure. As he calmed down, the cries for help from his classmates grew louder, more piercing. Though Yang Lu often wore a scowl and rarely smiled, he was, at his core, a sensitive individual. Yang-gu, I really want to see my mom again. Yang-gu, we can escape together, right? Yang-gu, I want to go home. Yang Lu knew he could not afford to think only of his own escape. Even if he managed to flee today, his conscience would forever torment him. Those once melodious exchanges and gentle addresses would become the source of his nightmares in the future. Perhaps beyond his emotional reasons. He also did not wish to become like Kadongwen, who, after instilling hope in others, had shattered that hope with his own hands. Bringing up the rear was the girl who had first spotted the swarm of spiders. Slender and petite, she was now gasping for breath, struggling to keep up with the larger group. Despite exerting all her strength, her physical condition fell short compared to the others, and she found herself falling behind the boy ahead. In her panic, the girl lost focus and stumbled over a hard stone, nearly losing her balance. She hadn't anticipated that the trope of the last runner being tripped would manifest in her own escape. Her mind went blank in that split second. Although she managed to steady herself and did not fall, the moment of stumbling allowed the spider behind her to lift its leg, poised like a scythe above her head. Bang! The long wooden plank was pierced by the spider's leg, splintering into shards that flew past the girl's cheek. Clearly, the wooden plank's sturdiness could not withstand the spider's strength, which split it in two instantaneously. Fortunately, the plank had delayed the spider just long enough for the girl to react, crouching down and rolling aside, narrowly avoiding a gruesome fate. Yang Lu, who had braced himself against the spider's attack with the wooden plank, wore a grim expression. First, he had experienced the overwhelming force of the spider firsthand. Second, he and the girl were now surrounded by the creatures. Chapter 17. Minigames. The good news was that the main group had successfully entered the first teaching building. The bad news was that Yang Lu now had to remain on high alert, facing the 6 face spiders encircling him. The spider directly in front of him was none other than the one that had previously slaughtered his companion. Beneath the grotesque, oozing exterior, one could discern that the face it bore had once belonged to a girl. Yang Lu paused for a moment, finally retrieving from his mind the identity that matched the distorted visage before him, the girl who had leapt from a building, breaking her legs, and had been carried by Kadongwen all the way. A complex wave of emotions surged within Yang Lu. If this human-faced spider were merely an unfamiliar monstrosity, he would feel nothing but animosity towards it after it had slain his companion. Yet, now that he recognized the original identity of the creature, his heart was burdened not only with hatred but also with fear and sorrow. What puzzled Yang Lu was that, despite being surrounded by 6 human-faced spiders, they seemed in no haste to devour the 2 of them. Instead, they swayed their heads from side to side, as if searching for something. Bang! Just as Yang Lu's mind was on high alert, anticipating an imminent attack from the spiders, a stone, roughly the size of a fist, crashed down upon the massive head of the spider directly in front of him. The spider was taken completely by surprise. Its head knocked askew, and upon closer inspection, a noticeable dent had been created on its head. Yang Lu was uncertain about the hardness of the spider's heads, but even if, hypothetically, their heads were soft and malleable, their agility remained intact. That stone was no trivial object. The spider should not have failed to sense it. This indicated that the individual who had launched the stone had thrown it with a speed that surpassed the spider's reaction capabilities. A bad kid glanced around during class time. That a voice with a standard broadcasting tone entered his ears. This female voice was more fitting of a teacher than any he had ever heard. It was steady and unyielding, deep in tone yet commanding respect. It possessed that quality whereby one could discern its formidable nature even before laying eyes on its source. The girl beside him trembled like a leaf. Yet her perceptiveness remained sharp. Almost simultaneously with the spider being struck, she tugged gently at Yang Lu's sleeve, urging him to the left. Yang Lu stiffly turned his neck to look, and through the gap between 2 adjacent spiders, he beheld a massive, bizarre silhouette. How bizarre was it? It was as if Yang Ersaw had somehow transformed into a being of magic. Yang Lu struggled to recall Mr. Zhou Shuren's description of Yang Ersaw as a delicate-legged compass. Until now, he had been unable to envision what that entailed, but now, no imagination was needed. The delicate-legged compass stood before him. For, the newly emerged, silent creature had its lower half composed of 2 compasses. With each step it took, it pierced the fragile grass beneath, leaving a hole in its wake. Yang Lu had encountered this creature on the school forum, and he recalled that many classmates referred to it as the erudite brain. This creature had lingered around the third teaching building for quite some time, neither harming anyone nor roaming about. Compared to other monsters, it was almost docile to the point of being forgettable. Yet now, it seemed that its capabilities might not be inferior to those of the human-faced spiders. Rustle, rustle. If the human-faced spiders had merely been restless before, their agitation escalated into frenzy upon the appearance of the erudite brain. The 6 spiders began to stomp across the lawn, emitting hissing screams akin to the sound of 2 rough leathers rubbing against each other, a sound that pricked at the mind. Surrounded by the 6 spiders and the skeletal compass, Yang Lu felt as if he and the girl were akin to a small rabbit unwittingly caught in the battleground of hyenas and lions. He never imagined he would one day describe himself, a grown man, as a fragile little rabbit. The palpable tension between the 2 types of monsters did not require observation to feel. The burning question remained: when would they commence their battle? If the 2 feeble humans could evade the spiders' trampling, they might escape while the 2 factions were embroiled in combat. Though Yang Lu could not fathom why monsters would engage in infighting. 1 second, 2 seconds. Yang Lu's heart raced, pounding more vigorously with the passage of time, the thudding echo resonating within him. Yet, the human-faced spiders did not pounce as he had hoped. Despite their frenzied state, like students suffering from Parkinson's disease, they remained rooted in place, behaving like disobedient students who nonetheless feared their teacher, each one dutifully staying in its position. Yang Lu wished fervently that these human-faced spiders would show a bit more rebellion. Today is a classroom quiz. Let me see how well you have learned. The erudite brain announced monotonously. The book at its head opened and closed, emitting a soulless sound. The quiz will proceed in a question-answer relay format. Those who cannot respond will face punishment. As the relay continued until only 1 student remained. The session concluded. So, I shall begin, it stated. Ding! Yang Lu felt as if a triangular iron had been struck hard within his mind, emitting a dense and piercing metallic sound. Detection. Not a player forcibly initiating the mini-game phase. Detection complete. Temporarily designating player identity, assigning question number 6. Yang Lu felt he might have lost his mind. Otherwise, why would a second persona, as rigid and robotic as a machine, suddenly emerge in his mind after the erudite brain had announced the commencement? Before he could process this cacophony of thoughts, the erudite brain launched into its questioning. Student number 1, can you tell me the second line of to compare Westlake to Shizi? Yang Lu turned to the girl beside him. She shook her head slightly, signaling that she was not student number 1. Could it be that student number 1 was a human-faced spider? Yang Lu's expression became somewhat perplexed. Did human-faced spiders not only emit hissing sounds? Asking them to recite poetry was akin to making crabs play rock, paper, scissors, purely unfair to the arachnids. The 2 humans and 4 spiders fell into silence after the erudite brain posed its question. After roughly half a minute, the erudite brain spoke again. Student number 1 cannot answer? Then I shall grant you another 10 seconds to ponder. Due to their animalistic instincts, the human-faced spiders seemed to sense a threat. Upon the announcement of the 10-second ultimatum from the erudite brain, the upper bodies of the spiders elongated towards it, emitting rapid, agitated hissing sounds. Despite their profound unease, their subconscious compelled them to remain stationary. Refraining from any attacks or resistance, it was evident that in terms of oppressive force, the human-faced spiders were far less formidable than the erudite brain, which dominated all present, both humans and monsters alike. Yang Lu mentally counted down the seconds, wishing time would slow down just a little longer, allowing him to postpone facing the question. His anxious psyche caused his countdown to lag behind reality. Just as he reached the count of 6, a stone, similar to the one that had previously struck the spider's head, whizzed past him and pierced the head of the human-faced spider. The splattered green blood rained down from above, drenching Yang Lu. The stench of spider blood was more foul than that of human blood, reminiscent of being encircled by dozens of baskets of dead fish and shrimp. Yang Lu had maintained a heightened state of tension. Thus this time, he clearly discerned what the erudite brain had thrown. It was an item commonly found in classrooms, recognizable even to someone like him, who typically slept through lessons. Chalk, albeit several sizes larger than ordinary chalk. Hiss, hiss. The human-faced spiders were thoroughly enraged by the erudite brain. Aside from the one with a gaping hole in its head, the remaining 5 leapt into action almost simultaneously. In that instant, Yang Lu grasped the girl beside him, pushing her down to the ground, and curled up himself, shielding his head while minimizing his body size. Bang! Hiss bang! Chaos erupted above him, as large chunks of chalk rained down like cannonballs, stirring up dirt and dust. The battle between the two factions of monsters concluded far more swiftly than Yang Lu had anticipated. Within just a minute or two, the hissing roars vanished completely, replaced by a putrid stench that was suffocating. The girl, suppressed beneath Yang Lu, emitted soft, stifled whimpers, akin to a wounded creature, utterly pitiable. Her cries compelled Yang Lu to muster his resolve. "Don't cry. It's not over yet," he croaked. "We haven't finished the mini-game phase." As if to corroborate Yang Lu's words, the sweet and gentle voice of the erudite brain resonated once more in his ears. "Student number 5, may I inquire, under certain inducing factors, how can hematopoietic stem cells in the human body be cultured in vitro to become neural and liver cells? What does this process primarily involve in terms of cellular characteristics? A. Division and differentiation, B. Differentiation and carcinogenesis, C. Carcinogenesis, and, upon hearing the question, Yang Lu's mind began to explode, but fortunately, being number 6 meant he was spared the torment of biology questions. A girl standing beside him, before the erudite mind could finish, eagerly answered in a crisp voice. "Hey, you didn't even wait for the question to be completed." Yang Lu was taken aback. The girl sniffled, her eyes glistening with tears. "I've done this question 3 times. I've memorized it already," she quietly explained to Yang Lu. Yang Lu closed his agape mouth. Fine, he thought. The world of high achievers was beyond his comprehension. Chapter 18. The test concluded. After the girl's prompt response, the erudite mind paused for 2 seconds, neither confirming nor denying the answer, before turning to pose the next question. Number 6. What color does colorless phenolphthalein turn in the presence of acid? Number 6 referred to Yang Lu, who, despite his disinterest in academics, found himself under the watchful eye of an exceptionally diligent chemistry teacher. He vividly recalled the teacher's expression upon seeing his 0 score on the diagnostic test at the beginning of the semester. It was akin to having caught a whiff of the foul stench of a durian mixed with snail powder. Consequently, he was subjected to a week of remedial classes, where the teacher painstakingly ensured he grasped all the fundamental concepts, at the time. He had failed to understand the teacher's earnest insistence that chemistry knowledge could save one's life in critical moments. Now, he comprehended the truth behind those words. Indeed, such knowledge could very well save his life. No, it doesn't change color, Yang Lu stammered. The erudite mind, as before, paused for a few seconds after Yang Lu's response and continued speaking. The first round of questioning concluded, leaving 2 students remaining. The second round began. Number 5. What ocean current has the most significant impact on the climates of Western and Northern Europe? A. Kuroshio current, B. Gulf Stream, C. Black current, D. Benguela current. This time, the girl refrained from answering immediately, patiently listening to the entire question. Yang Lu exhaled in relief, worried that if she continued to interrupt, it might offend the erudite mind. However, curiously, this time the girl seemed to take longer to respond. Yang Lu turned to her, puzzled, and was startled to see her face pale, lips trembling, and beads of sweat forming on her forehead. A sense of foreboding surged within him. You don't know the answer?" Yang Lu asked, bewildered. "I've never taken geography. I don't even understand what the question is asking." The girl looked on the verge of tears, her voice quivering. Nothing could stump a high achiever, unless the subject matter was entirely unfamiliar. This was a glaring case of mismatched expertise. Normally, if a high achiever stumbled on a question or 2, the teacher would merely express disappointment and allow them to sit down. But this was different. Failing to answer this question could lead to dire consequences. What do we do? What do we do? Yang Lu's mind raced. The erudite mind allocated only 3 to 4 minutes for each question, and failing to provide an answer within that time frame could spell disaster. The girl's face was ashen as she grappled with her thoughts. Yet her mental struggle differed from Yang Lu's frantic attempt to guess among the 4 options. She was recalling content mentioned by the erudite mind before the questioning began. She vaguely remembered that the erudite mind had stated that the game would conclude when only one student remained. There might be a way, perhaps, to escape this predicament. But the girl glanced at Yang Lu, who was still lost in thought. The images of her family and Yang Lu's bewildered expression flashed before her eyes. And within mere moments, she felt as though she might lose her mind. Suddenly, Yang Lu was taken aback as the girl slapped her own face. Her fair complexion instantly flushed red. "What are you doing?" Yang Lu stuttered. "It's nothing. I remember the answer now," she replied nonchalantly, lowering her gaze. "I just recalled that I've seen the answer in my textbook before." "That is wonderful. Hurry and answer," Yang Lu exclaimed, relief washing over him, his smile genuine with joy for her. "In a rush. Teacher Compass hasn't urged me yet," the girl replied, gesturing towards the erudite mind. "You're Yang Lu, right?" "Yes," Yang Lu nodded, aware that most people coming from the dormitory knew his name. Although he was unclear why they remembered someone so inconsequential. "I'm Yang Mingling, sharing the same surname." "What a coincidence," the girl chirped, smiling. "You probably don't know, but I love observing others. I started watching you from the dormitory all the way here." Yang Lu, perpetually sullen, felt a flush creep to his face. As someone who had never been the object of such attention, he was unaccustomed to the enthusiasm of girls. Typically, it was someone like Kadongwen, friendly and sociable, who received such warmth. "Why are you watching me?" "Enough with the small talk. Just answer the question. Once we both survive, we can chat leisurely," Yang Lu suggested, scratching the back of his head to mask his discomfort. "Just listen to me," Yang Mingling interjected, gently tapping Yang Lu's arm, her speech quickening. "I have a knack for reading people. I can't tell who will survive in this nightmarish scenario. You are someone who can reach the conclusion." Yang Mingling locked eyes with Yang Lu, who appeared slightly perplexed. "First, you have excellent physical abilities, that's your asset for survival. Secondly, you possess keen observational skills, allowing you to sense danger ahead and evade it. I know you're wondering how I can tell. You might not realize, but when you were observing those spider cocoons, I was not far behind you." Yang Lu hesitated, wanting to speak, as Yang Mingling had noted. He indeed possessed a strong sense of observation, as he now recognized the urgency and fear masked beneath her facade of composure. "Ah yes, as if you're preparing for your last rites," he thought. "And the final point is that you, Yang Mingling, are you unaware of the answer to that question?" As Yang Lu began to speak, he realized his voice was hoarse. The emotions Yang Mingling had been suppressing surged forth uncontrollably. I can't do this," she stammered, biting her lip in an effort to stifle her sobs. But emotions are not so easily concealed. Almost instantly, her eyes glistened with tears, fear and sorrow flooding her being. "I don't want to die," she wailed, collapsing to the ground, her arms supporting her body as her shoulders shook violently. "I don't want to die. I want to go home." Her anguished cries enveloped the atmosphere with an overwhelming sense of despair. Yang Lu felt as though he had been transported back to moments earlier when his classmates had been silently slain by a monstrous spider, leaving him powerless. Why does this keep happening? Yang Lu's fists clenched, his fingers digging into his palms, leaving pale imprints in the soft flesh. "Does number 5 not know? I'll give you 10 more seconds to think." The erudite mind's voice echoed like a countdown, ticking away the seconds of their remaining lives. Yang Mingling, make a guess. Just take a guess. Yang Lu knelt beside her, placing a hand on her shoulder, shaking her gently. "It's just 4 options. The odds are still in our favor." "I can't do it. I can't do it. I've never guessed correctly on a multiple-choice question," Yang Mingling cried out. Even the most rational and intelligent individuals instinctively shy away from confronting life and death decisions. Yang Mingling was now ensnared in a web of self-loathing and despair. "Yang Mingling, listen to me. Look at me," Yang Lu urged, firmly holding her face so she could only gaze into his eyes. The countdown loomed, both slow and swift, but as he forced her to focus, the distant voice seemed to fade. "Choose B, trust me." Through her tear-filled vision, Yang Mingling could barely see, but she clearly heard the words. In the final second of the countdown, she managed to vocalize that option from the depths of her throat. Closing her eyes, she awaited the verdict, akin to a condemned prisoner resigned to their fate. Her mind blank, her heart desolate. Bang, bang, bang. The only sound that resonated in her ears was the infinitely slowing beat of her heart. It seems to be okay now. Yang Lu's trembling voice reached Yang Mingling's ears. It seems to be okay now. Yang Mingling felt a warmth in her eyes. She was not lying to Yang Lu. During her usual multiple-choice tests, she always guessed the answers to questions she did not understand incorrectly. Each time she submitted her paper, she still harbored a glimmer of hope that her guesses might be correct, raising her score just enough to appease her parents. However, time and again, she was met with wrong guesses and lost points. The truth was clear. There were no miracles for questions she could not answer. Wrong answer remained just that. Yet this time, it seemed a miracle had occurred. She had guessed the right answer. Yang Mingling opened her eyes to find Yang Lu's expressionless face mere inches away. "Did I get it right?" she inquired softly. "Yes," Yang Lu replied gently, nodding, though his face was alarmingly pale. "I told you. Trust me, miracles do happen. Miracles do occur." Suddenly, a torrent of hot blood erupted from the boy across from her, splattering onto Yang Mingling's face. Before she could utter a word, the boy's body collapsed onto her like a tattered puppet. The student numbered 6 was eliminated for aiding others in cheating during the test. The classroom quiz concluded, and the victor was student number 5. Congratulations to student number 5. May you continue to study diligently. The voice of the erudite brain resonated, devoid of any emotion yet still melodious and fluid. Chapter 19. Hiding it was far more complicated than I had anticipated. Shirley gazed into the mirror, tying her shoulder-length hair into a high ponytail at the back of her head. Not far behind her, seated on a chair, was a handsome boy. His fair complexion was complemented by a pair of unforgettable, beautiful peach blossom eyes. The humanoid spider was a product of the dungeon's self-adjusted difficulty, and the upgrade of the erudite brain likely stemmed from this. The boy rested his chin on one hand, elbow propped on his desk, appearing somewhat indifferent, his voice cold and distant. With only a day remaining until the end of the immensely enjoyable campus hide-and-seek dungeon, the school had been utterly overrun by humanoid spiders. Both humanoid spiders and decayed corpses were first-level mutated creatures, but humanoid spiders were far more formidable. This was akin to the distinction between ordinary monsters and elite monsters. Although they shared the same level, their capabilities varied significantly. The difficulty of confronting humanoid spiders lay not only in their heightened agility and sharp appendages, but also in their collective awareness of unity. A trait reminiscent of humanity, the decayed corpses acted independently, driven by competition for prey. To them, ordinary humans were not merely food but rather a badge of prowess. Their appetite for humans was limited to the initial bites. Once satisfied, they would discard the remnants, allowing them to mutate further. The emergence of humanoid spiders had established a systematic approach to the extermination of humanity. They genuinely regarded ordinary humans as sustenance. Whether they were alive or merely partially devoured by decayed corpses, all were deemed their food. They acted collectively, swiftly harvesting the remaining survivors in this dungeon. Current intelligence suggests that humanoid spiders are birthed from gigantic cocoons, and incinerating these cocoons before they hatch could prevent the emergence of humanoid spiders. However, the challenge lies in the fact that humanoid spiders are a highly cohesive group, having hung nearly all newly formed cocoons within the second teaching building, which has been completely occupied by humanoid spiders. The task of destroying the incessantly appearing cocoons amidst such multi-layered defenses is akin to an insurmountable challenge. Previously, while evading the decayed corpses, Shirley occasionally encountered small teams of surviving students and teachers. But since the appearance of humanoid spiders, she had not seen anyone banding together in quite some time. It was evident just how many lives humanoid spiders had claimed. Shirley initially believed that the disappearance of the boss monster would reduce the dungeon's difficulty. But to her surprise, the boss monster vanished only to be replaced by humanoid spiders. The difficulty of this dungeon grew increasingly terrifying as the 10-day mark approached. Now, regarding the erudite brain. After exiting the second teaching building, Shirley encountered her former classmate, Chi Mingho, while heading to the first teaching building. He was one of the few who had helped her during her ordeal with school bullying, and his recent act of using the intercom to gather decayed corpses on the playground made a lasting impression on her. When they met, Chi Mingho recognized her first, grabbing her arm and pulling her toward a lush tree, covering her mouth as they concealed themselves. The trees at the school had grown unnaturally lush under the sweltering heat, resembling gigantic green cauliflowers with branches and leaves densely intertwined, allowing even two nearly adult students to hide without a trace. Almost simultaneously as they concealed themselves, the erudite brain appeared within Shirley's line of sight. In her memory, the erudite brain was a harmless and relatively peaceful mutated creature, yet its swift dispatch of 6 humanoid spiders left her utterly astonished. Wasn't it merely a monster that consumed knowledge? This was certainly not what she had expected. Due to the distance between the erudite brain and the tree where Shirley and Chi Mingho hid, she could only witness a one-sided massacre from afar, unaware of the specifics of what transpired. Throughout the slaughter, the erudite brain remained stationary, while the humanoid spiders suffered fatal blows, as if by some mystical art. After several minutes, once the erudite brain departed, Chi Mingho finally released his grip on her mouth. It's over. He exhaled, his warm breath brushing against Shirley's ear, raising the hair on the back of her neck. Observing Chi Mingho leap down from the tree, she followed suit, landing with ease, avoiding his outstretched arms as she steadied herself with one hand on the ground. Chi Mingho? Long time no see, Shirley greeted politely. What was the erudite brain doing just now? How has it grown so powerful? Can a second-level mutated creature really annihilate so many humanoid spiders in an instant? It seems you've also become a player, Chi Mingho remarked, retracting his arms and scratching his nose. This isn't the best place for a conversation. Let us head into the teaching building, and I'll explain further. The two raced into the first teaching building and found an empty classroom to exchange information. Chi Mingho, either overly bold or simply confident, not only shared the complete details about the erudite brain but also divulged his player level and attributes. Indeed, second-level mutated creatures could easily eliminate first-level ones. The boss monster had proven that by dispatching a decayed corpse with a single punch on the playground. However, the capabilities of second-level mutated creatures were limited to leveraging their superior strength, speed, and physique to dominate, much like the cloaked shadow monster. Yet, for reasons unknown, the erudite brain had ascended to the 3rd level, acquiring a power known as rules. When conditions arise that trigger these rules, it can activate a small domain where all beings within must adhere to the rules it establishes. Those who violate them face annihilation. The activation of the erudite brain's rules requires that at least 5 living beings be within its line of sight, drawing them into its domain to engage in a knowledge-based duel determining life or death. Typically, only one being can emerge alive from the erudite brain's rules, making the danger far greater than that posed by other mutated creatures currently present in the school. The only silver lining is that there exists a cooldown period of approximately 12 hours between each activation of the erudite brain's domain. As long as one does not encounter it during that time, there should be no problems. Chi Mingho's familiarity with the erudite brain stemmed from his continuous surveillance and the fact that he was one of the first individuals drawn into its domain for a knowledge duel after its upgrade. If the first 8 days of this immensely enjoyable campus hide-and-seek could be classified as a monster fighting game, the last 2 days of the dungeon had undeniably transformed into a true game of hide-and-seek. Like Shirley, Chi Mingho had also become a level 10 player early on. Even with their superior physical qualities, evading the humanoid spiders was no easy feat just an hour ago. While they rested in the library of the second area of the 3rd teaching building, Shirley felt a slight tremor in the structure. Having slept lightly over the past few days, even the slightest rustle could awaken her, let alone the intensity of this tremor. At the very moment she sensed a disturbance. She opened her eyes, seized a small telescope, and approached the window. In fact, there was no need for the telescope, for the enormous, agile human-faced spiders were climbing up the wall of the 3rd teaching building. Just as they had once surrounded the dormitory, then the 2nd teaching building, and finally the 1st teaching building. Without delay, Shirley roused Chi Mingho, who, having developed a tacit understanding with her over the past few days, asked no questions and simply followed her out of the library. The two of them took refuge in the 3rd teaching building. They had anticipated this situation, thus having devised an escape route well in advance. In the basement of the 3rd teaching building, there was a passageway that led directly to the enclosed area beside the basketball court, where plans were underway to construct an indoor swimming pool and tennis courts, a shortcut newly established in accordance with the construction blueprint. Dozens of human-faced spiders surged in through the doors and windows, making it increasingly difficult to dash to the stairwell and then to the basement beneath the watchful eyes of the multitude of spiders. The invasion of the third teaching building by the human-faced spiders occurred at a pace swifter than Shirley had anticipated, prompting the two to abandon Plan A, seizing the human ladder leaning against the wall to climb into the ventilation ducts above. The third teaching building, with its laboratories and library, boasted a more intricate structure than the others, exemplified by its ventilation system that spanned from top to bottom, reaching virtually every room. Chi Mingho urged Shirley to ascend first, and she, without any reluctance, swiftly climbed into the duct. It was uncertain whether it was the noise they made while moving the ladder or something else, but just as Chi Mingho was about to ascend, the previously orderly line of human-faced spiders at the other end of the corridor suddenly erupted into chaos, rushing frantically towards him. Cursed be it! The sheer mass of spiders sent a shiver down Chi Mingho's spine, and he could not help but curse aloud. Several smaller human-faced spiders moved with even greater speed, scuttling along the walls to the ceiling, traversing towards the ventilation ducts as if defying gravity. As Chi Mingho climbed the ladder, the fastest of the spiders was now less than 5 meters away from him. 4 meters. Chi Mingho grasped Chi Mingho. It sounds remarkably like a fabricated tale. Yet Shirley's reaction to the corpse of the decaying liquid was strikingly authentic, leaving Chi Mingho momentarily uncertain about the veracity of her words. The wise individual knows when to refrain from further inquiry, and Chi Mingho understood that pressing on would be impolite. The two shared a tacit understanding and simultaneously sealed their lips. After adjusting her hair, Shirley pushed open the door and walked ahead of Chi Mingho, both proceeding along the prearranged route towards the safe passage. As they advanced, the soft rustling overhead indicated that the spiders had yet to detect any living beings and were continuing their methodical invasion. Shirley led the way, reaching the protective door at the end of the corridor ahead of Chi Mingho. The door was not locked, merely ajar, just as it had been during their previous visit. However, this time, Shirley seemed to have recalled something, her hand resting on the doorknob without turning it, her gaze scanning the surroundings. "What's the matter?" Chi Mingho inquired upon noticing Shirley's hesitation. "Don't you find it a bit dim here?" Shirley met his gaze. Both she and Chi Mingho were players, their night vision capabilities well enhanced, allowing them to discern their surroundings even in darkness without illumination. Thus, the gloom did not particularly concern Chi Mingho. Yet, Shirley was markedly different. She possessed a heightened sensitivity to darkness and change. She vividly remembered that during their last exploration, she had turned on the lights in this corridor. But now, the entire basement was shrouded in darkness, with only faint glimmers seeping through the cracks beneath the doors of a few adjacent rooms. Chi Mingho, not lacking in intelligence, felt the oddity upon Shirley's suggestion, but he had yet to pinpoint the source of his unease. Just as he was about to voice another question, he noticed Shirley's expression shift to one of grave seriousness. She raised her right index finger to her lips, silently signaling, "It has come for us." In a certain warehouse in the basement of the first teaching building, a notification chimed. "Ding, your mineral water has been delivered." A short-haired girl placed a plastic bottle marked with a certain brand of mineral water atop the forehead of her bespectacled friend, who was resting with her eyes closed while clutching a long sword. The bespectacled girl was startled awake by the sudden arrival of the bottle from the pitch darkness and glared at her friend. "Xiao Xia, do you still have the energy to fool around now?" The tone was laced with annoyance, yet it was subdued, as if she feared disturbing something. "What is the big deal? I've come to terms with it. If death is the worst, then so be it. The sooner one dies, the sooner one reincarnates." The short-haired girl curled her legs, resting her elbow on her knees and propping her chin on one hand with an air of indifference. "Don't speak nonsense. We'll be out of here in a day. We will definitely survive." The bespectacled girl retaliated with a playful flick to her friend's forehead. "Once we escape this cursed instance, I'll show you my collection. It's not that fragile book The Few Things I Must Discuss with the Big XXs, is it?" The short-haired girl's eyes brightened. The bespectacled girl faltered. "That one is off limits. I can only let you glimpse it when the apocalypse is over and we are living well." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she spoke in a hushed tone. The short-haired girl's head drooped in disappointment, her expression clearly conveying, "Why are you so stingy?" A yawn escaped the ponytailed girl, who had just been roused from sleep, as she gradually opened her eyes. "What are you all talking about?" she asked. Still somewhat dazed, the bespectacled girl stiffened, covering her face with her hands, and whispered in shame, "Ugh, it's not suitable for children." "Don't ask." Still groggy from sleep, the ponytailed girl perked up at the mention of something inappropriate, her ears twitching like a puppy catching the scent of meat. "What's inappropriate for children? I want to hear," she eagerly inquired, shaking the shoulder of the bespectacled girl. "Shh, keep it down. Are you hoping that monster can't find us?" The short-haired girl quickly gestured for silence. The ponytailed girl's movement slowed, her voice tinged with guilt. "It's fine. Didn't the president say that monster has poor hearing? We're making such little noise." It won't hear us. As soon as she finished speaking, the other two girls instinctively glanced towards the corner of the room. Despite the absence of light, shrouded in darkness, the two players could still discern a seemingly harmless, handsome youth sitting cross-legged, observing them with keen interest. Dressed neatly and bearing a clean countenance, he appeared as though he had never encountered the apocalypse. "What's wrong? Why the silence?" the ponytailed girl asked, oblivious to the fact that the boy had been monitoring them all along. "You needn't be so wary of me. I assure you, the information I provide is truthful. That monster has poor hearing and night vision. As long as we remain cautious, we can endure until the end." The boy leaned against the wall, smiling. "Besides, we are all in the same boat. What benefit would I gain from harming you? You'd better truly believe that." The short-haired girl replied coldly, "I will keep a close watch on you, Kudongwen." Chapter 21. The Shadow Monster. In Shirley's recollection, there was but one type of monster that could be associated with darkness. That was the long-forgotten Shadow Monster, cloaked and wielding a massive blade. The emergence of the learned brain and the outbreak of the human-faced spiders had nearly caused Shirley to forget the formidable threat posed by the shadow monster lurking within the school. Shirley still dared not push open the protective door and rush out. It was daytime, and beyond the door lay a realm of brightness. Under the sun's embrace, any movement they made would be laid bare. Shirley firmly believed that caution would ensure their survival. With several hours remaining until the conclusion of the instance, there was no need to gamble on whether the shadow monster had detected them. From shared information and personal experiences on the campus forum, it was apparent that the shadow monster was exceedingly powerful, even surpassing the attack strength of the proprietress. Thus far, no one had managed to inflict significant harm upon it, with its only known weakness being its poor night vision. Those with poor night vision often gravitated towards well-lit areas, and it was likely that the rooms with lights on were intended to lure the shadow monster. Chi Mingho was uncertain whether it was merely fortunate, but since the instance began, he had encountered only the learned brain among those formidable mutated creatures. After Shirley succinctly described the shadow monster's rampage through the first teaching building, Chi Mingho raised an eyebrow, donning an expression that suggested disbelief. "Do you not believe me?" Shirley felt that her description was rather terrifying. She wondered why Chi Mingho appeared so skeptical. "Not exactly. It's just that I didn't expect the other monsters to be so feral." Chi Mingho quickly waved his hand. "You know, while the learned brain is indeed outrageous, at least it behaves like an educated individual, adhering to a code of conduct even when killing." Shirley fell momentarily silent, instinctively recalling the scene where the learned brain swiftly dispatched the human-faced spider squad. Well, it's not like it was entirely wild, right? The two of them quietly crouched in a darkened room, one on each side of the door, ready to react at the first sign of the shadow monster's approach. Shirley buried her head between her bent legs, her mind a muddled haze. She felt an overwhelming sensation that she had overlooked some crucial piece of information. Earlier, at the protective door, when she had told Chi Mingho that it was coming, it was not merely a guess or a warning. She had genuinely heard a sound. It was a dull, clumsy noise. If one had to describe it, it resembled an elephant moving. The sound had persisted for over a minute, neither too close nor too distant, gradually dissipating only after they had slipped into the room. "Chi Mingho," Shirley called softly. Her voice was as faint as a kitten's, and when Chi Mingho heard his name, he initially thought he had misheard. Are you calling me?" Chi Mingho leaned forward, peering in Shirley's direction. From his vantage point, He could see her ponytail, which had fluffed out and sagged at the back of her head, with a small dent in the center that made him want to reach out and smooth it down. Chi Mingho. This time, Shirley's voice was slightly louder, though it still carried a note of melancholy. Her current demeanor reminded Chi Mingho of the first time he had encountered Shirley. Reflecting back, their initial meeting had been far from pleasant. Chi Mingho vividly recalled that day after school. He had, as usual, gone to the office of the academic dean to write a self-reflection. Upon finishing, as he exited the teaching building, the sky was painted in hues of orange and yellow, indicating that nightfall was imminent. Most of the teachers and students within the school had either returned home or to their dormitories. Not wishing to go home, Chi Mingho decided to seek out a quiet grove within the school grounds to indulge in some gaming. Taking advantage of the absence of others, however, when he stealthily arrived at the small grove where he often escaped to sleep during class, he discovered that someone had already claimed the spot before him. That person was Shirley. That time, Shirley's hair was even shorter than it is now, and her petite frame resembled that of a small monkey. Chi Mingho initially intended to slip away unnoticed while the girl was distracted. However, just as he was about to take a step, he heard a wailing from behind that sounded like a gong. Chi Mingho thought to himself that the cry was rather unpleasant, echoing with a force that seemed to shake the heavens and make the spirits weep. Leaving his head buzzing, his dwindling sense of conscience made it difficult for him to ignore the cacophony of her sobs. Thus, with his hands in his pockets and a scowl on his face, he approached the girl and gave her head a sharp slap. "Shut up, it's deafening," Chi Mingho said fiercely. The girl seemed startled, hastily closing her phone, sniffling loudly, and forcefully pushing Chi Mingho away. "Get lost?" The girl had surprising strength, her voice booming with a resonance that seemed more commanding than Chi Mingho's own. Chi Mingho had never encountered someone more audacious than himself. Having been pampered since childhood, he had rarely been scolded, and he intended to ridicule her for her horrid crying. But before he could utter a word, the girl had disappeared like a rabbit. His mental turmoil mirrored that of a failed argument in the daylight, only to return home at night and find himself scrolling through forums about argumentative blunders, feeling increasingly frustrated and determined to win back a victory in debate. This memorable initial encounter made it exceedingly difficult for Chi Mingho to avoid taking note of Shirley. As his complex emotions settled, he turned to look at Shirley, who appeared quite aggrieved. One of his hands had already risen to shoulder height, ever ready to shield his ears should her wretched wailing resume. "What's wrong?" Chi Mingho inched closer to Shirley, shifting from the door to the front. Shirley's voice dropped even lower, necessitating that Chi Mingho bend down to bring his ear closer to her head. After a brief pause, with Chi Mingho's ample patience, she spoke again. This time, he could hear her words distinctly. "It's behind you." That simple statement sent a chill down Chi Mingho's spine, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. It's behind him, but his back was pressed against the door, which implied that the shadowy creature lurked just outside their room. The heavy, clumsy footsteps grew increasingly clear in Chi Mingho's ears. He felt a bit dazed, sensing something was amiss yet unable to pinpoint what it was. "Chi Mingho, before I said it's behind you. Did you hear any footsteps?" Shirley lifted her head slightly, revealing her bright eyes. Chi Mingho pondered momentarily, then shook his head hesitantly under her gaze. "I don't think I heard anything." Shirley's eyes turned contemplatively toward the door, choosing not to elaborate further or take any action. Chi Mingho, increasingly anxious from the weighty footsteps, felt them drawing nearer and retreating intermittently, akin to a cat's claws scratching his heart, stirring up his inner turmoil. He wanted to ascertain the creature's location outside. Rising from the ground and leaning toward the peephole, just as he was about to glimpse the scene outside, Shirley suddenly grasped his arm and yanked him down. Chi Mingho had not anticipated this move from Shirley. He was caught off guard and nearly toppled over her. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, propping himself against the door with his right hand to steady himself. Bang! As Chi Mingho's hand pressed against the door, it emitted a faint thud. Despite his efforts to restrain his strength, the door was not thick, and even a slight bump would create a sound. Chi Mingho's heartbeat nearly ceased, and his breathing slowed considerably. He strained to listen intently to the sounds outside, fearful of missing any crucial details. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy footsteps grew increasingly frantic, as if at any moment, the creature would burst through the door and devour them whole. An overwhelming fear emanating from the unknown darkness engulfed him. Although he was aware that the shadowy monster's level was not superior to that of an educated mind, Chi Mingho felt an oppressive sense of suffocation. Should we perhaps change locations? Chi Mingho crouched down, attempting to discuss with Shirley. I feel that shadowy creature is quite formidable, and if it discovers us, finally, Shirley seemed willing to raise her head. She first stretched lazily, rotating her stiff arms, and then gazed at Chi Mingho, whose expression was one of urgency as if his house were on fire. Is there a hunting method in the animal kingdom like this? Shirley stood up, straightening her posture, and spoke slowly to Chi Mingho. It's somewhat akin to how predators use unpleasant sounds or deceptive colors to drive their prey into traps, ultimately ensnaring them effortlessly. What do you mean? Chi Mingho paused, pondering. The footsteps were bait. But why? Didn't you say the shadowy creature was powerful? He questioned. What need would it have for bait? Indeed, the shadowy creature is quite strong. I witnessed it slaughter an entire building of students, Shirley affirmed with a nod. You are correct. If it were truly powerful, it would have no need for bait. Yet conversely, if it requires bait, does that not imply that during its hunting, it may not be as strong as it seems? The shadowy creature was classified as a secondary mutated being, on par with the monster mistress. In Shirley's recollection, the mistress would often engage enemies without hesitation. Although Shirley had not personally confronted the shadowy creature, through the multitude of information she had gathered, it was evident that this monster tended to toy with its prey once it spotted them. Previously, Shirley had assumed this to be merely a manifestation of the creature's malice, but now she discerned a different implication. Could this playing be a delay tactic for the shadowy creature? Waiting for its own body to reassemble? Indeed, Shirley suspected that the shadowy creature's body could separate into numerous parts, merging with the darkness, and these pieces would seek out prey using bait. Then, further contemplating, how many parts did the shadowy creature's body actually consist of, and by what means did it ascertain whether it had found its prey? Shirley had once suspected that the shadowy creature could split into countless shadows or shadow fragments, seeking prey through tactile sensation. Yet she dismissed this notion, realizing that if the shadowy creature possessed such an ability, it would likely not be classified as merely secondary. He'll move without a trace. Without form or shape would render it invincible. The form and appearance of the shadowy creature undoubtedly limited its abilities. Since it did not split into shadows, only one possibility remained. Chapter 22. You are under arrest. Is it really necessary? Chi Mingho pressed his lips together, looking helplessly at Shirley. Yes. Shirley nodded emphatically. I assure you. I will indeed have nightmares tonight. Chi Mingho weakly protested. No worries. Just think of it as playing a slightly terrifying escape room. Shirley comforted him encouragingly. But, bang! Shirley seized Chi Mingho's hair and pressed his face close to the peephole of the door. No, I'm really not ready, Chi Mingho cried out, eyes tightly shut. Chi Mingho, the pampered young master of the Chi family, known for his arrogance and often found in the office of the disciplinary director, was now at the mercy of a petite girl, crying out in despair. Was this a decline of humanity or a fall from grace? Observing Chi Mingho's pale visage, Shirley's mind was instantly filled with these lines of thought. Are you truly afraid? Shirley asked, watching Chi Mingho's eyelids tremble incessantly. Yes, exceedingly so. I've been terrified of ghosts and things with red eyes since childhood, Chi Mingho confessed, abandoning all pretense. Why mother forced me to watch horror films when I was young. And when the ghost appeared, I fainted. Shirley remarked, it seems we have quite the predicament on our hands. Releasing her grip on Chi Mingho's hair, she leaned in abruptly, whispering into his ear, Hey, what are you doing? Chi Mingho's ears flushed red from the warm breath. As one closes their eyes, their hearing inexplicably sharpens. For instance, at this moment, Chi Mingho could distinctly hear Shirley, her soft body pressed against him, her hands seemingly fidgeting with her clothing. What am I doing? Shirley chuckled softly near his ear, her voice so close that it felt as though Chi Mingho could reach out and embrace her. Chi Mingho's face turned a deep crimson, resembling a monkey's backside. Enough. As Shirley felt the delicate touch of her hand on his shoulder, Chi Mingho could no longer contain himself and abruptly opened his eyes. When Shirley had pulled him closer just moments before, his gaze had fortuitously aligned with the peephole, allowing him to catch sight of the scene outside the door. The pitch-black corridor revealed no signs of life, and the door to the room 2 doors down stood wide open. This room was one of the illuminated ones, its warm-toned light spilling out in vast quantities, rendering it akin to an entrance to paradise. "Did you see that?" Shirley's hand gripped the doorknob, poised to burst forth. "Not yet," Chi Mingho replied, diverting his attention from the brightness to examine the opposite side. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he averted his gaze, a circular object darted out from the light. It seems there's nothing over there. Are you sure that thing will come for me?" Chi Mingho began his sentence in a relatively leisurely manner. But before he could finish, his complexion turned ashen, and he stumbled back 2 steps, distancing himself from the door. "Red eyes?" Shirley sought confirmation from Chi Mingho. Although his face was pale and he seemed on the verge of fainting, he dutifully nodded. Their exchange took but an instant. Just as the creature outside noticed Chi Mingho and was about to emit its sinister laughter, Shirley twisted the doorknob. "Huh?" Shirley realized that they had not locked the door upon entering. Yet now it refused to budge. "Kikik, I found you." The entity outside cackled incessantly, following its usual routine. With the door immovable, Shirley understood. The creature outside had likely blocked the door with the shadow near its eye, likely to gather its other 2 eyes. This behavior was somewhat cowardly, yet the eye outside continued to mock with its arrogant laughter. "Found you. Found you." Chi Mingho, step back, Shirley instructed as she stretched her limbs. Chi Mingho, comprehending her intent, swiftly retreated to a small corner away from the door. The eye outside appeared oblivious to the impending events, still cackling with glee. "Found you." Bang. A long spear, gleaming with a chilling light, shot forth from the door as if piercing through tofu. The red-eyed creature's pupil constricted sharply. Though its intelligence was lacking, it instinctively understood to flee from danger. Upon sensing the overwhelming pressure, it ceased its foolish hovering at the door and promptly turned to escape. Bang! Bang! As the red-eye scurried away, Shirley kicked the door open with both feet, sending it crashing to the ground. Her night vision capabilities surpassed those of the red-eye. She effortlessly tracked its frantic retreat. Upon witnessing the panicked escape of the red-eye, she realized her deductions were correct. The shadowy creature was not invincible. It could not maintain its complete form for long and needed to split into 3 parts, which were its 3 eyes. Why could it not exist for an extended period? Because of its movements. Whether it was the monster posing as the landlady or the learned brain, their actions left traces. However, the shadowy creature existed in a state of SCHR Dinger's visibility, occasionally appearing and then vanishing without a trace. Shirley recalled that after the massacre of the survivors in the first teaching building, the shadowy creature had headed straight for the 3rd building. Standing at 2 meters tall and wielding a large blade, it was hard to overlook, yet Chi Mingho, who had been hiding in the 3rd teaching building watching the learned brain, claimed he had never seen the shadowy creature. Where had it gone? Shirley surmised that the shadowy creature had expended much energy during the slaughter of the first teaching building and had to adopt a less conspicuous form to recuperate. But why did she deduce that it split based on the number of eyes? Because many of its victims shared a commonality. They often hid in rooms, hearing peculiar sounds, and, unable to resist their curiosity, peered through the peephole, only to be discovered by the red eyes. Being seen by the red eyes marked the beginning of their hunt. With a little lateral thinking, it was not hard to guess the form the ghostly creature took after splitting. Once the thought process was set in motion, everything else would naturally fall into place. The ghostly creature, when split into the red eye, was weak. To avoid danger and select its prey, it devised sounds as bait. The allure or threat level of this bait, Shirley inferred, depended on the awareness of the hunted. If the prey suddenly sensed the shadowy creature nearby, they would hear the sound. The weaker the prey, the more terrified and attentive they would be to the sound. As long as the noise persisted, they would remain in a state of fright. In such a state, the prey would lose composure, most likely peering through the peephole to ascertain the situation outside, thus falling into the trap of the red-eyed. Of course, the bait could backfire, potentially ensnaring a being capable of resisting it. However, This prey, peering through the peephole, would indicate a cautious nature, unlikely to impulsively open the door and confront it. The standoff would provide ample time for the red-eye to summon its other two brothers, forming a complete entity to complete the hunt in its design. As long as it formed a complete entity, there would be no prey it could not handle. At least, prior to encountering Shirley, it had always enjoyed unimpeded success. Little did it anticipate that Shirley would deviate from the script. Without hesitation, she struck, kicking the door open, showing no respect for the entities within the game. The darkness was not a favorable battlefield for the red-eye. The small spherical eye could only navigate towards its companions using the scattered, dim lights in the corridor. Shirley was no marathon runner, but after undergoing game enhancements, she could now sprint with remarkable prowess. Pushing off with her left foot, she sprang forward as if propelled by springs, her agile form rapidly closing in on the trembling red-eye. The red-eye, unable to discern its path in the pitch-black basement, collided violently with the wall in its panic, landing with a thud on the ground. Kikik, before the red-eye could cease its internal formatting laughter. Having knocked itself senseless against the wall, its cackling turned intermittent, reminiscent of a malfunctioning radio. Shirley had initially planned to transform her spear into its secondary form to pursue the red-eye. But the creature, in its daze, presented itself on a silver platter. Strolling over to the feigning red-eye on the ground, Shirley held the spear in her right hand and poked the eye with its tip. "Found you," the red-eye murmured softly. "Indeed, I have found you," Shirley replied, waving her hand to make the spear vanish. She then bent down and grasped the red-eye firmly in her palm. The red-eye felt soft and slippery, its pupils darting around, unwilling to meet Shirley's gaze, much like a puppy caught in wrongdoing. Shirley raised an eyebrow, tightening her grip and squeezing the eye. The small orb squished and bulged under her fingers, trembling yet refusing to retaliate. "Heh," Shirley smirked, mimicking the eye's earlier laughter with a cackle of her own. "Kikik." The small eye quivered even more. "Why the sudden silence?" Shirley prodded it with a finger, seemingly searching for a switch to control its voice. "Weren't you just laughing so arrogantly?" After venting her frustrations by toying with the small eye for a while, she suddenly heard an insidious laughter. Looking down at the small eye in her grip, she realized it was feigning death. Clearly, it was not the source of the laughter. Moreover, since she had not continued her mocking, it must be someone else. With one hand grasping the small eye, Shirley lifted her gaze forward. There, she spotted a second small eye gliding around the corner of the corridor, merrily approaching her. "Kikik, found you." The second small eye, summoned by the first, was unaware of its companion's capture and floated over in an arrogant manner. Lacking night vision and sensitivity to danger, it only realized the peril when it was about 2 meters away. Noticing a human was grasping its little companion, seemingly ready to turn it into eye-shaped cookies. The second small eye, Shirley smiled. "What is this, a rescue mission like the Gord brothers saving Grandpa?" Chapter 23, Taming Rule 2. Players can gain extra rewards and enhance their final score by turning the tables on ghosts within the game. Shirley had previously pondered whether to crush the eyeballs of the shadowy creature to see if any rewards would drop. But after waiting for what felt like an eternity, she had yet to encounter a third eye willingly walking into her trap. Players of games know that minor bosses typically drop mundane items, while major bosses yield something of value in a bid to obtain greater advantages. Shirley did not align the two small eyeballs properly, but instead bound them together. To prevent the two eyeballs from merging into a more formidable creature upon touching. Shirley suspended them at the tip and the end of her long spear. When her playful spirit took over, she would twirl the spear a few times, causing the two small eyeballs to spin like sandbags. Leaving them disoriented, if they had mouths, they would likely be spewing forth a torrent of colorful expletives. "Are you all right?" Upon returning to her room, Shirley caught sight of Chi Mingho, who was crouched in a corner. Half alive, with his head leaning against the wall, his body swaying slightly back and forth. "Uncomfortable," Chi Mingho croaked. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Shirley twisted her spear, adjusting the position of the two small eyeballs. "I am sorry, but I was afraid of encountering those red-eyed creatures directly through the peephole, so I had to sacrifice you," she apologized, albeit with a hint of defiance. Chi Mingho felt as though Shirley was gradually wearing down his patience, with an inner voice incessantly reminding him to remain calm and composed. Furthermore, had it not been for his curiosity about whether she had changed clothes, he wouldn't have opened his eyes. Thus, it ultimately boiled down to her lack of discretion. With one hand feebly grasping Shirley's neck and the other tightly covering her mouth, Chi Mingho's expression was devoid of emotion. Yet the redness on his face betrayed his inner embarrassment. "Shut your mouth, understand?" Shirley blinked, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. Chi Mingho was convinced that he and Shirley were utterly incompatible. How could she remain so composed while uttering such words? After the commotion stirred up by Shirley, the chaotic and terrifying fantasies in Chi Mingho's mind had dissipated significantly now. He merely wished to find a way to silence Shirley. Ahem! Shirley cleared her throat, her lively eyes darting to Chi Mingho's lower half. Then, before he could react, she proudly displayed the 2 eyeballs bound to her spear. "See, I told you my conjecture was correct." If Shirley had a tail, it would be wagging furiously at that moment. Having never captured a monster alive before, Chi Mingho had only ever dispatched corpses with a swift stab to the head. This was his first encounter with a captured mutated creature. He bent down to examine the small eyeballs closely. Is this what resulted from the Black Shadow Monster's division? They appear so weak. Indeed, they are weak. Just look at their cowardly demeanor. It's hard to associate them with the massacre they could unleash when united, Shirley remarked, squeezing the eyeball hanging from the spear's tip. The small eyeball shut its eyes in frustration, allowing Shirley to toy with it in her palm. "Didn't you say there were 3? Why have we only captured 2? Chi Mingho held the eyeball suspended from the spear's end gently. Giving it a slight squeeze, Shirley sighed with a hint of regret. "They didn't come to us. We might need to search for the 3rd. She had expected all 3 to come to her one by one. Instead, only 2 had arrived, which would irk any perfectionist. What if the 3rd one sensed danger and has already escaped the basement? Chi Mingho questioned, pondering whether it could still be found. In truth, Shirley shared Chi Mingho's concerns. After thinking for a moment, she looked down at the small eyeball resting in her hand and gently inquired, "Is your companion still in the basement?" The small eyeball remained tightly shut, surrounded by wispy shadows that floated like feathers. Shirley chuckled, extending 2 fingers to rudely pry open the small eyeball's lids, ominously asking, "So, is your companion still in the basement?" "If you don't know, I won't hesitate to. Heh. Small eyeball. Though I am not human, you are truly despicable." Reluctantly, the small eyeball wobbled up and down, indicating that the 3rd small eyeball had not escaped. "See, it's still here," Shirley exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of playful mischief as she smiled at Chi Mingho. Seeing how its companion was treated, the small eyeball in Chi Mingho's grasp nearly fainted from fright, shrinking into itself in an attempt to reduce its presence. Chi Mingho was taken aback by the palpable fear emanating from the eyeball in his hand. "Can mutated creatures understand human speech?" he mused, intrigued by this revelation. Shirley nodded, then shook her head. "I believe that higher-level mutated creatures can comprehend a small portion of human speech. Their intelligence and capabilities are akin to those of a puppy. They should be trainable using similar methods." This perspective proposed by Shirley was quite fascinating, prompting Chi Mingho to glance thoughtfully at the small eyeball he held. "Small eyeball? Humans are terrifying. You intend to keep them to train them?" Chi Mingho recalled the 2nd rule of the dungeon, leading to a moment of confusion when he saw that Shirley had merely bound the small eyeballs instead of crushing them. However, after hearing Shirley's explanation, he began to understand her intentions. Shirley waved her hand dismissively. "Not quite it's the apocalypse now. I hardly have the time to train pets." "Then what about?" Shirley smiled, revealing her small canine-like teeth. "Aren't we still missing one? Crushing all 3 together would be far more satisfying." Yikes. The small eyeball in Chi Mingho's hand let out a pitiful cry, completely fainting from terror. Upon witnessing the small eyeball's fainting spell, Shirley couldn't contain her laughter, a genuine and joyful sound that was not born from intimidation. "I thought you were serious," Chi Mingho remarked, watching as her eyes crinkled with mirth. He couldn't help but smile as well, casually asking, "I can guess your intention for keeping them." Is it because the human-faced spiders instinctively avoid higher-level mutated creatures? Much like the putrid corpses, human-faced spiders lacked intelligence. Yet, when confronted with the erudite brain, they displayed their distinction from the corpses by choosing to evade combat against higher-level mutated creatures whenever possible. Additionally, having spent so much time in the basement, the human-faced spiders above had completely dominated the upper floors, yet they had not invaded the basement. This too spoke volumes. Shirley paused momentarily, her tongue licking her upper lip before swiftly giving Chi Mingho a thumbs up, refraining from confirming or denying his guess. This brother was quite astute. He could come up with reasons on his own, sparing Shirley the need to concoct alias. As nightfall gradually descended, those in the basement remained oblivious to the transition from day to night outside. Prolonged exposure to darkness dulled one's sense of time. The only item Shirley had to gauge when the dungeon would end was the electronic watch she had scavenged from an unknown corpse. Chi Mingho had informed her that this watch was a luxury brand, worth several million. Although Shirley hailed from a wealthy family, she had never developed the habit of wearing jewelry. This watch was her first possession worth $1 million. During her moments of boredom in the past few days, she had entertained herself by scrolling through her phone. However, after a visit to the cafeteria, her supposedly indestructible smartphone, which was said to be waterproof, had ceased to function, becoming nothing more than a useless piece of scrap. Shirley suspected that Mr. Nyo had tampered with her phone, leading to its glorious demise. With 5 hours remaining until midnight, when the dungeon would conclude, Chi Mingho suggested they explore Area 1 to see if they could locate the third eyeball, while also planning their escape from the school. In those few hours, they had thoroughly searched Area 2 but found no trace of the third eyeball. Eventually, the eyeball bound to Shirley's spear grew weary from the constant swinging and closed its eyes in slumber. Shirley readily agreed to Chi Mingho's proposal. The more elusive the third eyeball became, the more agitated she felt, akin to a perfectionist confronted with an untidy desk. The underground portion of the third teaching building connected Area 1 and Area 2 through a series of bridges, which, from a distance, blended seamlessly into the lush greenery, creating an artistic ambience. However, the underground was far less poetic, with the two areas linked by a dilapidated old safety passage. This passage, about 2 to 3 meters wide, featured a safety door on either side, crafted from high-quality materials designed to be fireproof and light-blocking in the event of an accident in either area. Locking these doors could slow the spread of danger. Unfortunately, the apocalypse had arrived too abruptly for anyone to remember to lock the doors to the basement, and as usual, the two safety doors stood wide open. The moment Shirley stepped into the safety passage, the motion sensor lights flickered on, the glaring white energy-efficient bulbs momentarily blinding her and provoking tears to well up in her eyes. "Wow, this is bright," Shirley muttered. She had intended to close her eyes for a moment, but suddenly a warm hand appeared, gently covering her eyes. Shirley tensed up, but as she recognized the hand's owner, her body gradually relaxed. Sudden exposure to light after a prolonged period in darkness can be quite uncomfortable. "Take your time to adjust," Chi Mingho spoke calmly. "I was just saying that you have ulterior motives towards me. You wouldn't feel too regretful, would you, if I hadn't truly stripped off my clothes before?" As he spoke, Chi Mingho slid his hand down from covering Shirley's eyes and swiftly covered her mouth instead. "It's just that you have a big mouth." MMM. Maintaining his composure, he thought to himself that perhaps he needn't be overly kind to Shirley. Chapter 24. Protecting one's own with a stoic expression, Chi Mingho approached Shirley, his anger palpable as he extended his hand towards the safety door leading to Area 1. "Wait, someone's there." Shirley, still rubbing her eyes, felt discomfort as her eyelashes stuck together with tears. However, as Chi Mingho pushed the door, she could not wait to dry her tears and grabbed her long gun, her demeanor turning serious as she moved forward. Shirley was just a moment too late. Outside the safety door, a gleaming long sword pierced in at the instant the door was pushed open. Heading straight for Chi Mingho's nose, clang boom. Shirley could only see a blur before Chi Mingho rolled over and deftly landed beside her. As he did so, the safety door emitted a loud sound, slamming shut once more. "Are you all right?" Shirley aimed her long gun at the door, adopting a defensive stance. She glanced at Chi Mingho, noticing he held a weapon resembling a dagger, which he had used to block the sword's attack before flipping back to her side. Chi Mingho stood upright, clearly unscathed as you can see, he said with a hint of arrogance. At that moment, his demeanor was reminiscent of a campus bully, starkly contrasting with the earlier embarrassment he felt when Shirley teased him. As you can see, Shirley mimicked Chi Mingho's tone, playfully repeating the phrase. Chi Mingho's earlobes flushed as he shot a fierce glare at Shirley. As you can see, Shirley feigned ignorance of his glare and quietly repeated it once more. Shut up! Chi Mingho's ears turned completely red. After the dagger had deflected the long sword, its owner seemed to realize that the intruders were not monsters but humans, promptly retracting the sword into their backpack. The safety door acted like a demarcation line, separating the two groups at a safe distance. Both Shirley and Chi Mingho remained vigilant due to the sudden attack, forming a poor initial impression of the individuals beyond the door. In this tense atmosphere, a bright female voice emerged from the other side. Hello? Are you survivors? Shirley froze, her hands trembling slightly around the long gun. That voice was all too familiar, haunting her even in her dreams during the midnight hours. A mere clown, relying on petty tricks to threaten her parents into taking her in as an adopted daughter. Good grades and a scholarship? Is there really no one poorer than her at school? Yet still managing to excel academically? The teachers all seem to favor her. I'll just tear up her assignments and make her embarrass herself in class. Let us see if the teachers will still like her. Her character is atrocious, just like her lowly parents. Just a parasite living off our family, you know? You're not aware, are you? She is not satisfied with being adopted by the Mo family. She shamelessly brought along that sickly grandmother of hers. Shirley's change in expression did not escape Chi Mingho's notice, despite her efforts to suppress it. He placed a firm hand on her shoulder and replied robustly to the BR, however. Upon witnessing this scene within the warehouse, Shirley felt an urgent alarm ringing in her heart, her sixth sense fervently urging her to flee. Perhaps this could be termed a sensitive instinct to seek benefit and avoid harm? What is wrong? Why not go in? Chi Mingho trailed behind Shirley, maintaining a distance of about a meter, and since Shirley was blocking the entrance, he had yet to see the grim state of the room. How should one put it? Shirley's right eyelid twitched, and she shifted to the side, conceding space to Chi Mingho. You might as well take a look for yourself. Chi Mingho did not react as strongly as Shirley. He was almost immune to blood-soaked scenes. Seeing that Shirley was reluctant to take the lead, he strode forward a couple of steps toward the pile of large boxes. Who is there? Don't come any closer. A weak voice emanated from behind the boxes just as Chi Mingho placed his hand on one of the outer boxes, intending to move it aside. Though the voice belonged to a male, it carried a nasal tone, soft and seemingly harmless. Shirley glanced at the blood splatters on the box, struggling to connect this gruesome sight with the voice behind it. Moreover, for some inexplicable reason, that voice sounded somewhat familiar to her. Who are you? What have you done? Why is there blood everywhere? Chi Mingho's left ear absorbed the words, while the right ear let them slip away. He completely disregarded the boy's inquiries and, with a swift motion, toppled the makeshift Shirley initially intended to express that she had not given it to him. Rather, he had taken it upon himself. However, upon gazing at Kadongwin's face, which resembled that of a sorrowful young girl, a myriad of dark thoughts flashed through her mind, preventing her from uttering any hurtful words. After Shirley candidly spoke with Kadongwin, she resolved to bypass the previous topic and engage in a serious discussion about their escape from the dungeon. At that moment, Shirley noticed Kadongwin's hands, which were clasped behind his head, beginning to fumble, and suddenly a fissure appeared on his forehead. Shirley, the fissure crawled from the back of the youth's head to the crown, and then descended to his forehead. The edges of the split were neat, resembling a zipper pulled apart. Chi Mingho grasped Shirley's wrist, guiding her step by step towards the warehouse door. Shirley stood in a daze, feeling as though something was lodged in her throat. Unable to rise or fall, Kadongwin's hands pulled outward, the fissure widened, extending from his forehead to his nose, and ultimately sliding down to his chin. His entire facial skin was thus torn away. While a normal human possesses a skull encasing soft brain tissue, beneath Kadongwin's skin lay a mass of soft tissue that did not conform to the textbook depiction of a neat hemisphere, but instead writhed and flailed like tentacles, entwined around a stainless steel fruit knife. It was possible that they were indeed tentacles. Shirley shook her head in disagreement, exclaiming, "Ah, I refuse, if you gouge out my eyes. How shall I perceive the world?" Kadongwin retorted, "You are quite particular." Although Shirley appeared to be bantering with Kadongwin, in truth, she was deftly diverting his attention, allowing herself to inch towards the door. Through her relentless efforts, she finally positioned herself at the entrance of the warehouse. Beside the iron door lay a gaping hole, created by Chi Mingho's body crashing through, with the wall's surface trembling and crumbling incessantly. Shirley understood that alone, no matter how much strength she summoned, it would be impossible to escape beneath Kudongwin's watchful gaze. But that was of little consequence. She was not alone. "Commence," Shirley shouted towards the ceiling. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed from both ends of the corridor, flames swiftly encroaching upon the warehouse. The ceilings around her began to collapse, and the lights from the first floor cascaded down into the dim basement. Along with the descending light came a swarm of grotesque, misshapen human-faced spiders. "Shirley," Kadongwin bellowed in fury. Amidst the crumbling walls and swirling debris, Shirley defiantly raised her middle finger at him. "Fuck you, bitch!" The girl laughed wildly, her gaze towards him devoid of sorrow or joy, as if she were merely observing a small blade of grass or a sapling by the roadside. The tentacles entwined around Kadongwin's neck began to grow wildly, thrashing in the air, shattering the stones and human-faced spiders that lay between him and Shirley, reducing them to a bloody pulp. Hiss! The human-faced spiders emitted anguished cries, and upon witnessing their comrade being mercilessly torn apart by the tentacles, they shrieked and lunged at Kadongwin. For the human-faced spiders, the vengeance for their fallen kin overshadowed the pursuit of prey or the avoidance of danger. They enveloped Kadongwin with a tragic resolve, launching an attack against him. Even if they were to be torn asunder by those tentacles in the next moment, they were determined to rip away a layer of skin from them in the preceding second. Amidst the chaos, Shirley utilized the secondary form of her spear, scaling the wall to ascend into a laboratory on the first floor. This laboratory was one of the few areas yet to collapse. Though the adjacent walls bore multiple fissures, and the floor seemed precariously unstable, threatening to shatter with the slightest pressure, on the ground lay two corpses of human-faced spiders, their bodies marred by deep and shallow wounds, strikingly similar to the fatal injuries on the corpse that had almost transformed into Shirley's likeness. "Are you all right?" asked a bespectacled girl, sitting cross-legged on the ground, visibly relieved as Shirley approached. "I'm fine, thanks," Shirley replied, extending a hand to help the girl to her feet. The two girls gently bumped shoulders in a display of camaraderie. Within half a minute of Shirley entering the room, a short-haired girl rushed in, carrying Chi Mingho on her back. After checking his pulse and confirming he was alive, she unceremoniously deposited him on the floor. "Why is this guy so heavy? I'm exhausted." "Thank you for your efforts." Shirley paused, suddenly realizing she did not know their names. "Rongxia, just call me Xia," the short-haired girl replied, appearing carefree yet perceptive, quickly grasping Shirley's intent to inquire about names. After introducing herself, she patted the bespectacled girl on the back, continuing, "This is Ning Ning, with the second Ning as in lemon. We're both in the second year of high school, classmates with that Kadongwin. I suppose I don't need to introduce myself?" Shirley said, her gaze drifting toward the girl with a single ponytail, who was attempting to conceal herself behind the bespectacled girl. The girl tilted her head slightly, offering Shirley a glimpse of her profile. Shirley inhaled deeply, feeling an emptiness within. When confronted once more with her past nightmare, she found herself devoid of anger. Moreover, this very nightmare had just intervened to assist her. Chapter 27. The final moments the thunderous strike Kadongwin unleashed upon Chi Mingho was impossible to overlook. It was in this moment that Ning Ning and her companions, drawn by the sound, discovered the plight of Shirley and Chi Mingho. Prior to their arrival, they had been rigging chain explosives. With only 2 hours left until the conclusion of the instance, they were pressed to find the correct exit. Although human-faced spiders were reluctant to enter this basement, the high-level mutated creatures would need to purge the first floor of spiders before they could venture in. "Ren, let us proceed through the front entrance, for the corrosive corpses are far easier to handle than the human-faced spiders," remarked Rongxia. "I second that." Ning Ning raised her hand and added. Mo Yunling initially wished to remain a silent observer. Yet unexpectedly, Ning Ning's words drew her unwavering gaze. I also second that, Mo Yunling stammered. Ning Ning nodded in satisfaction. All right, we have reached a consensus, declared Rongxiao with finality. The entrance is situated adjacent to the playground, which is filled with the corrosive corpses that Qi Mingho had previously gathered. These corpses seem to possess an inexhaustible stamina, requiring neither sleep nor regular nourishment, as they meander aimlessly across the playground, emitting mournful sounds. Since Qi Mingho was able to lure the corrosive corpses away with a broadcast, might we not also attract them using a louder radio? Ning Ning inquired. That seems impractical, Rongxiao retorted. For the volume of the school's PA system far exceeds that of any radio. To draw the corrosive corpses away with a radio, one would likely have to circle the playground with it. By the way, where is the broadcasting room? I always assumed it was next to the large speaker by the playground, but after closer observation, I realized there is no small building nearby. Where could the broadcasting room be? Hearing the mention of the broadcasting room, Shirley scratched his head and voiced his long-standing confusion. The broadcasting room is on the 4th floor of the first teaching building. How could it possibly be located next to the speaker? The person in charge of the broadcast would surely be deafened by the noise. Rongxiao promptly answered Shirley's query. I see. Shirley recalled the layout of the playground. We do not necessarily need to lure the corrosive corpses away. Do we? If we can suddenly attract their attention at noon, we should be able to escape, right? The large speaker is situated beside the playground's command platform, separated from the main entrance by the entire expanse of the playground. This is a controllable space. You think we could use the speaker to draw the corrosive corpses' attention? That is impossible. The first teaching building has already been overrun by human-faced spiders, making it inaccessible. Rongxiao furrowed her brow, and even if we were fortunate enough to gain entry, those devices have likely been neglected for far too long to be functional. They can still function, Mo Yunling interjected suddenly. Since Shirley's addition to the team, Mo Yunling had strived to remain inconspicuous. And this was the first time she actively joined the conversation. Fearing disbelief from the others, she quickly elaborated. I am a member of the broadcasting club, and I personally purchased that equipment, which was specially crafted at great expense. It can operate even after being left unattended in high temperatures for a month or even half a year. But what if the human-faced spiders damage it? Rongxiao posed another question. Mo Yunling hesitated, pondering the attack power of the human-faced spiders. After a moment of contemplation, she shook her head earnestly. The equipment is protected. As long as the human-faced spiders do not intentionally destroy it, it should still be operational. Mo Yunling had no reason to lie about the equipment's condition. If it is indeed functional, then the only remaining challenge is how to infiltrate the broadcasting room amidst the encirclement of the human-faced spiders. Perhaps we could access it from the rooftop? The first teaching building only has 5 floors, and traversing the rooftop would only require passing 1 floor of human-faced spiders, proposed Ning Ning. That is feasible. But how would you reach the rooftop? Rongxiao did not immediately dismiss the idea but instead raised a practical concern. Moreover, if they truly had a means to fly up to the rooftop, why not simply go to the window of the 4th floor broadcasting room instead? Wouldn't that be more convenient? Perhaps we could draw the human-faced spiders away? Mo Yunling furrowed her brow, actively participating in the discussion. For instance, by killing a human-faced spider in plain sight of them? The purpose of using the front door is to avoid a direct confrontation with the human-faced spiders. Their terrifying strength lies in their unity and relentless pursuit of vengeance for their companions. If one were to slay a fellow spider before their eyes, the individual responsible for attracting them would surely meet a dire fate. Shirley suddenly recalled someone who seemed perfectly suited for such a perilous task. Do you think Dongwen is still alive? Shirley asked pensively. As soon as Shirley posed the question, the others instinctively turned to gaze at the 3rd teaching building. Within the building engulfed in flames, though Dongwen's figure was no longer visible, the grotesque tentacles writhed menacingly in all directions, reminiscent of the infamous Whomping Willow from the Harry Potter series. He is alive, isn't he? He seems to be doing quite well. Ning Ning replied dreamily. The club president, Mo Yunling, bit her lip and covered her eyes with her hands, seemingly unable to confront the devastation of the 3rd teaching building. The oppressive heat and sporadic breezes intensified the flames. causing the brown tentacles to darken as they were scorched. As Shirley observed those tentacles, he slowly raised his hand, tucking a stray lock of hair behind his ear, revealing a smile that could only be described as ruthless. As long as he is alive, surely he would serve as an ideal bait to lure the human-faced spiders, wouldn't he? Chapter 28. Third time's the charm? It hurts so much. These flames are truly unbearable. They are both scorching and leave my body charred and unsightly. The senior does not favor those who are filthy. Ke Dongwon staggered out from the third teaching building, dragging his heavy body. The once seemingly beautiful tentacles now drooped lifelessly to the ground, resembling a stunted willow tree. He had always prided himself on maintaining a clean body, yet now it bore the marks of burns and scars. Blackened patches marred his skin, with blood flowing freely from numerous wounds. He constantly shifted his tentacles in a futile attempt to cover his injured flesh, but the extent of his burns was too extensive to conceal. While the tentacles could regenerate swiftly, the human body remained fragile. To heal all his wounds, he would require at least a week. After eliminating a small portion of the human-faced spiders within the third teaching building, he had chosen to flee the premises. Fire was his nemesis, as well as the human-faced spiders. The flames had driven off a significant number of the pursuing spiders, granting him the opportunity to escape from the dim basement. Though the majority of the human-faced spiders remained trapped in the burning building, a small number managed to follow Ke Dongwon out. They buzzed around him like pesky flies, occasionally extending their grotesque appendages in an attempt to invade his form. In response, Ke Dongwon would preempt their movements, using his tentacles to swat them aside. The force behind his strikes was sufficient to render the human-faced spiders incapacitated, leaving them struggling to regain their footing. Ke Dongwon felt the remnants of his last meal had nearly been digested. His mind gradually cleared, free from the fog that had clouded his thoughts in the basement. He regretted having presented such an unsightly appearance before the senior, fearing she might hide from him and vanish from his reach. Before the apocalypse, life was predictable, with everyone adhering to their daily routines. During that time, the senior would attend classes, have meals, and return home in an orderly manner. Each step clear and observable to him. But now, in this new world, he had no idea where the senior would go next or what she might do. The abrupt onset of the apocalypse, coupled with the dangerous evolution of mutated creatures, left him anxious. Without his protection, how would the senior survive? She needed him, and he needed her. Bang! In a fit of frustration, Ke Dongwon hurled yet another human-faced spider, attempting to defile him back into the fiery depths of the third teaching building. The spider crashed heavily against the wall, shattering yet another section of the outer structure. Ke Dongwon. He paused in his aimless wandering along the shaded path. Had he just heard the senior calling him? He lifted his head, only to quickly lower it again, hurriedly tucking his tentacles back beneath his skin and zipping up the front, leaving only the back of his head exposed to allow his tentacles to extend and continue swatting away the pursuing spiders. While in the basement, he had consciously protected his face. Now, his entire body bore the marks of battle, save for his face, which was pristine and unblemished. "Senior," Ke Dongwon called sweetly, his large eyes scanning the surroundings for any sign of her. Ke Dongwon, at that moment, he was certain the voice had not been a figment of his imagination. Following the sound, he discovered a phone playing a recorded message on repeat next to a large tree. It was not the senior herself. Disappointment washed over him as he picked up the phone. The device was filled with flashy app icons for social media, comics, and novels, along with one for bypassing internet restrictions, an app he had used previously to gather information. It was clear at a glance that this was not the senior's phone. Feeling let down, he was about to use his own phone to record the looping message when he heard the senior's voice once more. "Ke Dongwon, why does the senior believe that someone would be foolish enough to fall for the same trick twice?" Ke Dongwon first concealed the mobile phone by tossing it behind his head before resuming his search for the sound. Unsurprisingly, he discovered a second phone. This device was filled with the apps most favored by contemporary youth, such as a certain green book and a plethora of others, encompassing both the second and third dimensions, reminiscent of the phone belonging to his senior. Unfortunately, upon opening the photo gallery, he found only a few pictures of unfamiliar girls. This phone was still not the senior's. After retrieving the second phone, Ke Dongwon began to sense what might transpire next. Yet he could not fathom the reasons behind Shirley's actions. Ke Dongwon. Shirley, like an emotionless recording, called his name for the third time, rekindling his attention. With a resigned smile, he silently chastised himself for being so easily deceived, and, accepting his fate, he tossed the second phone behind his head and set out once more to locate the source of the sound. Hey, Ku Dongwon! His ears perked up, realizing that this third call seemed different from the previous two. Ke Dongwon, whose hearing was not particularly sharp, only discerned the source of the sound after Shirley had called him several times. She stood nearby, beside the first teaching building, watching him silently. Once she confirmed that he had seen her, Shirley crouched down and circled to the other side of the first teaching building. While Shirley was aware that Ku Dongwon possessed the ability to manipulate tentacles, she remained oblivious to the fact that he harbored an even more coveted ability. The instant Ku Dongwon caught sight of Shirley, he took a deep breath as if steeling himself for a decision, then closed his eyes, and the next moment, he vanished from his position, reappearing on the other side of the first teaching building, precisely where Shirley had gone after disappearing from his view. Oh, his dismay! Shirley was nowhere to be found. Ke Dongwon clenched his fists, nearly piercing his palms with his fingers. In the following second, he paled and expelled a pool of dark red blood. This blood surged forth from the center of his tentacles, staining them and imparting a foul odor. He had exerted every ounce of his strength for this final spatial maneuver, only to find nothing. It was rather evident. The Shirley he had seen moments ago had not been armed with a spear, appearing entirely clean, in stark contrast to her current post-apocalyptic self, likely an illusion. He subconsciously recognized this ruse yet foolishly chose to believe it once more, utilizing his last resort for survival. Shirley, I loathe you. Ke Dongwon knelt on the ground, his body convulsing as he coughed up more black blood. Ku Dongwon, enough already. Does the senior not understand that 3 times is a charm? He lifted his gaze and spotted the third phone. This illuminated device lay beneath the foot of a humanoid spider stationed at the entrance of the first teaching building, its legs mindlessly scraping across the screen, leaving cracks in its wake. Bang, boom. The humanoid spider had yet to react when Ku Dongwon's tentacles struck it dead, sending its lifeless body crashing into another humanoid spider. Hiss, hiss. At the entrance of the first teaching building, there were approximately 5 or 6 humanoid spiders on guard. After Ku Dongwon dispatched 2, the remaining 3 let out fierce hisses, surrounding him from 3 angles. Ku Dongwon disregarded the 3 threatening humanoid spiders as he wiped the black blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, spat out a mixture of saliva and blood, and strode towards the third phone. The screen of the third phone was grimy and cracked, a dismal sight compared to the previous 2 devices. Like the earlier phones, it lacked a lock screen. Ku Dongwon effortlessly swiped to unlock it. It was evident that a portion of the apps and messages had been deleted prior to its placement here. The first page displayed only a Notes app, while the subsequent pages contained a greater variety and quantity of apps, including numerous quirky photo editing tools. Snap! Ku Dongwon's tentacle struck another humanoid spider attempting to ambush him. The Notes app on the first page was conspicuously eye-catching, its icon seemingly beckoning him to click it, a blatant invitation for Ku Dongwon. Why would the senior assume anyone would fall for such an obvious trap? Gritting his teeth, Ku Dongwon reluctantly tapped on the Notes app. Hello, please transfer 5 million to this Alipay account to foresee future developments. The moment he opened the Notes app, this absurd line greeted him. There's something wrong with you. Ku Dongwon felt as though he had been led on a wild goose chase by Shirley, and his frustration surged to the surface. Suddenly confronted with such a ridiculous statement, his mind momentarily blanked, and the anger within him ebbed like a flood released from a dam. Maintaining a stern expression, he continued scrolling down. The previous line was a joke. Read the second page of the Notes app. I know, Ku Dongwon replied silently in his mind. Flipping to the third page, he read, I think 5 million is too little. You should give me 100 million. Are you kidding me? Is this ever going to end? Ku Dongwon felt a mix of anger and amusement. His tentacles, which were most responsive to his emotions, reacted instinctively. As a second humanoid spider lunged at him, his elongated tentacles ensnared both its upper and lower halves, effortlessly tearing it in two as if it were a mere toy, with a mindset of curiosity about what else Shirley could conjure. He turned to the fourth page. Now for something serious, I want to hear Good Luck Come. Could you play it in the broadcasting room for me? Finally, the fox's tale was revealed. Ke Dongwen, an exceptionally astute individual, grasped Shirley's intention to draw the attention of at the main entrance, facilitating the escape of the players from the instance. Understanding her plan, it was not difficult to surmise Shirley's current hiding place. It was likely not far from the main entrance. Dongwen closed his eyes briefly, exercising patience as he clicked on the last page of the notes app. Distance creates beauty. Being overly clingy can be off-putting. If you play me a song of Good Luck Come, I will inform you of my next destination. If trust were rated on a scale of 10, Shirley's credibility had once soared to an 8 in Dongwen's mind. However, after witnessing her true nature, being bombarded into the basement and nearly burned alive, and being tricked into using his last life-saving skill, granting her even a single point now seemed an act of kindness on his part. Chapter 29. Good Luck Come. Will the president really play music? Mo Yunling crouched on the grass, gazing at the densely packed in the distance, then glanced at her watch, whispering her inquiry. Hard to say. I think it's doubtful. Ke Dongwen doesn't appear to be the type to be swayed by romantic notions. Rongxia replied, not wearing a watch, but with keen eyesight. She could clearly see the large clock on the second teaching building displaying the time. There were 5 minutes left until midnight. Ning Ning cradled her face, lost in a dreamy expression as she remarked, though I don't particularly like Dongwen. According to the manga trope, he should embark on a chase with Shirley, a tale of love and conflict where she is unable to escape. Actually, Junior, I've been meaning to ask, why do you still have the heart to read manga every day in this post-apocalyptic world? Mo Yunling sighed, genuinely inquiring without malice. Among the trio, Mo Yunling had always felt a bit disconnected from the other two. Not due to her previous status as a non-player, but because she did not comprehend their passion for what was known as the second dimension. What's wrong with that? Living is about seeing your favorite manga come to a conclusion. It's about hoping your beloved author emerges from the depths of despair to fulfill their promises. Otherwise, what's the point of living? Ning Ning's eyes sparkled as she embraced Mo Yunling's shoulders. Senior, your life is far too dull. In a couple of days, I'll Bluetooth you the manga I've been reading lately. If you study it well, you'll surely discover the joy within. Mo Yunling was momentarily at a loss for words. Don't be so hesitant. Try to be brave, senior. Ning Ning patted Mo Yunling's shoulder vigorously, embodying the spirit of someone with experience. I remember when I was young and ignorant. I had no idea of the beauty of novels until one day I stumbled upon my cousin's treasured manga collection hidden away in my grandfather's cupboard. At that moment, I suddenly realized I had discovered the light of life. The light of life is a bit much, but reading manga does bring a smile to your face, Rongxia added at Just as Ning Ning was about to continue educating Mo Yunling on the various genres of manga, a faint sound escaped from the boy sprawled on the ground, seemingly lifeless. Rongxia glanced down and noticed the boy's eyelashes fluttering, as if he were on the verge of awakening. By the way, did Shirley mention where she was going? Rongxia interrupted Ning Ning's animated discussion about manga plots. Awkwardly shifting the topic, Ning Ning tilted her head, recalling. I think she said she was going to find some kind of item? Something like an eyeball? I can't quite remember. Mo Yunling, like Ning Ning, was straightforward in her thinking. With Rongxia's topic shift, they naturally began discussing it. Where would she find an eyeball? Where is she going to look? Ning Ning furrowed her brow, her mind drifting through several horror novels. It must be that kind of eyeball dangling from the tip of her long spear. Right? Perhaps it's a special prop. I recall her stating she was going to find the third eyeball, but I distinctly remember only one eyeball hanging from her spear. The three of us exchanged glances, each a bit perplexed. Is it possible that Shirley lost an eyeball without realizing it? Ning Ning slowly began to speak, and the cheerful refrain of good fortune echoed in her mind. May good luck come to you. May fortune bring joy and love. Suddenly, the loudspeaker on the playground blared with a familiar song, interrupting our conversation. The powerful soprano resonated throughout the campus, and amidst the jubilant melody, the howling monsters appeared strangely amiable and lively. Poof! Shirley really had a firm grip on Dongwen. Rongxia couldn't help but laugh out loud at the joyous tune. The corpses, dripping with foul liquid, limped toward the loudspeaker, waving their hands beneath it, shouting in unison, "May kind-hearted people enjoy good fortune every day. May you live beautifully through hard work. May you always be healthy in spring. Ding, ding, ding." The clock struck midnight amidst the song, and the sealed copy's gate swung open, awaiting the survivors' departure. A significant portion of the foul corpses blocking the school gate were drawn away by the loudspeaker, while a small number staggered toward it. Ning Ning wielded her blood sword, weaving through this small group of corpses. Each step closer to the gate resulted in one foul corpse being pierced through the skull by her long sword, and of course, her impressive sweep of the corpses was also thanks to Rong Xia, who stood behind her, dealing with the damage from those that were not yet dead and attempted to retaliate. Yunling initially intended to test if her skills could confuse the foul corpses, but as soon as she tried, a splitting headache ensued. She could only sulkily follow behind the two, dragging Qi Mingho's body toward the exit. Rong Xia had planned to throw Qi Mingho out of the school gate first to check if it was indeed the correct exit. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Ning Ning, in her impulsive nature, dashed out without knowing why she trusted Shirley so much. Foolish girl. Rong Xia shook her head, unsure whom she was chiding. After her moment of exasperation, she followed Ning Ning's lead and stepped out of the school gate without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations! The player has successfully passed the thrilling campus hide-and-seek dungeon, and rewards will now be calculated and distributed. Shirley did not follow Ning Ning and the others. She sought to find the remaining small eyeballed eye in her memory. The small eyeball did not frequently change its hiding place, so it was highly likely that the third small eyeball lingered near the third teaching building. Given that the third teaching building was already enveloped in flames, unless the small eyeball was seeking its demise, it would either head towards the first teaching building or toward the basketball court. Shirley leaned toward the idea that the small eyeball drifted towards the basketball court. Of course, it was also possible for the small eyeball to float back to the first teaching building. However, with Kudongwen wreaking havoc in the first teaching building, the timid nature of the small eyeball, which tended to avoid danger, made it unlikely to venture back inside. Excluding the assumption that the small eyeball had headed to the basketball court, Shirley had a second reason for retracing her steps. Unlike the teaching buildings, the basketball court, while spacious, allowed for a clear view of the entire area, alleviating her concerns of the small eyeball hiding as it had before. Kudongwen's sudden outburst reminded Shirley of the fear she felt when she first faced the foul corpses. While she had miraculously escaped from Kudongwen's grasp, what if he survived this encounter? How would she evade him next time? In this apocalyptic world, one's abilities and props became exceedingly vital. Since there was a chance to acquire a good prop, Shirley was determined not to squander this opportunity. Lost in her thoughts, Shirley jogged her way to the basketball court. The school's basketball court was an outdoor facility, and she had previously attended matches there during friendly competitions. A group of tall, handsome male students showcased their skills on the court, occasionally lifting their shirts to wipe their sweat, revealing sculpted abs that could easily be used as washboards, eliciting cheers from the audience. The basketball court was surrounded by lush trees, with a narrow path between the two courts wide enough for 3 or 4 people to walk side by side. During matches, staff would set up a table and some chairs along this path, where the referees would monitor the entire game. Previously, some students had complained that the outdoor basketball court was too hot, leaving them drenched in sweat after a short while, prompting the school to consider building an indoor basketball court after completing the indoor swimming pool and tennis court. Perhaps it was due to the trees obscuring the basketball court, leaving only one entrance, that the humanoid spiders had yet to invade this area. Shirley did not disturb the trees, but took a detour to enter through the entrance. The basketball court was dark, but as Shirley raised her gaze, she spotted a cloaked figure sitting on the first basketball hoop, back turned toward her. The figure was tall and sturdy, seated upon the hoop as if it were a throne, not swaying in the slightest. So it's indeed here. Shirley rubbed her hands together and approached with her long spear. She did not make an effort to conceal her footsteps, yet when she reached the hoop, the figure remained motionless. Finding this odd, she cautiously circled around to the back of the hoop, maintaining a distance of about 1 meter. The figure was indeed a shadow monster, but it was already dead. The towering form had its face positioned where a human's would be, with 2 large red eyeballs wide open, each bearing a bullet-like wound. It seemed it hadn't anticipated such a sudden demise. The shadow monster clutched a massive sword, its blade sticky and smeared with foul, black blood, along with some ink. Shirley tugged at the shadow monster's cloak, and with a thud, the enormous figure fell from the hoop. Leaning closer to inspect the sword, she noted that the dark portion of the blade emitted a scent reminiscent of ink, akin to that found in a calligraphy classroom. It was evident that this ink was likely of the same origin as the ink stains on Kudongwen's pant leg. A new ghost? Speaking of which, the ghosts in this school seemed rather proactive. Some were fitness enthusiasts who had transformed into hulking monsters. Others held impromptu classes to engage in knowledge discussions, their legs replaced with compass-like prosthetics. And now, here was another that enjoyed spraying ink. Killing without looting is half the fun. Unfortunately, as Shirley flipped the shadow monster over and over, she found no leftover props. It made sense. The shadow monster's corpse had likely been there for quite some time, and any props would have been taken long ago. Initially, Shirley contemplated taking the sword, but the overwhelming stench and slimy texture made her hesitate. The shadow monster had met its end, and Shirley felt a pang of regret. Had she found the third eyeball first, she might have been able to forge a high-level prop. Shirley paused, turning her gaze to her long spear. Indeed, the small eyeball that had previously hung from the tail of her spear had vanished, leaving only one trembling eyeball at the tip, gazing fearfully at the corpses of its companions. What a loss! Shirley frowned, clicking her tongue. Had she known earlier, she should have merged the two small eyeballs she had caught to see if they could yield something valuable. Grasping the last surviving small eyeball, she toyed with it in her hand as a stress relief object, pondering whether to crush it when she suddenly heard a muffled sob nearby. Chapter 30. Good children must exit from the correct exit. Shirley was not fond of socializing, yet she loved to join in on the excitement. However, in this apocalypse, joining the fray often led to dire consequences. As she listened to the weeping, she lowered her gaze momentarily, when suddenly the cheerful soprano rang in her ears again. May good luck come to you. May fortune bring joy and love. Shirley, how delightful. She knew Kudongwen was a dog that barked but was loyal at heart. Shirley recalled when Chi Mingho had asked her if she planned to tame mutated creatures. Upon witnessing Kudongwen's adeptness, a notion of taming sprang forth within her mind. The main entrance of the dungeon should now be fully accessible, allowing her to turn away from the confines of the instance and make her way to Pinyin Tower, where she could devise a plan to contact her grandmother. The source of the anguished sobs was a young girl. Weeping with fervent intensity, Shirley paused momentarily, her mind involuntarily replaying the moment she was bullied, when Chi Mingho extended his hand in her defense. With a resigned sigh, she resigned herself to approaching the direction of the cries. The sound emanated from the spectator stands adjacent to the second basketball court. As Shirley stepped into the second court, her foot landed in an unidentifiable mixture of red and yellow fluid, which was still sticky and unpleasant. Expletives, expletives, expletives. Gritting her teeth against the nausea, she lifted her foot to step onto the adjacent clean ground, wiping the substance from her soul. Woo-woo, I really can't do this. I don't want to answer anymore. Please let me go. The girl knelt on the ground, her cries heart-wrenching. Just a few meters away, an old friend of Shirley, the erudite Brain, gazed down at her with an air of indifference. However, the once intact Brain now bore the marks of a vicious assault, its condition pitiful. A significant portion had been severed, leaving jagged edges and what appeared to be scars from brutal impacts. Several bones from its body had also been lost, while others were crooked, seemingly on the verge of collapse. The only unchanged aspect was its two compass-like legs, which were not entirely unaltered. The segment that housed the ink core seemed to have been cut, causing it to limp as it walked. Young Mingling felt that she must be the most unfortunate person in the world. After barely escaping the clutches of the erudite Brain, she had become a half-hearted player, managing to survive its grasp only to hide away until the instance concluded. Yet, just as she was about to emerge from her hiding spot on the basketball court and visit the school forum to gather information shared by her classmates, she once again encountered the erudite Brain. In the past 2 days, she had gleaned much from the forum, coming to understand just how terrifying a creature the erudite Brain truly was. Thus, when it reappeared, only 2 words echoed in her mind. It's over. Upon seeing Yang Mingling, the erudite brain surged forth like a beast catching the scent of flesh, eagerly activating its domain. Its little game this time was once again a question relay. But perhaps due to its damaged state, it exhibited a bug. The bug was that, although Yang Mingling was the sole participant in this round of questions, meaning she could end the game by answering correctly, once she did, the erudite brain immediately initiated a second round. This situation was akin to the erudite brain being both a boss and an NPC. The previous player had not fully defeated it. Yet the system mistakenly believed it had been vanquished, removing it from monitoring. However, the boss still existed, attempting to follow its original protocol to issue tasks, but having been half destroyed, it lost some functionality, resulting in unpredictable bugs. Yang Mingling found herself ensnared in a bug, with the erudite brain entering a relentless mode, refusing to relent until she was defeated. Yang Mingling was academically proficient, her mind quick, yet she could not withstand the erudite brain's vast knowledge. After several exchanges, she found herself increasingly struggling to answer the questions. Overwhelmed by pressure, she burst into tears. "Hey, stop crying. What are you doing?" As she wept, tears and snot streaming down her face, a clean tissue was handed to her. "Woo-woo," Yang Mingling sobbed, accepting the tissue and looking up at the person before her. The girl presenting the tissue had her hair tied in a single ponytail, her petite frame contrasting with her bright, large eyes that seemed to focus solely on her. For a fleeting moment, Yang Mingling thought she saw a phantom of Yang Li in the girl, draining the color from her face as she instinctively pushed the girl away. Cautiously glancing at the erudite brain, "No, don't talk to me. I'm afraid that monster will see you as an intruder," Yang Mingling cried out anxiously, keeping her gaze fixed on the erudite brain, fearing it might suddenly strike, as it had before. Shirley glanced up at the shaky form of the erudite brain and then at the visibly anxious girl, blinking slowly before retreating to a nearby seat in the stands. She felt no sense of the oppressive dread that accompanied Kadongwen. In fact, she sensed that the monstrous proprietress was far more formidable than the current erudite brain, leading her to decide to observe for the time being. Should the girl find herself incapable of managing, only then would she intervene. Watching Shirley position herself in a relatively safe spot, Yang Mingling, with a resolve akin to desperation, chose one of the four unknown answers. I choose C. The death of Yang Li had transformed Yang Mingling significantly. Despite knowing she was likely to guess incorrectly, she no longer attempted to bury her head in the sand. Instead, she faced the terrifying creature head-on, mustering her courage to make a choice. Yang Li had said that miracles could happen, she could not die. She must live on with Yang Li's conviction. However, her bravery dissipated like smoke as the erudite brain tilted its head and raised its hand. Having engaged in this question-and-answer duel for so long and having researched the erudite brain on the forum, she was well aware of its behavior. Whenever it raised its hand, it signified her incorrect answer. And punishment was imminent. It was the end. Yang Mingling's mind blanked, and before tears could even form due to her overwhelming anxiety, she crouched down, instinctively assuming a defensive position, shutting her eyes tightly. Bang! Yang Mingling did not suffer a fatal blow. At the moment the chalk was hurled toward her, she felt a warm body tackle her aside. Ouch, that hurts. Yang Mingling opened her eyes to see the girl she thought had departed, who in that critical moment had pushed her away, preventing the chalk from dealing a fatal injury. In the process of saving her, the chalk had pierced the girl's shoulder, soaking her clothes in blood. The girl grimaced in pain, teeth gritted, and scolded. "Are you an idiot? It was attacking you. Why didn't you dodge? Luckily, I was close enough to save you, or else you'd be in serious trouble." I can't fight that monster," Yang Mingling replied in a daze, still processing what had just occurred. Shirley looked at Yang Mingling as if she were foolish, her expression a mix of incredulity and bemusement. "If you can't fight, then run. Even a child understands that." However, it was clear that this was not the appropriate moment for a lesson. The erudite brain, taken aback by the fact that its target had survived the attack, momentarily hesitated, contemplating whether to pursue both girls or continue its focus on Yang Mingling alone. The chalk launched by the erudite brain struck Shirley in the right shoulder. In that instant, the grip of her hand holding the long spear slackened. With her right arm incapacitated, she could no longer wield her weapon. significantly diminishing her combat effectiveness. To prevent the mishap of losing her weapon, Shirley, upon losing the use of her right hand, summoned her thoughts and stowed the long spear, which contained the small eyeball, back into her player's backpack. Run. My arm hurts too much. I can't wield a weapon. I can't fight it. Shirley used her still functional left hand to pull young Mingling up from the ground, not caring whether she could keep pace, and dashed towards the exit of the basketball court. In a wonder there is no one in the basketball court. Shirley pondered. It must have sensed the presence of the erudite brain and deemed this place too perilous, hence avoiding intrusion. Young Mingling bit her lower lip hard enough to draw blood, and at that moment, her weak legs finally began to move. Miracles will happen. Following closely behind Shirley, young Mingling sobbed loudly, her wails more heartrending and unbearable than those she had heard earlier. Shirley deeply questioned whether there was something amiss with the girl's mind. Yet being a polite individual, she refrained from interrupting her cries or directly asking if she was all right. Upon witnessing the two flee, the erudite brain finally regained its composure, lumbering after them on its compass-like legs, hurling chalk as it pursued. The chalk pieces vary in nature. Some are merely ordinary chalk, while others explode upon striking the ground, releasing a significant burst of ink. After a moment of observation, Shirley finally untangled the logic behind it, realizing that there were no other entities involved. This ink was, in fact, a manifestation of the erudite brain's attack methods. Shirley temporarily designated these two forms of assault as ink bombs and chalk bullets. The song heralding good fortune had concluded 5 minutes prior, and the entrance was likely teeming with liquefied corpses. Even if the liquefied corpses had not yet completely obstructed the main entrance, Dongwen might very well be blocking her escape there. Regardless, exiting through the front door seemed impractical. As for the back door, it was the lair of the human-faced spiders. Should she venture there, she would swiftly become a mere after-meal snack for them. The correct exit. Perspiration beaded on Shirley's forehead, and her pallor intensified with each drop of blood lost, her mind processing slower by the second. Mr. Nyo had mentioned that there were more than 2 exits, and the correct one would not be a place where the dungeon tormented its players. Shirley seized young Mingling, who had lagged several steps behind, propelling a chalk bullet past her head, piercing through the dense foliage surrounding the basketball court, revealing the walls beyond. The walls were draped in linen, and faintly visible were the words "Construction in Progress, Exercise Caution," inscribed in red chalk. Eureka! The third exit. Shirley dragged young Mingling and dashed out of the basketball court. Chapter 31. The return of light. As they reached the entrance of the encircled construction site, Shirley heard young Mingling audibly sniffle, followed by a stifled laugh. "Are you all right?" Shirley inquired cautiously, turning her head. "Ha, I'm fine. I'm just so overjoyed. Miracles do exist, and Yang Li was right," young Mingling exclaimed, her eyes glistening red, her expression a peculiar blend of laughter and tears. Shirley sighed, dismissing the rather eccentric girl. She glanced around and spotted a metal rod beside the iron gate, seizing it to strike the heavy lock hanging from the door. With a resounding crash, Shirley exerted all her strength, shattering the lock with ease. The erudite brain ambled along at a leisurely pace, swaying to one side as if it might topple over at any moment. Such a creature, no matter how formidable, could not hope to catch a human with sound limbs. After breaking the lock, several human-faced spiders approached, yet the erudite brain had not yet caught up with them. "It's over," Shirley murmured softly as she pushed open the iron door and stepped outside. "Ding! Congratulations, player, for successfully clearing the incredibly entertaining dungeon of Campus Hide and Seek. We will now proceed with settlement and reward distribution." Exiting the dungeon felt profoundly surreal, akin to a small incision being made in the brain, allowing the exterior light to illuminate the interior. It also felt as though she had been refreshed. Both her spirit and body underwent a cleansing. However, this cleansing was merely metaphorical, as the wounds on Shirley's body continued to bleed profusely. In the novels Shirley had read, protagonists would often enjoy a safety period after emerging from an infinite flow world, during which the system would distribute rewards based on task completion, and their injuries would heal automatically. Yet, reality was devoid of such mercies. This trashy game, which had descended upon Earth, showed no consideration for how weary players were after exiting a dungeon. Nor did it recognize the instinctual relief players might feel, leading to a lapse in vigilance. This wretched game cast players, upon leaving the dungeon, directly into another throng of monsters. The construction site was swarming with 7 or 8 wandering liquefied corpses, which, upon spotting Shirley emerge from the iron door, began to howl and charge at her with flailing arms. Shirley had no time to contemplate the scores and rewards sent by the dungeon, nor the opportunity to inspect her wounds, as she was compelled to retrieve a fruit knife from her backpack, wielding it with her left hand to fend off the approaching monsters with a swift thrust. Shirley withdrew the knife from the arm of the nearest liquefied corpse, kicking it away. Before she could catch her breath, another liquefied corpse lunged at her from the left, its filthy claws, adorned with long nails, aiming squarely for her head. With a swift motion, Shirley raised her hand, blocking the attack with the fruit knife, then quickly bent down to plunge the blade into the creature's knee. The liquefied corpse, intended to seize Shirley's head, faltered as its knee buckled, collapsing to the ground. Shirley thought that being surrounded by 7 or 8 liquefied corpses was the most absurd situation she could encounter, only to find an even more ludicrous scenario unfolding when young Mingling emerged from the iron door. Not only did she have to contend with a multitude of liquefied corpses, but she also had to look after young Mingling. Having never killed a liquefied corpse before, and with a player level barely above novice, young Mingling was not much different from an ordinary person. The moment she exited the dungeon and beheld the swaying liquefied corpses encircling them, she instinctively attempted to retreat. Naturally, she could not escape. A barrier once again materialized, preventing young Mingling from re-entering the dungeon. As young Mingling retreated, a liquefied corpse drew near, closing the distance in just a few strides. While the foolish girl remained blissfully unaware, facing away from the danger, Shirley felt a surge of frustration but adhered to her principle of rescuing others to the end. She rushed over and drove the fruit knife into the back of the liquefied corpse, attempting to attack young Mingling. The creature was dispatched with a single blow, swaying before crashing onto young Mingling, startling the panicked girl back to her senses. You're bleeding profusely?" Young Mingling gasped, her voice trembling. As she spoke, she hurriedly retrieved a metal rod from her backpack, which she had stowed away just before leaving the dungeon, deeming it a necessary weapon to prevent hindrance. This meant that throughout the entire dungeon, young Mingling had relied entirely on luck to evade detection if a corpse infused with decaying fluid were to lunge at Shirley from behind. She would close her eyes and strike it with a club. Though she knew she could not overpower it, this would at least buy her some time, allowing her to avoid being overwhelmed. The decaying corpse was knocked to the ground by Shirley's blow, thrashing about like a fish, attempting to claw at the unconscious Shirley. Young Mingling shot a glare at the corpse, but it was oblivious to human expressions, continuing its desperate writhing towards Shirley. With a thud, young Mingling, fuming, stood up, wielding an iron rod, and with all her might swung it, causing the corpse's head to burst open, splattering red and yellow fluid everywhere. "Hold on. My home is just in the neighboring community. I'll bandage you up first, and then everything will be fine once we get to my place." Young Mingling tossed aside the iron rod, her hands trembling as she hastily unfastened Shirley's clothing. From the instance, she had received a wondrous bandage called Shimo as a reward in the dungeon. She hadn't closely examined its description but understood it to be a one-time healing item. She knew such healing supplies were immensely precious in a post-apocalyptic world. Yet, upon witnessing Shirley's pitiful state on the ground, no thoughts of gain or loss crossed her mind. She took out the item without hesitation and clumsily began to bandage Shirley, staunching the bleeding. "Yes, all right. It's all right. I'll take you home." Young Mingling awkwardly hoisted Shirley onto her back, murmuring softly, uncertain whether she was comforting Shirley or herself. "Trust me, a miracle will happen." When Kadongwin exited the first teaching building, the melody of good luck had already cycled through 3 times before coming to an automatic halt. Kadongwin was indeed impressive, yet overwhelmed by the sheer number of adversaries and having nearly exhausted his vitality, he ultimately emerged from the building, standing upright solely by the strength of his will. Behind him, the first teaching building was eerily silent, as if the occupants within had never existed. Only the bloody footprints he left behind hinted at the brutal slaughter that had transpired inside. Kudongwin had retracted all his tentacles back into his face, which bore several gashes, through which the wilted, short tentacles could be faintly seen. His body was coated in various viscous substances, and the clothing and skin beneath were riddled with countless punctures. Wild plants often exhibit remarkable resilience. With the right temperature, fresh water, and suitable nutrients, they can rejuvenate. Thus, his tentacles could be restored, and his handsome visage could be mended, as long as his senior sister kept her promise and informed him of her whereabouts. These external injuries would pose no problem. However, with a thud, Kudongwin sank to the ground, gripping tightly to his phone that had not received any new messages, muttering 2 words in a gloomy tone. Liar. Chapter 32. Bird-headed man outside the window. Traffic flowed like a river, while inside, the teacher droned on, and the students fought off drowsiness. Shirley sensed something was amiss. The area outside the teaching building should not be a bustling road. It ought to be a playground, a tree-lined path, or another teaching building. What are you looking at? Shirley's deskmate, a boy with a melodious voice, leaned in, curious about her gaze. I'm observing the cattle and horses of modern society. Shirley replied without turning her head. The teacher at the podium continued to indulge in a topic Shirley found uninteresting, while below, some students were applying makeup, others were assembling Lego, and a few had already succumbed to sleep. In contrast, Shirley and her deskmate, quietly exchanging small talk, seemed slightly more normal. What are the cattle and horses of modern society? The deskmate, ever inquisitive like a living encyclopedia, asked earnestly. Shirley paused for a moment. Resting her chin on her hand before responding, you can interpret it as a metaphor for the busy individual striving for a living. It's merely a figurative expression, so don't dwell on it. Oh, the boy nodded, his understanding only half formed. Shirley glanced at him, unable to clearly discern his features, but subconsciously felt he must possess an appealing countenance. What's your name? The boy inquired once again. Call me Shirjie, as in Sister Shir. Just refer to me as that. Shirley, aware that this was likely a dream, decided to speak freely. Sister Shir, the boy exclaimed with delight. Damem, Shirley responded, akin to an authoritative elder sister. It felt quite nice, though she couldn't be the boss in the real world. Being one in a dream was not too shabby. After calling her sister, the boy eagerly gazed at Shirley, seemingly awaiting her to reciprocate and ask for his name. Unfortunately, Shirley excelled at ignoring others' expectations. After 5 or 6 minutes of silence, the boy, feeling somewhat awkward, finally spoke up. Sister Shir, why don't you ask me my name? It's just a dream. It will inevitably end. Even if I learn the names of those appearing in my dream, once I wake up, will I truly remember? Shirley pursed her lips, contemplating her response before saying, You my little brother. Why would a big sister inquire about her little brother's name? Though she didn't quite grasp the reason behind this peculiar dream, Shirley decided not to harshly dampen the enthusiasm of the dream's NPC. The boy, after serious contemplation, solemnly declared, I understand, Sister Shir. Since entering the apocalypse, Shirley had encountered many dim-witted individuals, but this boy, who took everything she said at face value, was the first. Overall, his simplicity made Shirley wonder if the dream state had somehow dulled the intelligence of its characters. This dream stretched on much longer than Shirley anticipated, spanning from day to dusk, from classes to dismissal. Following the routine of her daily life, she methodically completed each task, while the boy trailed behind her like a loyal shadow. The boy, akin to a naive child entering society for the first time, approached everything with boundless curiosity and an unwaveringly positive attitude. In truth, despite his foolishness, he was not intolerable to Shirley. The school within this dream, with its geography and architectural layout, was unfamiliar to Shirley. She could find neither her dormitory nor any acquaintances, leaving her to wander aimlessly. As night descended, Shirley found herself seated on a swing in a park, idly swaying back and forth. Oh, it's getting dark, the boy said, perched on the swing's crossbar, casually swinging his legs. I've never seen the stars, he lamented, gazing wistfully at the distant, dusky sun. You can't see stars in the city. To see them, you must venture out to the countryside, Shirley replied nonchalantly. The boy hooked his legs around the crossbar, leaning back like a water snake, giving Shirley a gentle push on the swing, causing it to sway once more. Shirley closed her eyes, savoring the gentle breeze brushing against her cheek. I really want to see the stars, the boy sighed. The cool breeze whisked away his lament, ushering in the night in that instant. When the sky turned completely dark, Shirley, eyes shut and relishing the evening wind, suddenly felt something wet on her face. Opening her eyes, she reached up to touch the dampness, discovering it was blood. Under normal circumstances, upon realizing her face was stained with blood, her first reaction would be one of terror and vigilance. However, in the dream, for some inexplicable reason, she remained calm, as if she had foreseen what was to come. Confusion washed over Shirley as she leaped off the swing and turned around. First, she saw the boy sitting motionless on the crossbar, resembling a lifeless statue. Then, as she looked up towards the sky, she beheld the creature that had slain him. It was a bird-headed man, soaring gracefully through the air. Indeed, it had the body of a human, yet sported a fluffy, yellow bird's head. Its small, black eyes darted about, and from its elongated beak dangled a blood-soaked, still-beating heart. With a thud, the boy's body fell from the crossbar, landing on the ground like a discarded rag doll. Damn, what a gruesome dream! Shirley jolted awake, her mind a chaotic blur, struggling to recall the specifics of the dream. Her body felt weak and achy, as if it had been run over by a car, and the slightest movement threatened to unravel her. Moreover, an intense chill enveloped her, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. Her thoughts lingered on her valiant battle against 8 decaying corpses. She vaguely remembered fainting afterward, and then nothing. Struggling to rise from the ground, Shirley pulled aside her collar to inspect her wound. Thankfully, the bleeding had stopped, and she was still alive. She had saved a grateful child, which was commendable. With a sigh of relief, Shirley cautiously surveyed her surroundings. It was dark and cold, the floor beneath her smooth stone tiles. Her first instinct was to wonder if she had been transported to a morgue. However, upon further reflection, she realized there was no hospital nearby the school. Moreover, the girl had helped her bandage the wound. It made no sense to toss her into a morgue, right? Shirley stood up and dusted off her pants. Remaining stationary was not in her nature. After a brief rest, she chose a random direction and began to walk. What was that saying again? The darkness before her was not merely black. It was a fog that obscured her vision. Shirley glanced at the 3 dimly lit corridors shrouded in shadow, and without much thought, chose a direction to advance. However, after taking only a few steps, she stumbled upon an elevator with its doors wide open. Emanating a warm glow, the black electronic screen displayed a glaring red -3. Shirley pondered. How could she forget that morgues are typically located on the lower levels? Had she truly been cast into a morgue? Earlier, she had felt a chill, attributing it to the overly efficient air conditioning. Now, however, the cold had seeped into her very bones, as if invisible specters were encircling her with sinister glee, in a realm reminiscent of a horror novel. Danger loomed on both sides. Behind her lay the gathering place of spirits on the -3 level, and before her stood the narrow, eerie elevator. Whichever path she chose, it felt as though her fate was sealed. This direction had reached its terminus, leaving only the elevator as an option, and so Shirley hesitated momentarily before turning back and retracing her steps to the junction, where she opted for another route. This corridor was longer than the first, adorned with peculiar paintings on either side. These were not realistic depictions but rather abstract works, splashes of color twisted into bizarre forms. After observing a few, Shirley found them increasingly disorienting, and the coldness enveloping her intensified. After approximately 5 minutes of walking, she arrived at yet another open elevator, its screen flashing the ominous red -3. A cold sweat broke out on her back, and without a moment's hesitation, she turned and fled. Returning once more to the junction, she found she had only one path left to explore. This third corridor was even longer than the previous 2. With a greater number of paintings, their colors more chaotic and overwhelming. Shirley walked for a full 10 minutes before reaching the end, where yet another elevator awaited her, an exact replica of the previous 2. A veritable triplet of elevators. With a grim expression, she found herself back at the junction yet again. The temperature within these corridors had plummeted further, prompting her to retrieve a candle that never extinguished. Hoping to stave off the chill, each of the three paths felt increasingly sinister, as if they conspired to force her into the elevator. Under such glaringly obvious peril, stepping into the elevator felt akin to walking into the jaws of a wolf. Shirley settled herself cross-legged on the ground and accessed her player panel, eager to discover if the exhilarating campus hide-and-seek instance had granted her any useful items to escape this bewildering maze. A new message and announcement bar appeared on the panel, each marked with a small red, indicating unread notifications. She first opened the announcement section. Attention all players, the exhilarating campus hide-and-seek, the Q building, and the botanical garden at Paradise Bank are temporarily closed for maintenance and upgrades. Please exercise caution and take alternate routes. Had the exhilarating campus hide-and-seek truly collapsed? Would Mr. Nyo, the acting supervisor, be penalized? How unfortunate! Shirley tilted her head, lost in thought. Closing the announcement, she opened the message bar, which contained an email with an attachment titled Instant Settlement, Exhilarating Campus Hide-and-Seek. Instance name. Exhilarating Campus Hide-and-Seek rating. S rewards. Misfortune dice. A yogurt cup that refreshes daily, a one-time muscle vitality elixir, and a singing-loving yellow oriole upgraded to a singing-loving wailing creature. Judging solely by their names, these items hardly seemed worthy of an S rating. Shirley rubbed her hands together and began to examine each item. Misfortune dice. A specialized die for the employees of the cafeteria during mahjong games. This die has 6 faces but can roll any number from 0 to 7. The roller will experience varying levels of misfortune for half an hour, with severity increasing alongside the rolled number. Minor incidents may include slipping on a banana peel, while major ones could involve being struck by a delivery truck in the supposedly safe Paradise Bank. P.S. Bad luck has no end point. Let's start our journey of abstaining from gambling together. Shirley mused, would anyone actually use this item? Who would wish to be even more unfortunate? The yogurt cup, which refreshed daily, was a practical item. A small white plastic cup adorned with a little rabbit on the rim. Every 24 hours, it would magically refill with a cup of yogurt in a random flavor. Random flavors meant it could range from the typical strawberry and blueberry to the bizarre, such as bitter melon or even, heaven forbid, shower gel.as for the singing-loving wailing creature, despite being an upgrade from the singing-loving yellow oriole. Shirley could discern no discernible difference from the description and decided to set it aside for now. After closing the description of the singing-loving wailing creature, she paused in silence before reopening the item. Releasing the noisy yellow oriole in this ominous corridor, while the bird might be a bit loud, it was still a living creature, offering her some much-needed courage. The oriole, now appearing more vibrant and melodious, chirped in a somewhat affectionate manner as it nestled against her neck. Shirley couldn't quite place it, but there was something oddly charming about this upgraded bird, reminiscent of a dear friend. Chapter 33. The eerie paintings with the oriole's company. Shirley found her mounting anxiety alleviated considerably. Presently, she was aware of 3 corridors, each terminated by an elevator. The walls of 2 corridors were adorned with strange paintings, while the third bore none. Shirley now harbored a certain trepidation towards the elevators. The combination of their enclosed nature and the continuously open doors left her feeling as if she were trapped in an iron wolf. Yet, another question nagged at her. How had she arrived in this place? Given the layout and structure, the only way she could have accessed this level was via the elevator. Thus, it seemed the elevator might also be her sole means of escape. Caught between the iron wolf and the possibility of salvation, she reluctantly decided to venture down the corridor she had traversed earlier, determined to scrutinize those peculiar paintings once more for any potential clues. The flickering candlelight illuminated the corridor somewhat, yet Shirley wished the light were dimmer, for it revealed a scene that sent chills down her spine. The number of paintings in this corridor had multiplied since her previous visit. No, to be precise, the quantity surpassed that of the third corridor. Moreover, the complexity of the images had escalated, resembling a grotesque array of freshly spewed vomit. These paintings seemed to proliferate with each of her entries into the corridor. Growing ever more numerous, gritting her teeth, Shirley pressed forward, mentally counting the seconds as she measured the time it took to reach the end. As expected, the corridor had lengthened. This time, it took her a full 15 minutes to reach the elevator. Biting her lower lip, she approached the closest painting for a closer look. This particular piece, about the size of B5 paper, was framed in yellow plastic and hung upon the wall. The canvas was dominated by swirling red Shirley. It had been a considerable time since her sanity had plummeted to such an extent. While her expression remained unchanged, her heart raced with panic. Silently, she rose and retraced her steps to the fork in the road. Fortunately, during her return, those paintings did not pursue her. Otherwise, she was uncertain whether she might suddenly lash out and obliterate them into fragments. Lacking any conventional weaponry to breach the walls, her only tool was a spear. Shirley was a woman of action, and as she retrieved the spear from her backpack, she was poised to commence her task when her gaze unexpectedly locked onto the small eyeball dangling from the spear's tip. "Ah, I had almost forgotten you." She scooped the small eyeball into her hand, which trembled as it turned away, presenting its rear to Shirley. With little regard for its dignity, she rotated the eyeball back to face her. Withdrawing a fruit knife from her travel bag and thrusting the tip menacingly towards the eyeball's pupil, creak. The small eyeball swiftly closed its eyes, letting out a pained cry. The knife tip halted just a centimeter above the eyelid. A mere tremor from Shirley would spell disaster for the eyeball. "Shall I turn you into a mere tool, or will you serve me?" Shirley uttered in a demonic whisper. The small eyeball. Shirley was uncertain if the little eyeball could comprehend human speech. But testing it bore no risk. "Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the item Nightmare Fragment. Quite remarkable." The small eyeball was rather compliant. As the system notification concluded, the small eyeball cautiously opened its eyes, appearing limp and forlorn, as if it had suffered grievously. Nightmare Fragment description: by day, I possess red eyes. By night, my vision plummets to a mere 4.0. Due to severe damage, this item can currently only perform dubious functions such as surveillance and voyeurism. The method of usage is exceedingly simple. The user merely needs to concentrate, and the right eye will perceive what the nightmare sees. The nightmare can operate within a radius of 10 kilometers from the user, but ensure that it can find its way back after departing. There exists a possibility for this item to be restored to its complete form, at which point its functions will alter. P.S. Having lived in constant fear of its master, the Nightmare Fragment has grown increasingly timid. Please treat it kindly, lest it be frightened to death one day. For reasons unknown, Shirley felt that this P.S. was likely added by the small eyeball itself. Having lived in constant fear of its master, Shirley repeated with a smile in her eyes, "Oh, is that so, little eyeball?" The small eyeball. Under Shirley's penetrating gaze, the text in the P.S. section of Nightmare Fragment appeared to be erased incrementally. Replaced with P.S. Please feel free to command Nightmare Fragment, for its master, Nightmare Fragment, can traverse mountains of knives and seas of fire. This little eyeball is indeed peculiar. Shirley pondered as she squeezed the small eyeball once more. Returning it to her player backpack, she was puzzled about what kind of potion the girl she had rescued earlier had used, for despite her shoulder being grievously wounded, she could still move freely. Although moving her right arm caused a sharp tugging pain at the wound, its healing speed was evidently several hundred times faster than natural recovery. Armed with her spear, Shirley ventured into the corridor where no paintings had adorned the walls at the outset. Ready to begin her excavation, as expected, the number of paintings in this corridor was far greater than in the previous one. They were plastered closely together, with larger paintings pushing down the smaller ones. Shirley was uncertain if it was merely her imagination, but as she gazed at the paintings, she felt as though the distorted whirlpools were surging outward from the canvases. Taking a deep breath, she thrust the spear into the wall. The wall's hardness was no match for the spear, which penetrated as smoothly as a toothpick thrust into tofu. Excavation was indeed feasible. Shirley's eyes lit up as she continued to pierce the corners of the wall with her spear. Suddenly, a small oriole emitted a series of urgent chirps, flapping its wings against her ears. "What is it?" One hand wielding the spear while the other grasped the troublesome oriole, Shirley continued her relentless assault on the wall. The oriole trembled slightly, twisting its upper body toward the wall. its tiny eyes darting about with keen interest in the paintings. Drip, a damp sensation fell upon Shirley's head, as if something were dripping. Even with her nerves of steel, she sensed that something was amiss. Stiffly, she raised her head, encountering a sudden confrontation with a swirling vortex protruding from a painting nearly the same size as her face. Shirley was taken aback. The painting had indeed materialized and was drooling, while the painting itself hadn't anticipated her abrupt gaze upward, the blue-hued portion still dripping liquid. Drip! The droplet hung precariously at the apex of the bulging red-purple vortex for a brief moment before succumbing to gravity, splattering onto Shirley's right cheek. Remarkably, the droplet carried the distinct scent of paint. Not only was this painting salivating over Shirley, but as she glanced further away, she noticed that over 10 larger paintings had congregated around her. Their faces had emerged from the canvas, peering intently, cautiously yet maliciously inching closer to Shirley. The handle of the knife struck the ground with a sharp clatter, while the blade within the frame was abruptly engulfed by a vibrant blue hue. The sound of the knife handle hitting the floor tore away the deceptive masks of these paintings. Behind her, the canvases that had sprouted began to grow at an astonishingly frenzied rate. And even the more subdued artworks in front seemed to respond to some unseen cue, breaking free from the constraints of the flat surface and lunging towards Shirley. These images coiled together like serpents, merging into a massive, undulating white organism, the source of which was indiscernible. "Stay with me. Stay with me." The whispers transformed into piercing screams, a cacophony of voices, some male, some female, encompassing adults, the elderly, and children alike. They roared with resentment, called out in anguish, and pursued with insatiable greed, seemingly oblivious to the reason why the humans who had just played with them were unwilling to merge into their existence. Chapter 34. The GI Art Institution as Shirley dashed into the elevator. A vast mass of writhing, colorful slime filled the corridor, still some distance from the lift. The moment she entered the elevator, she hastily pressed the button for the upper -1 floor, then frantically jabbed the door close button. Shirley had intended to press a direct button for the positive floors, but after scanning the panel twice, she found only buttons for levels -1 to -17, with no sign of a positive floor button. In every horror film, elevators are often depicted as closing at the most critical moments, yet this one seemed to defy such conventions, closing at a torturously slow pace, akin to moving at half speed. Tormenting her nerves, Shirley yearned to assist the doors in shutting manually. Just as the elevator doors were a hand's breadth from closing, the writhing slime surged forward. It thrust its colorful tendrils between the doors, the hues resembling unevenly spread glue, filling the gaps in the elevator and attempting to inch its way inside, aiming to drag Shirley out. Damn it. Wasn't it always shown in dramas that elevators would shut at the most perilous moments? Why was this elevator showing her such disregard? Shirley took a few steps back, muttering curses as she retrieved another fruit knife from her travel bag. Having learned from her previous ordeal, she knew that if the knife plunged into this mass of liquid, the outcome would likely be dire. Therefore, she aimed the blade at the delicate tendrils that had just sprouted between the elevator doors and sliced down fiercely. Snap! The little tendrils, caught off guard, were swiftly severed and fell to the ground. The severed tendrils rolled a few times, still seemingly capable of struggling to continue their growth. As Shirley crouched down, preparing to chop them further, the elevator emitted a soft click, finally closing in that instant. The white pigment clinging to the elevator's seams and the fallen tendrils visibly darkened and shrank, disappearing without a trace. The elevator returned to its former pristine state. Upon witnessing the vanishing of these inexplicable entities, Shirley's heart raced. It was not only due to the fright induced by those paintings, but also because she feared she might end up like those entities, disintegrating within the elevator. Fortunately, the elevator did not turn against her. Leaning against the corner of the elevator, Shirley noticed an electronic screen mounted on the wall to her right, replaying shopping advertisements incessantly. On the left wall, 2 green rental advertisements were affixed, offering 2 rooms numbered 1207 and 1208 at remarkably low prices, likely due to some unfortunate events associated with them. After a prolonged delay, the elevator finally jolted into motion. The black display screen flickered with a red -3 before transforming into an upward arrow. The upward arrow slowly cycled twice on the display, and then Shirley saw the -1 button she had pressed suddenly darken, followed by the -6 button lighting up on its own. Shirley thought to herself. She knew this elevator would surely pull some tricks. With a resigned attitude, Shirley plopped down onto the floor. Since the elevator insisted on taking her to -6, she had no choice but to accept it. It would be better to calm her mind and gather her strength for the challenges that lay ahead. Once the button changed to -6, the elevator seemed to hit an acceleration button, and a red downward arrow appeared on the display. The speed at which the downward arrow cycled was astonishingly rapid, reminiscent of when Shirley accidentally clicked on an add-on line and malicious software began downloading itself. The entire elevator cabin descended with the same rapidity as the arrow. The moment the downward arrow appeared, Shirley felt a sudden weightlessness, nearly lifting off the ground. Before she could comprehend what was happening, a force from below yanked her back down to the floor with a jolt. Ding! The elevator emitted a chime, and the doors eagerly swung open. It was evident that this elevator was quite eager to be rid of Shirley. After a moment's hesitation, she grasped her candle and exited the elevator. Her reluctance to linger was fueled by the concern that if she remained inside, the elevator might abduct her all the way to -17. -17 was just one floor away from -18, a place that certainly did not sound inviting. Outside the elevator was a corridor that appeared rather ordinary, reminiscent of an old apartment building. The walls on either side were a dull gray, with a recessed glass cabinet embedded in the wall adjacent to the elevator, housing a fire extinguisher. After traversing a distance roughly equivalent to that of the corridor on -3 where she had first walked, Shirley arrived at a glass door at a sign reading GAI Art Institution hung above the door, which was adorned with a drawing of a vividly colored little lion. The lion's dazzling hues and abstract rendering inevitably reminded Shirley of the masterpieces from -3. Pushing open the glass door, which creaked like a bad joint as it swung, she stirred up a cloud of dust. Upon entering the room, Shirley's first action was to feel along the wall until she found the light switch. Click! As she flipped the switch, the room illuminated brightly. After briefly surveying her surroundings with wide eyes, she quietly turned off the light. The reason was simple. The wall was lined with an array of colorful plaster sculptures, and the walls were adorned with abstract paintings akin to the little lion, forming what could only be described as an evolved art exhibit from -3. With her keen eyesight, Shirley could discern the situation even without the illumination. She turned off the lights mainly to spare her eyes and nerves from the assault of these colorful creations. It was not that the artworks were unattractive. Rather, being surrounded by such vibrant colors made her feel as if they might suddenly whirl around and pull her into a vortex. In short, it was a case of PTSD from -3. Shirley lingered by the glass door for a moment, ensuring that the artworks within held no intentions of rampaging before she dared to step inside. Exploring her surroundings, the room was approximately 100 square meters and, apart from the glass door she had entered, it connected to 3 additional doors. Other than one wooden door marked studio, the remaining 2 doors bore no labels. Each abstract painting on the walls was accompanied by the name of its creator, most of which were scrawled in a childlike manner, likely the work of young hands. It was no wonder that the artworks featured whimsical animals and vibrant colors. The plaster sculptures varied in form, some resembling humans and others animals, but none were entirely realistic. Some small creatures were missing limbs, and some human figures had half their faces missing. None of the sculptures displayed a complete, normally proportioned being. Shirley surmised that these plaster creations were unlikely to be the work of children. They were probably crafted by adults attending classes at the art institution, or perhaps by the institution's instructors. After wandering around the room, Shirley found no useful information. She brandished her long gun, positioning it protectively before her, and with a decisive kick, she forcefully swung open the studio door. The door was unlocked. Thus, when Shirley exerted her strength, it slammed against the wall with a resounding thud, bouncing back halfway. The anticipated door kill did not transpire. Instead, the studio appeared even more orderly than the room outside. The studio, modest in size, boasted 2 windows on its walls, though the view outside was obscured by a swirling, colorful mist of indeterminate origin. Shirley prodded the seemingly soft mist with her long gun, only to discover that it was as unyielding as diamond. The impact reverberated through her arm, leaving it tingling. Adjacent to the wall without windows stood a wooden cabinet taller than Shirley herself. The upper half of the cabinet featured glass doors, revealing neatly arranged certificates and trophies within. The lower half served as a bookshelf, crammed with numerous volumes, perhaps due to the overwhelming number of books. A few had been forced out of the cabinet, tumbling to the floor. Additionally, the studio contained commonplace items such as a work desk, an office chair, a small tea table for guests, and a long sofa. Shirley rummaged through the studio like a frantic hamster, but to no avail. If one were to speak of gains, she did uncover a stack of printed sublease advertisements and several crumpled resumes tucked away in the desk drawer. All the resumes bore the photograph of the same young woman, likely in her 20s, her gentle and charismatic smile suggesting she was easy to get along with. It seemed that in recent years, business had been tough, leading small art institution owners to contemplate career changes. Shirley sighed regretfully, smoothing out the resumes before stuffing them along with a few easily portable certificates and lightweight medals into her travel bag. After exiting the office, Shirley closed her eyes and randomly chose one of the remaining 2 doors. Upon pushing it open, she was greeted by a familiar sound of weeping. Shirley thought to herself. She knew her ill-fated luck would lead her to a poor choice. Embracing the notion of better a dead friend than a living foe, she attempted to ignore the crying and let the door close behind her. However, her efforts were thwarted as a delicate hand propped the door open. "Oh, be careful, classmate. This door is rather heavy. Allow me to hold it for you." A young woman draped in a colorful fringed shawl appeared seemingly out of nowhere, adeptly using a chair to brace the door. The young woman tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and gestured for Shirley to enter with a sweet smile. "Please come in. Your little friend has been waiting for you. We shall begin class shortly." In the apocalyptic setting, class was about to commence. How absurd! Shirley blinked, her ears once again assaulted by the familiar cries. "No, please don't come any closer," the girl cried, abruptly halting mid-sentence, as if she had forgotten to drink water while eating steamed buns and found herself choking. As Shirley hesitated, contemplating whether to follow the young woman inside. She gradually felt a chill creeping down her back. In her musings, she turned her head slowly. The plaster figures and the children's artworks did not rise up in rebellion, nor did they sprout forth like in the basement. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, they appeared somewhat incongruous. Shirley furrowed her brow deeper. When she turned back, the young woman was still patiently awaiting her response. The young woman's smile was so disarmingly gentle that Shirley felt assured that even if she declined to enter, the woman would not resort to any extreme actions. Suddenly, Shirley was struck by realization. She understood the source of the dissonance emanating from the artworks behind her. Whether they were plaster figures or paintings of small animals, every piece was fixated upon her. In other words, upon the young woman's arrival, these ghastly entities had turned their bodies towards her. There was no question of any extreme actions. It turned out this stunning beauty was not subtly threatening her, but rather compelling her to step inside with the pressure of those plaster figures and paintings looming behind her. Chapter 35. The mixed-use building beyond the door lay a corridor, flanked by various classrooms, undoubtedly a territory of the GAI Art Institution. The young woman led Shirley into the only brightly lit classroom, its door adorned with numerous photographs showcasing beautiful phone cases, plump bead bracelets, and exquisite keychains among other handcrafted items. Our GAI Art Institution not only welcomes children to paint but also invites adults to realize their artistic dreams. Sensing Shirley's confusion, the young woman gently elaborated. Contemporary youth often have fragmented time, making it difficult to engage in art for extended periods. Thus, we have tailored our workshops to suit their characteristics. In these workshops, young people can complete a small project within a single class, providing a gratifying sense of achievement. Had it not been for the incongruity of the time and place, Shirley would have found this charming teacher rather pleasant. She remained uncertain whether the instructor was a ghost or a mutated creature like Kadongwen, and she had yet to ascertain the teacher's weaknesses and abilities. Thus, she resolved to proceed with caution. "Excuse me, is the 3rd floor also part of our institution? Those oil paintings up there are quite lovely." Shirley casually inquired. The teacher paused briefly, her tone still warm. Indeed, those paintings are indeed works of our institution. As she pushed open the classroom door, a wave of damp, foul odor assaulted Shirley's senses. The stench was so overpowering it momentarily disoriented her. Though she had encountered the unmistakable scent of decay and blood in the thrilling game of hide-and-seek at school, this odor was unlike any she had experienced. The putrid stench in this room was 100-fold stronger than those encountered in the school. With no windows to ventilate the space, the foul odor permeated every corner, rendering the atmosphere unbearably foul. Teacher, I feel that this room lacks ventilation and the smell is quite overwhelming. Could we perhaps open a window? Shirley hesitated at the threshold, carefully considering her words before speaking. Fortunately, her comment did not provoke the teacher's ire. Upon hearing Shirley's words, the teacher tightened her shawl around herself and apologetically replied, I sincerely apologize. The room is air-conditioned, and opening the windows is not feasible. What you are smelling should be the scent of paint. Rest assured, it is harmless. The teacher's polite demeanor belied a firm tone. Shirley raised her gaze to meet the teacher's eyes for an extended moment before resignedly stepping into the classroom. Observing Shirley's entrance, the teacher, recalling her earlier remark about the strong odor, considerately retrieved another chair to block the door, allowing some of the stench to dissipate into the corridor. As Shirley had suspected, this room was far from normal. The space was relatively large, yet it felt exceedingly cramped at first glance. Several corpses lay haphazardly on the floor, some missing arms, others legs, and some grotesquely mutilated. Blood flowed like a river, mingling with decaying flesh and a yellowish liquid, creating an eerie carpet that left little room for a clean step. The once white walls bore countless crimson stains, a chilling testament to a series of brutal murders. Near the door stood a round table adorned with several buckets of colorful paint and large brushes, alongside a half-painted human arm positioned in a greeting gesture, facing the entrance in the center of the room. Atop two stacked corpses rested a square table, precariously balanced on their bellies. The table held a box filled with eyeballs, a container of glimmering human nails, and a roll of glossy hair. The floor was a murder scene, while the table served as a dismemberment site. Gag, gag. Shirley turned her head, spotting a girl kneeling beside the table. One hand pressed to the floor while the other clutched her throat, retching violently. Her face was pale as paper, tears streaming down her cheeks, and her hair hung disheveled over her shoulders. The sound of the girl's heaving was so intense it sent chills down Shirley's spine. Finally, after persistent gagging, the girl expelled what had lodged in her throat, a pair of eyeballs. Shirley's stomach churned violently, if her urge to vomit had initially been confined to her stomach upon witnessing the room's horrors. It surged to her throat upon seeing the girl regurgitate the eyeballs. Woo-woo. The girl sobbed, her voice hoarse, and after expelling the eyeballs, she rushed to Shirley's side, wrapping her arms around her tightly, smearing her tears on Shirley's shoulder. Woo-woo. I thought I was going to die. It's so terrifying. I want to go home. The girl coughed as she cried, her earlier gagging having likely injured her throat, and with each cough, a metallic taste filled her mouth. She was genuinely terrified, clinging to Shirley with all her strength, her fingers gripping Shirley's clothing firmly. After what felt like an eternity, her breathing and sobs gradually steadied. I'm here. It's all right, Daddy. As Shirley observed that the girl had calmed down, she gently patted her head. All right now, classmate Young Mingling, try not to be too agitated. Remember, after the countdown ends, the teacher will need to check your work. The female teacher gracefully pulled a chair beside the round table and sat down elegantly, her tone sweetly reminding them. The girl stiffened momentarily, took a deep breath, and leaned towards Shirley, expressing her annoyance. How did you get in here? I told you not to come over. Shirley paused, glancing at the female teacher who had been watching them intently, her mouth opening and closing in a silent struggle. She certainly couldn't admit in front of the teacher that she had been compelled to enter by her. I heard your voice and was a bit worried, Shirley uttered, fabricating a kind-hearted lie. Upon hearing Shirley's well-intentioned falsehood, Young Mingling pouted, her expression teetering on the brink of tears from gratitude in an effort to silence Young Mingling's impending wails. Shirley swiftly covered the girl's mouth with her hand. What are you doing here? What's going on? And what is this countdown? Shirley posed the 3 questions that weighed most heavily on her mind. You passed out earlier. I intended to carry you to my house for a rest, but unexpectedly, the elevator went haywire and brought us to the 3rd floor. Young Mingling recounted, her words tumbling out in a fluster. Your home is quite close to the school, Shirley remarked, her tone reflecting a hint of surprise. Young Mingling, still catching her breath from the earlier sobs, straightened upon hearing Shirley's quiet exclamation. Her demeanor shifting from distress to pride, and of course, my mother had foreseen this. She said the land beside our house would either become a school or a shopping mall, and property prices would surely soar. Lo and behold, within a couple of years, a school was built, and suddenly, our place became prime real estate. All right, enough of that, Shirley interrupted again, covering young Mingling's mouth, her expression devoid of emotion. First, answer me, why did you claim it was the 3rd floor when the elevator display clearly indicated -3? Once you've clarified that, you may continue. Young Mingling blinked, and once Shirley released her hand, she reverted to her previous, delicate state. I find it puzzling too, but whether it's -3 or -6, they are essentially similar to the layout of the 3rd and 6th floors. Though not identical, they bear significant resemblance, she elaborated, attempting to recall and describe the details as thoroughly as possible. This building is a mixed-use structure. The first 8 floors are offices and commercial spaces, while the 9th floor and above are residential. The 3rd floor is an undecorated space usually rented out for events, and it seems it has recently been leased to the artistic institution on the 6th floor, where we currently are, for an exhibition. Shirley nodded thoughtfully, urging young Mingling to proceed. I sensed something was amiss with the building, so I placed you on the 3rd floor while I went to scout for answers. But, young Mingling cast a fearful glance at their quietly observing teacher. The artistic institution feels off, and that young lady seems quite peculiar too. All right, let's pause the idle chatter here. Classmate young Mingling, please return to your work promptly. I will explain to the new student. The teacher interjected, her slender fingers tapping lightly on the table, her voice soft yet commanding, prompting young Mingling to obediently close her mouth. As for the current situation and the countdown, this young lady will clarify that for you. Young Mingling managed to add quickly before falling silent. Shirley believed that even if young Mingling divulged everything to her, the teacher would not pose any threat to them. Don't be nervous. Come sit here. The teacher beckoned to Shirley, pulling out a chair beside her as an invitation. It was a moment where Shirley felt the gravity of knowing there were tigers in the mountains, yet still needing to venture deeper into their lair. Shirley swallowed hard, moistening her dry throat, and stepped forward to take a seat beside the teacher. The teacher appeared pleased with Shirley's compliance, her delicate fingers gently tucking a strand of Shirley's hair behind her ear. With her head propped on her hand, she tilted her head to regard Shirley, her demeanor friendly and inviting. You may call me Teacher Mingming. Could you kindly tell me your name? Up until now, the teacher had maintained a remarkably normal demeanor, which left little room for suspicion. However, regardless of her intentions, it was prudent to exercise caution. I am Mo Yunling, Shirley replied with calm assurance. Shirley often approached the unknown threats with the worst-case scenario in mind. If the teacher's powers hinged upon knowing her name, she could not afford to reveal any personal information. As she pondered over the names of acquaintances, she initially contemplated presenting herself as Kadongwen. However, the name sounded somewhat masculine, prompting her to decisively choose Mo Yunling. Better to have a dead friend than a dead enemy, Shirley harbored a slight sense of vindictiveness. All right, Mo Yunling, welcome to our crafting class today. Teacher Mingming clapped her hands, her tone reminiscent of coaxing a child. Next, I will outline the small task for today's crafting lesson. Here come the rules. Shirley perked up her ears, aware that as long as she adhered to the rules, whether this was a mere simulation or a realm of mutated beings, she could safely exit the classroom. Teacher Mingming casually picked up a transparent phone case stained with blood from the floor and presented it to Shirley. You see, we have a plethora of beautiful beads and decorative items here. All you need to do is utilize one or more of them to embellish this phone case. Of course, if you prefer not to use the phone case, you may string a necklace using the threads I have. Teacher Mingming gestured toward the shiny strands of hair. If you find the materials provided unsatisfactory, you may use your own supplies. However, the types are limited to beads, sequins, and threads. Anything else will not adhere to the phone case, nor will it make an appealing necklace. Beads refer to eyeballs, sequins to fingernails, and threads to hair. At least one of the eyeballs or sequins is required for decorating the phone case, while a necklace requires both hair and an eyeball. Should you choose not to use the existing materials, you will need to pluck your own eyeballs, fingernails, or hair. Shirley mentally translated Teacher Mingming's words. Since this is a class, and to avoid disrupting the next group of students, there is a time limit for your crafting. Teacher Mingming produced a timer, commonly favored by physical education teachers, and placed it beside the phone case. You have 1 hour. As long as you submit your work before the countdown ends, you will pass and be free to leave for home. The timer assigned to Shirley displayed a full 60 minutes. While Yang Mingling's timer was already counting down from 48 minutes, Teacher Mingming was not in a hurry to commence the timer. She repeatedly confirmed Shirley's understanding of the rules before finally activating it. She imposed no special requirements on their actions during the crafting class, only ensuring they remained within the room until the countdown concluded, as if to assure them that they were safe until then. Are there issues with these materials? Shirley shifted her chair closer to Yang Mingling, tilting her chin toward the assortment of small boxes on the table, inquiring silently. Yang Mingling frowned and nodded. We can't touch anything. Look at those corpses on the ground. She glared at the decorative boxes that Teacher Mingming had mentioned, her voice low. Upon entering the room, Shirley had merely glanced at the corpses until she blew on her nails, rose to stretch lazily, and walked to the table by the door, continuing to apply color to her arms as if in a trance. Teacher, do you have a fondness for painting? Shirley's courage far surpassed Yang Mingling's. After surveying her surroundings, she immediately set her sights on Teacher Mingming. Since Teacher Mingming had not shown any hostility and maintained her teacherly demeanor, it seemed perfectly acceptable for her to inquire as a student. As Teacher Mingming paused, brush in hand, Shirley's keen eyes caught sight of the brush being forcefully snapped in half during her questioning. Oh Yunling, when creating art, one must immerse oneself in the process and refrain from wandering eyes. Pay attention to what the teacher is doing, Teacher Mingming remarked, turning slightly to speak with a good-natured tone. Teacher, I've been watching for quite a while now, and it seems there are only my friend and I here at the Institute. Has no one else come to create art recently? Shirley boldly pressed on. Is our beloved Art Institute on the verge of closing down? Bang! The severed brush was slammed onto the table by the young female teacher. The classroom seemed to drop several degrees, chilling to rival the depths of the basement. The eyes on the table trembled wildly, reflecting their owner's extreme displeasure. Teacher Mingming glared, her chest rising and falling rapidly. The arm on the table patted her back repeatedly, seemingly offering comfort. The eyes on the table continued to shake without taking action, their bluster quite convincing. Classmate, you are not Mo Yunling, are you? Teacher Mingming crossed her arms, leaning against the wall, her gaze growing cold as she spoke with certainty. Teacher, why are you not smiling? Is it your nature to be so serious? Shirley mimicked Teacher Mingming's posture, calmly meeting her gaze. Smile? Teacher Mingming sneered slightly, tightening her shawl, then suddenly elongated her neck, bringing her head closer to Shirley's line of sight. The elongated part of her neck was a flowing, colorful liquid, resembling the chaotic slimes Shirley had encountered in the basement. The young teacher's exquisite face twisted into a smile that stretched eerily to the level of her ears, reminiscent of the grotesque characters found in horror comics. Classmate, how does this smile strike you? With a stumble, Yang Mingling fell from her chair, crashing heavily to the floor, her pants stained with repugnant blood. Shirley had not anticipated Teacher Mingming's temper to be so volatile. She had barely begun her teasing when the teacher turned hostile. Staring into the face of a grotesque figure was indeed a disconcerting experience. Shirley's lips quivered slightly as she discreetly drew out a fruit knife, aiming it at the slender neck of the slime-like head before her. Thud! In a moment of vulnerability, Teacher Mingming's head was severed from her colorful neck with a single strike, tumbling to the ground. Yang Mingling covered her eyes, unleashing a stream of frantic screams. The reason for her terror was evident as Teacher Mingming's head, even after falling, bounced animatedly a few times before landing near Shirley and almost at Yang Mingling's feet. The young teacher's beautiful face was now filled with resentment, her malevolent gaze sweeping over Shirley's body. Were it not for the constraints of the so-called rules, Shirley would surely have become a lifeless corpse by now. Classmate, your hands are truly beautiful. After a while, I shall adorn them splendidly, so they may forever remain with my other creations. Oh, little classmate, your eyes are also quite striking. They shine like stars, filled with stories, perfect for transforming into a necklace to hang by my bedside, guarding me as I drift into slumber. What colors do you fancy? Little classmate, how about using red, yellow, and black to depict the sunset effect on your hands? Oh, the combination of black, blue, and green seems promising as well. However, the absence of red would render it somewhat plain. What do you think? Teacher Mingming's head rolled around on the ground, spouting nonsensical chatter nonstop. Yang Mingling was once again terrified to tears. The past few days since her association with Shirley might have been the most frightening of the year for her. Shirley flicked the fruit knife, sending a few drops of paint splattering onto the ground, where they sluggishly crawled back toward Teacher Mingming's body. Glancing at the countdown on the table, Shirley noted that she still had ample time. But Yang Mingling had only about half an hour left to solve her problem. According to the rules set forth by Teacher Mingming, the simplest and most straightforward solution was to tear off a piece of her own nail and affix it to her phone case. However, as the saying goes, the heart is connected to the fingers, and the pain of tearing a nail was something Shirley was reluctant to endure. She grabbed Teacher Mingming's noisy head and tossed it back beside her body. Teacher Mingming cradled her head in her hands, still raving, spitting out venomous curses one after another. Shirley automatically tuned out the teacher's shrill voice, returning to the square table to retrieve her phone case and timer. Here, teacher, I'm done, Shirley said, handing back the phone case unchanged to the noisy head. For half a second, Teacher Mingming's head continued to threaten, I'm going to dismember you. You're finished, before her expression abruptly shifted to a sickly sweet smile. Mo Yunling, are you certain you've completed it? If so, the teacher will begin to assess the results. Yang Mingling, terrified to the core, hesitated but eventually moved her hands away from her eyes, urgently urging. Mo Yunling, stay calm. You still have time. Don't rush it. The eyes on the table all floated up, hovering neatly above Yang Mingling's head, threatening to dive down her throat if she uttered another word, potentially choking her. Yang Mingling had no choice but to close her mouth, making noise in a futile effort to signal Shirley to remain composed. Shirley glanced back at Yang Mingling behind the square table, tightening her grip on the phone case. Well, it's still a bit lacking. Under Teacher Mingming's eager gaze, Shirley pulled her hand back and said with a hint of wicked humor, You, just as Teacher Mingming was about to resume her nonsensical chatter. Shirley flipped her palm, revealing the phone case once more. This time, I am certain it is complete, Shirley declared with unwavering confidence, eye in her hand. The transparent phone case bore a decorative eyeball that she had affixed at some point. Chapter 37. 1 minute you. Teacher Mingming's eyes widened in shock, momentarily forgetting her previous ramblings. The item was completed, and the countdown had ended. Shirley maintained her outstretched hand, pausing the timer with the other before casually tucking it into her pocket. Teacher Mingming glared fiercely at the phone case Shirley offered her. The eyeball was larger than ordinary ones and moved erratically. However, it indeed fulfilled all the criteria set by Teacher Mingming. Consider yourself fortunate. Teacher Mingming spat through clenched teeth, snatching the phone case with an aggressive motion, her long nails scraping at the eyeball. Had it not been for the rules binding Teacher Mingming, Shirley suspected that upon receiving the phone case, the tiny eye might have been reduced to a pulp under the teacher's wrath. Alas, the rules were in place. Even though Teacher Mingming was seething with frustration, she merely vented her displeasure by scratching the small eyeball. Refraining from inflicting any real harm. So, may I take my leave now? Shirley inquired innocently, resembling a well-behaved student. Teacher Mingming's lips quivered as she shot Shirley a glare. Yes, Mo Yunling, you may go. Yang Mingling, wide-eyed, witnessed Shirley conjure an eyeball as if by magic and successfully submit her phone case. Reflecting on her earlier worries for Shirley, she inexplicably felt the urge to wiggle her toes to alleviate the awkwardness. However, the awkwardness was fleeting, as Yang Mingling suddenly regained her senses. Once Shirley received Teacher Mingming's permission, she left the room without a backward glance. With Shirley gone, Yang Mingling found herself alone amidst the peculiar entities in the room. The countdown clock now showed less than half an hour remaining. However, until now, she has yet to conceive any effective strategies. Yang Mingling's mindset has shifted from being anxious for others, with beads of sweat forming on her forehead, to feeling deeply concerned about her own predicament. Shirley's completion of her task served as an exemplary case. She demonstrated to Yang Mingling that as long as one adhered to the rules articulated by Teacher Mingming, submission of a handcrafted item would ensure a safe exit. The only remaining issue was how to acquire usable materials. When Yang Mingling first laid eyes on the corpses strewn across the ground, the first solution that came to her mind was to procure materials from these lifeless bodies. However, Teacher Mingming had dealt with the corpses meticulously, leaving not a single eyeball behind, and had also thoroughly removed the nails, both from the hands and the face, if one were to insist that there were any remaining materials to be salvaged. Yang Mingling's gaze drifted toward the direction where Teacher Mingming was situated. The round table. Amidst a cluster of paint, lay a human arm, its 5 fingers still adorned with intact nails. Upon reaching the negative 3rd floor, Yang Mingling merely took a cursory glance before she ascended to the negative 6th floor via the elevator. She had not experienced the relentless pursuit of the paint slime, hence she was unaware of the terrifying nature of the art pieces covered in pigment. In fact, after witnessing Shirley sever the colorful neck of the teacher, Yang Mingling's perception of the dangers posed by the colorful artworks became significantly skewed, leading her to follow a misguided line of thought that fixated on the colorful arm. Yang Mingling fixated on the phone case in her hand, her mind already devising a plan to snatch the colorful arm from Teacher Mingming. During this mental calculation, she occasionally cast sideways glances at what Teacher Mingming was engaged in. It seemed that Teacher Mingming displayed little interest in the phone case handed to her by Shirley, carelessly tossing it beneath the round table, where it mingled with other haphazardly piled books and documents. Yang Mingling was uncertain if it was merely her imagination, but she could have sworn that the eyeball on the phone case appeared to be alive. Yet, upon closer inspection, the eyeball seemed lifeless. Devoid of any movement, with 10 minutes left on the timer, Yang Mingling's feet felt as if they were rooted to the ground, remaining motionless beside the square table. She found herself in a state of profound contradiction. Logically, her mind reasoned that she needed to step forward, seize the colorful arm, and detach the nails to affix them to the back of the phone case. Yet, her 6th sense urged her to refrain from approaching the round table and the arm, advising her to stay put. Shortly after Shirley departed, Teacher Mingming reattached her head to her neck and became engrossed in painting the arm. However, as the countdown neared its conclusion, Teacher Mingming's focus waned increasingly. Each time Yang Mingling glanced up toward Teacher Mingming, she would catch the teacher peering at her, wearing a peculiar smile. When Yang Mingling noticed this, Teacher Mingming swiftly turned away, attempting a lackluster cover-up. Teacher Mingming's bizarre behavior caused Yang Mingling's heart to race, her thoughts turning to a chaotic jumble. If a breakthrough did not present itself within a minute of the countdown, she would have no choice but to muster her courage and seize the colorful arm. Has classmate Yang Mingling not yet decided what to do? Time is of the essence. A voice chimed, devoid of emotion. As the countdown reached 5 minutes, Teacher Mingming licked her lips, feigning concern for Yang Mingling's dwindling time. The stark contrast of the black and white eyeball, the long and sharp nails, and every object in the room filled with malice watched the trembling girl beside the square table. Yang Mingling's lips moved silently, leaving her at a loss for words. She felt as though she were a student who had performed poorly on an exam, being detained by the teacher. Anxious and apprehensive about the reprimands and coldness she would face upon returning home. She was also consumed with self-reproach, lamenting her inability to be more clever and complete her tasks with greater finesse. With 3 minutes remaining, Yang Mingling fixated on the timer, counting down the seconds in her mind. In the face of an erudite intellect, only a few minutes of torment lay ahead. Life or death would soon reveal itself. Unlike now, where she had been on edge for nearly an hour. The fluctuations of human psychology are a peculiar curve. Half an hour ago, Yang Mingling had been in a state of trepidation, her mind racing with strategies. 5 minutes prior, however, her mind had gone blank, contemplating that even if she managed to escape once or twice by sheer luck, she would ultimately meet her demise. Rather than live in perpetual fear, she thought it might be better to close her eyes and embrace a swift end. Yet now, for reasons unknown, a renewed desire to survive surged within her. She could not bear the thought of dying so easily. Yang Lu had perished to save her, and Shirley had suffered grievous injuries in her defense. Yet here she was, wallowing in despair. Her actions were a disservice to everyone who had aided her, and, more grievously, to herself as this yearning to survive intensified. Yang Mingling's inner fear escalated, rendering her hands and feet icy. Her legs weaked. Li Wangming, your life is forfeit. A crisp, emotionless voice resonated in both Teacher Mingming's and Yang Mingling's ears. Shirley had returned. Yang Mingling's emotions were tumultuous. On one hand, she fervently wished for Shirley's return to rescue her. Yet on the other, she felt her desire was selfish. It was enough that Shirley could survive. When Shirley truly reappeared, Yang Mingling's fear diminished considerably, replaced by an inexplicable psychological pressure. She possessed considerable audacity. As Teacher Mingming's eyes glimmered with greed, she leaped up from her seat, rushing out of the classroom like a gust of wind. With 2 minutes remaining, Yang Mingling subconsciously believed that once the 2 minutes elapsed, regardless of Teacher Mingming's return, she would be slain by the entities within the room. Fully aware of the urgency, as soon as Teacher Mingming exited, Yang Mingling dashed to the round table, poised to make her move on the colorful arm. Yet, just as she was about to touch it, a soft, round object slipped into her palm ahead of her. Meanwhile, after a loud shout, Shirley planted a foot on a chair blocking the door. Crossing her arms and resting a long gun against her elbow, the barrel pointed upward while the butt pressed directly against the ground, embodying a small rogue. A mere 10 seconds after Shirley's shout, Teacher Mingming's head, still attached to her neck, came rushing toward Shirley, her body following suit, all the while elongating her neck, and no matter how many times one looked, that colorful long neck was undeniably unsettling. Ah, how delightful! I did not expect you to return. Come back to rescue your pitiful, unloved companion. Have you? To be honest, I have already killed her and turned her into a grotesque figure. Ha ha! Teacher Mingming's body finally caught up with her head, and she cradled her face with both hands, beaming with delight. Shirley arched an eyebrow and raised her wrist. That timer seems rather inaccurate. Mine shows we still have over a minute left. The corners of Teacher Mingming's mouth twitched, yet Shirley's disheartening words did little to dampen her madness. What does a minute matter? You shall soon perish, and there is nothing you can do. Teacher Mingming chuckled ominously, however. I wouldn't mind granting you an opportunity. If you accompany me back to create a handcrafted piece, I shall release both of you. How does that sound? How audacious. You're not satisfied with merely taking Yang Mingling's life. You wish to claim another. Shirley shook her head, shifting her body to reveal the scene behind her. Li Wangming, I did not return to continue crafting. I came to inform you that I have emptied the exhibition hall of its works. After a brief pause, witnessing the rare expression of shock on Teacher Mingming's face, Shirley continued, This means you may leave this place. Teacher Mingming gazed at the vacant exhibition hall, devoid of any artworks. Her astonishment lingering for a full 10 seconds. She craned her neck, peering past Shirley, cautiously scanning the area beside the wooden door. No, there are no plaster casts, no oil paintings. The hall was bright and empty. I've been longing to clear this hall for what feels like 5 or 6 days, perhaps a month, or even 10 years, she mused. I have shown such sincerity. Do you not wish to express something in return? Shirley pointed to the rapidly spinning second hand on her watch. There's 1 minute left. You should release my friend. Release them, Li Wangming murmured, her head bowed. Ha 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 ha. You are right. I can leave this wretched place. The laughter that erupted from Li Wangming was relentless, manic, and hysterical. In that case. Li Wangming's head suddenly snapped toward Shirley, and the glimmer of greed was unmistakable in her eyes. Bang! In the next moment, Shirley found herself slammed against the wall by Li Wangming's grip on her neck. Then why should I let you go? Chapter 38. Self-destruction. In most films, antagonists often engage in lengthy self-reflection before committing murder. However, Li Wangming was not one to indulge in such theatrics. She struck with lethal precision from the outset. Within mere seconds, Shirley felt the agonizing sting of asphyxiation, her cheeks beginning to turn a ghastly shade of purple. When faced with imminent peril, the human body instinctively fights back. Shirley was no exception, flailing her arms like a cat helplessly cradled, unable to find solid ground at least. That was how it appeared from Li Wangming's perspective. Yet, paradoxically, Shirley's feet hung limp, resigned to the fate of being throttled by Li Wangming. 10, 9, 8. Shirley mentally counted down, her mind growing hazy from the lack of oxygen. Bang! Mo Yunling. Just a short distance behind Li Wangming. A girl with disheveled hair burst forth from the room, a small eye-like orb hovering closely above her, maintaining a curious distance. How could this be? Shirley heard Yang Mingling's voice, and Li Wangming, too, was taken aback, turning her head in disbelief, seemingly puzzled as to how Yang Mingling had managed to escape the confines of the room. Regardless of whether the countdown had reached its conclusion, Yang Mingling should not have been able to leave. She had meticulously recorded Yang Mingling's name. Foolish. Shirley mouthed the words in a sudden burst of strength. Shirley, who had previously appeared weak during her struggle. Yang Mingling seized the opportunity to exit the classroom, deftly circumventing the room's regulations while evading Li Wangming's lethal rules. To her astonishment, the small eye revealed a delightful surprise. Beneath the round table, it discovered a register, upon which the names Yang Mingling and Mo Yunling were inscribed in a crimson liquid, with Mo Yunling's name marked with a cross. Shirley had been vigilantly monitoring Li Wangming, who either colored her arms or flashed smiles at the two of them, never once producing the register or writing any names. The room's reliance was not on Li Wangming hearing names, but rather on the register recording them. Yang Mingling and Shirley shared a subtle understanding. Guided by the small eye, Yang Mingling unearthed the register. However, her sixth sense forbade her from touching any items within the room, leaving her no choice but to tear the register into shreds as soon as she did. The colorful arms began to melt away like vibrant ice cubes, transforming into a viscous, sludgy substance resembling crawling. Peculiar creatures. To ensure she did not breach the room's regulations, Yang Mingling stayed until the timer automatically ceased, and only then did she dash out. Shirley speculated that the register might be akin to the institution's core element. Now that it was destroyed, the food chain logic among the institution, Li Wangming, and the players had been upended. Given that colorful pigments resided within Li Wangming's body, which constituted part of the institution, this disruption in logic rendered Li Wangming the first target to be dealt with. Shirley felt a twinge of misfortune for Li Wangming when she suggested to her that she could leave. She sincerely hoped to encourage her to try the elevator, to see if it could expunge the institutional elements from her body. Had she accepted Shirley's proposal at that moment, she could have liberated herself from the threats posed by the artworks in the hall. Departing the institution freely, even if she were to perish, it would have been a dignified death. Yet, she did not acquiesce. The colorful stain on Li Wangming's abdomen expanded relentlessly, her entire being morphing into a vibrant sludge. She reached out to Shirley, her eyes brimming with emotions that Shirley could not decipher. It was all too complex. Shirley had no desire to interpret a dead person's thoughts. Perhaps sensing Shirley's inability to empathize, Li Wangming withdrew her hand. She staggered toward the institution's glass door, leaving behind a sporadic trail of melted pigment. Red, yellow, black, blue, green. The colors favored by Li Wangming gradually manifested upon her body. Li Wangming's strength waned. Unable to stand or walk further, she begrudgingly knelt upon the ground, continuing to crawl toward the glass door. Her eyes transformed into red pigment, spilling forth like tears that traced her cheeks. With a finality, Li Wangming's outstretched hand turned to blue pigment, falling to the ground and halting a meter before the glass door. Ultimately, she could not escape the GAI Art Institution, not even touching the glass door. Chapter 39. Empathy. Inside the glass door, the GAI Art Institution had become a vibrant ocean. The pigment surged to above knee height, completely concealing the mark left by Li Wangming's transformation. Outside the glass door, Shirley strode toward the elevator without a backward glance, followed by Yang Mingling, whose expression was complex. Mo Yunling. Yang Mingling tugged at Shirley's sleeve, sniffing and hesitating. My name is not Mo Yunling. I am Shirley. Shirley calmly corrected her, adding, of course, I wouldn't mind if you called me Sister Shir. After a moment of silence, Yang Mingling responded, all right, Xiao Li. After pondering for a while, she finally voiced what she had previously hesitated to say. In fact, Teacher Mingming knew my name before I even arrived. I was quite shocked when I heard her call it out. However, just now, I recall that when my family moved here, I once saw many beautiful sculptures while exercising on the stairs. I was quite curious and spoke with teacher Mingming for a while. She must have remembered my name then. I find it remarkable that we only communicated once, and that was several years ago. Yet she still remembers my name. Regardless, I think she is at least a very attentive and gentle person, and she shouldn't have acted so violently as she did earlier. Sympathizing with the enemy often marks the beginning of misfortune. Upon hearing young Mingling's musings, Shirley realized the girl was beginning to overflow with sympathy. Don't think that way. Perhaps only a handful of people have visited this institution over the years. And it's possible that Li Wangming merely remembered your name because she viewed you as a potential customer. Shirley patted young Mingling's back, shattering the seemingly romantic notion with her words. Young Mingling pondered Shirley's perspective, realizing it made a semblance of sense. She felt momentarily dazed, her earlier feelings of guilt, sadness, and regret dissipating into a cloud of confusion. They were not Li Wangming. Unable to empathize with her. Nevertheless, it did not prevent some from viewing Li Wangming positively, while others condemned her as utterly wicked. As a human, Li Wangming was a fine teacher and neighbor. Yet, as a monster, she was an unequivocal demon and murderer. Ultimately, the root of the problem lay buried a decade ago. What Shirley did not share with young Mingling was that 10 years prior, Li Wangming had also been a painting prodigy. Her works were genuine and imbued with emotion, earning her numerous awards in youth art competitions. Yet, for reasons unknown, Li Wangming had stowed her trophies and certificates beneath the glass display case in a wooden cabinet. After Li Wangming transformed into pigment, Shirley placed her accolades and resume upon what Li Wangming referred to as her corpse. Shirley herself was uncertain why she chose to do so. Perhaps, like young Mingling, she too was experiencing a surge of sympathy. Arriving at the elevator door, Shirley noticed the elevator, previously filled with artworks, was now empty, resembling a bottomless pit. The pigments within the GAI art institution were still brewing and would take time to surge forth. Shirley felt it necessary to share some insights on dealing with mutated creatures in an apocalyptic scenario with young Mingling. Actually, if you had 2 corpses stashed in your player's backpack, we could have simply walked out with a phone case each, Shirley began slowly. You may not be aware, but corpses have many practical uses. They can provide items that mutated creatures often demand, such as eyeballs or nails, and in dire situations, they can serve as makeshift shields against damage. Young Mingling was momentarily taken aback. Corpses? Her eyes widened with disbelief as she struggled to comprehend Shirley's bizarre statement. While that does seem somewhat logical, where would I even acquire a corpse now? With a swift motion, Shirley conjured a corpse between them. Young Mingling closed her mouth, her gaze fixed upon the body. She confirmed it was indeed a corpse of a decomposing creature. She was unsure whether something that had died twice could still be classified as a corpse. With another wave of her hand, Shirley summoned a pile of corpses, which amassed on the ground like a small mountain. Enough, enough! Shoutly, young Mingling gasped, deciding to cease contemplating why her companion had chosen to carry corpses. The 6th floor still lacked a stairwell or any means of access to the outside world. After handing over her work, Shirley intended to investigate the other wooden door. However, it was merely decorative, locked tightly, impervious to even a long GUN. It resembled an area in a game yet to be unlocked, where players would be repelled upon approach. Shirley suspected that the building they occupied might be a side quest. Yet, when she attempted to force her way through the wooden door, the system offered no hint. Rather than a side quest, it felt more like an unfinished game map. Shirley and young Mingling entered the elevator together. The doors closed at their usual sluggish pace. After the events on the 6th floor, young Mingling had completely forgotten how startled she had been by the elevator's descent speed when coming down from the 3rd floor. Therefore, when the elevator began to plummet, she fell onto the floor, nearly letting out a scream, but fortunately managed to cover her mouth in time. Young Mingling heard a faint gasp. Confused, she bit her lower lip, wondering how she could hear a scream when her own mouth remained shut. She glanced at Shirley, who had also landed on the floor beside her, her hands covering her ears, calmly returning her gaze. Her ears were slightly flushed. It's all right. We'll probably have to ride this elevator again. After a few more trips, you'll get used to it. Don't be afraid. Shirley reassured her with a hint of insincerity. Okay, in order to uphold Shirley's idol persona, young Mingling has taken the blame. The elevator descended from the 6th basement floor to the 9th. Just like last time, the elevator eagerly opened its doors, urging the two of them to exit. Shirley patted the non-existent dust off her rear and stepped out of the elevator ahead of young Mingling. The 9th basement floor was a standard residential unit. Upon exiting the elevator, they found themselves in a modest elevator lobby. To the right, an activity door led directly to a corridor, with doors 901, 902, and continuing to the far end with 908, totaling 8 households. "Hello, is anyone there?" Shirley called out, standing in the middle of the corridor, her voice causing the 2 motion sensor lights to illuminate. At first glance, the 9th floor appeared utterly normal, perhaps too normal, bordering on the eerie. After calling out, Shirley silently waited for a minute. When the lights turned off and no one responded, she felt an odd sense of normalcy in the silence. Imagining a family at home suddenly confronted with news of an impending apocalypse, their first instinct might be to pack their belongings and rush to a bomb shelter or a safe base, or to firmly lock their doors and patiently await police rescue, remaining ever vigilant against any inexplicable presence at their doorstep. Could it be that this floor, like the 2 below, is merely the territory of mutated beings, devoid of any human occupants? Young Mingling reasonably questioned. Shirley pressed her lips together and stroked her chin, uncertain about the peculiar dynamics of this strange building. Yet, she was clear on the best way to ascertain whether anyone resided behind these doors. Approaching door 901, she politely knocked 3 times. "Hello? Is anyone home? We mean no harm. We are students from a nearby school, seeking refuge here. If you are at home, could you please respond? We simply wish to inquire about a few matters," Shirley said in a melodious tone. After her inquiry, she pressed her ear against the door like a voyeur, listening intently. Inside 901, there was a profound silence. If someone were there, Shirley's keen hearing should have picked up some movement. The absence of any sound suggested that the place was indeed unoccupied. Resolutely abandoning her attempts at the door, she moved to 903 and repeated the process. Young Mingling understood Shirley's method. Although her hearing was not as acute as Shirley's, her insight was commendable. Striving not to hinder Shirley, she approached door 902 and mimicked Shirley's actions, knocking and inquiring. "Hello, are you at home?" No response emanated from 903 either, prompting Shirley to arrive at door 905. Without needing to ask, she was certain someone was inside 905. Earlier, while inquiring at door 903, she had heard a cacophony of pots and pans clattering from 905. Followed by the unmistakable sound of heavy objects being dragged across the floor. It was evident from the commotion that the occupant, upon hearing her voice, not only chose to ignore her, but also hastily barricaded the door. Despite knowing that the resident of 905 was not welcoming, Shirley felt compelled to give it a try. "Hello, I know you're there. Please don't be afraid. We are just 2 girls from a neighboring school. We have plenty of supplies and mean you no harm," Shirley said, her tone calm and measured. "We merely wish to understand the situation in this building and see if we can devise a way to leave together. If you prefer not to open the door, that's perfectly fine. You only need to respond. Get lost," came a frantic scream from within 905. "Monster, go away. Before the police arrive, I want to say a word to you. Get lost." Upon hearing the occupant scream, young Mingling felt an inexplicable surge of anger rising within her, flooding from her chest to her head. "Hey, why are you being so rude? We haven't done anything," young Mingling exclaimed, approaching the door to 905, ready to confront the person inside. Calm down, it's a trivial matter," Shirley interjected, placing a hand on young Mingling's mouth and another on her waist, pulling her away from the door. This floor appeared significantly more secure and normal than the 3rd and 6th basement levels, yet it still harbored an unsettling quality, subtly amplifying the negative emotions within each individual: anger, fear, anxiety, depression, and so forth. Young Mingling was a prime example of this phenomenon. Shirley, who prided herself on her exceptional emotional control, felt a flicker of anger rising within her upon being yelled at by the resident of 905. Had young Mingling not rushed forward first, ready to teach the occupant a lesson, Shirley might have found herself engaged in a verbal duel from behind the door. Why apologies for the disturbance. We will take a moment to regroup on this floor and then depart. So please do not worry, Shirley said, covering young Mingling's mouth with one hand and guiding her away from the door to 905. After they left, Shirley heard the resident of 905 break down into despairing sobs. The sound of that person's cries was filled with hopelessness, making Shirley feel profoundly saddened. Chapter 40. The Child and the Shadow Among the 8 Households. The only ones Shirley could hear were 905 and 907, and unsurprisingly, both had employed rather unfriendly methods to urge her to leave. Young Mingling, suppressing her temper, had spent quite some time trying to negotiate with the residents of those 2 units. But they were impervious to her pleas. Eventually, Shirley persuaded young Mingling to abandon her attempts at negotiation. Uncertain of what more terrifying entities might await them on the lower floors, Shirley decided to rest with young Mingling on this level for a while before continuing their descent in the elevator. After having fainted for a period earlier, Shirley had regained a degree of both mental and physical strength. However, young Mingling had emerged directly from the campus dungeon into this strange building. Having gone over 20 hours without sleep, no one could endure prolonged exposure to fear and anxiety. Given young Mingling's current state of exhaustion, fear, and sleepiness, even if this floor did not have the capacity to exacerbate emotions, she was nearing her breaking point. To prevent hunger, Shirley had packed a substantial amount of food in her travel bag, while young Mingling had stashed some chocolate and candies in her pockets. The 2 sat in the elevator lobby, sharing food and replenishing their energy. Once young Mingling finished eating, her head began to droop, and within minutes, she was snoring against Shirley's shoulder. Shirley adjusted her posture, ensuring both of them were comfortable, and leaned against the wall to rest her eyes. After about an hour of resting, just as Shirley was beginning to drift off into slumber, she heard a faint sound of a door creaking open from the far end of the corridor. Possibly from 905 or 907. Someone was stealthily emerging. This could have been an opportunity to inquire about the situation, but considering that young Mingling was still asleep against her shoulder and her own desire to avoid conflict, Shirley chose to remain still and observe the individual's intentions. The person tiptoed to the junction of the stairwell and corridor, peering around the corner to observe Shirley and young Mingling for several minutes until they confirmed that both were deeply asleep. Breathing steadily. Only then did the individual cautiously approach and crouch beside Shirley, rustling. The person opened Shirley's backpack, carefully extracting several bags of bread. Shirley listened intently, estimating that about 3 or 4 bags had been taken, leaving 6 in total, so perhaps the thief had a modicum of conscience, allowing Shirley and young Mingling a chance at survival. After pilfering the bread, the person hesitated, then took out what appeared to be chocolate and some small snacks, the packaging of which was tightly sealed to minimize noise. Shirley slightly lifted her eyelids, observing the thief with a serene demeanor. The thief was a middle-aged man in his 30s, short and plump, embodying the archetype of a working-class individual. He looked as though he hadn't eaten or rested properly for several days, despite his belly resembling a small watermelon, giving him a portly appearance. His face was pale and gaunt. After stealing the food, perhaps feeling a twinge of guilt or realizing that a lighter backpack might raise suspicions, he stuffed a small kitchen knife and a bottle of mineral water from his own supplies into Shirley's backpack. Having completed his actions, the thief cautiously stood up and stealthily returned to the corridor. Just as he stepped into the hallway, the previously silent anti-theft door of 901 creaked open. Shirley was taken aback. Gripping her backpack with one hand and resting the other on young Mingling's leg, she prepared to flee into the elevator at the slightest hint of trouble. "What are you doing?" the thief asked in a hushed tone. Standing at the entrance of 901, visibly agitated. To Shirley's surprise, the occupant of 901 was a young child with a surprisingly innocent voice. "Uncle, my daddy said stealing is wrong. You can't take those 2 sisters' things." The child's voice rang out with a bright, crystalline clarity. As he spoke, the motion sensor light by the elevator in the corridor flickered to life. It seemed the child was not deliberately speaking loudly. Rather, his youthful innocence rendered him unaware of the volume of his own voice, resulting in an unexpectedly clear sound. Shuh. What do you know, little one? If I don't steal a bit of food soon, I shall surely starve." The thief, taken aback by the child's sudden and resounding declaration, found himself startled. For reasons unknown, instead of ignoring the child upon his entrance and making a hasty retreat to his own home. The thief trembled and attempted to reason with the boy. No, you mustn't, the child insisted stubbornly. Stealing is wrong, even if one is hungry. I haven't eaten for a day either, yet I did not resort to taking food from the older girls. Your actions are unjust, the child fervently articulated the concept of righteousness. The thief, uncertain whether to fear that their conversation might awaken Shirley and her companions, or simply deeming it a waste of time to argue with the child, felt a surge of irritation mixed with trepidation. After the child had delivered his impassioned speech, the thief retorted with a hint of exasperation. If you say not to steal, then I shall not. But why must you be so peculiar, child? This was followed by the sound of crumpling food wrappers, hurried footsteps, and a loud slam of a door. Shirley cast a sidelong glance at young Mingling, who was soundly asleep, undisturbed by the commotion, even managing to snore rhythmically. The child from room 901 squatted down to retrieve the bread and snacks discarded by the thief, and like a diligent little bee, he hurriedly returned the items to Shirley. He stood before Shirley and young Mingling for a moment before darting back home to fetch a small blanket. The child draped the blanket over young Mingling first, then tugged at one corner to cover Shirley as well. However, in his eagerness, he failed to notice Shirley's legs positioned horizontally, tripping over them and tumbling to the ground with a thud. The child let out a whimper, clearly hurt from the fall. Shirley pondered whether she should open her eyes and offer some comfort, as it was her leg that had inadvertently caused the mishap. Though it did seem somewhat like the child was trying to play the victim, as she hesitated. The child had already risen, sniffling and indignantly tossing the blanket onto Shirley. Though the gesture lacked force, it was laden with insult. After the child threw the blanket, a moment of silence ensued. Shirley initially thought the child had retreated, but to her surprise, he picked up the blanket once more and carefully covered Shirley with it. He sniffled again, and then fell silent. This time, he likely had indeed returned home. With a deliberate slowing of the door's closing sound, the lengthy little drama came to an end. Shirley opened her eyes to see the blue blanket draped over her, with a corner adorned with a drawing of Ultraman. A phrase that had become a cliché among netizens flickered in her mind. Do you believe in light? I do, indeed. A smile graced Shirley's lips as she closed her eyes once more. Feeling an unprecedented sense of ease wash over her, with young Mingling snores accompanying her, she finally drifted into a deep slumber. When she awoke again, she glanced at her watch, astonished to realize she had unknowingly slept for 6 hours. And beside her lay a fluffy teddy bear. Gently, she nudged young Mingling, who stirred, quickly waking with a shiver. You're crushing my arm. It's going to break, Shirley joked, stretching her own arm. Young Mingling, still groggy, yawned and rubbed her eyes before lazily replying. Then I shall be your trusty left and right hand, ensuring your arms don't break for nothing. No, you're too weak for that, Shirley retorted without hesitation. Though that may be true, young Mingling admitted, her tone tinged with mock hurt. As she stretched, she noticed the blanket draped over her and curiously lifted it, inquiring, whose blanket is this? Those two households appeared rather indifferent. Didn't he expect any warmth from them? Shirley glanced at the bread pile to one side and resolved to keep the incident involving the thief to herself. It wasn't them who sent this. It was the little angel from room 901, she replied, shaking her head. Rising, she helped young Mingling to her feet and held the blanket close, folding it into a neat square. Young Mingling raised an eyebrow in confusion. But isn't there no one living in 901? Shirley was equally puzzled as to how the child managed to move without making a sound. So she decided to return the blanket as an excuse to investigate further. If the child were in any trouble, she wished to lend her assistance. We'll find out if anyone is home. Shirley shrugged. The two gathered themselves and made their way to the door of room 901. As before, Shirley rapped 3 times on the door. Little one, I know you're inside. I've come to return the blanket and the toy. Could you please open the door? Shirley adopted a gentle tone, her voice the most amiable it had ever been. Thank you for the blanket and the toy. They helped us sleep quite well. Inside 901, silence prevailed. After a considerable pause, just as Shirley thought the child would remain silent, he spoke up, no need to thank us. You can just leave the things at the door. Why father doesn't he allow me to open the door for strangers? The child spoke with the solemnity of an adult. Shirley respected and understood the child's cautious demeanor, though she couldn't shake the concern that something might be amiss at his home. However, since the child had made his wishes clear, she felt it unnecessary to pry further. As she bent down to place the blanket on the ground, she noticed something strange. The motion sensor light was on, casting an irregular dark circle on the floor where Yang Mingling stood. Logically, her shadow should have mirrored hers, an oval shape. Yet, to her dismay, she found her shadow was disproportionately large, extending from her feet all the way into the space of room 901. This was troubling. The issue did not lie with her shadow, but rather with the shadow spilling from room 901. It wasn't merely a possibility that something was wrong at the child's home. There was indeed something awry. Given the peculiarities of this floor and the absence of the child's parents, it seemed likely that if anything were amiss, it would be the vulnerable child who bore the brunt of it. Had Shirley not discerned this, she might have turned on her heel and left. Yet now, she recognized the signs. She wished to assist the child who believed in light. "Little one, we are not strangers. We are friends," Shirley said, cradling the blanket once more in her arms, adopting an equal tone. "You love Ultraman, and so do I. You helped me, and I wish to repay you. I can help you contact your parents or assist you in finding them. Or if you need food, I could share some with you. Will you trust me, Shirley?" Yang Mingling whispered from behind her, seemingly puzzled by Shirley's sudden eagerness to aid the occupant of 901. Observing the events involving teacher Li Wangming, Yang Mingling had gauged Shirley's empathy to be somewhat lacking. Yet, in her interaction with the resident of 901, Shirley appeared transformed, proactively extending her hand in assistance. Clearly, something perilous lurked within 901. Otherwise, the thief would not have been so swiftly cowed by the child, discarding his stolen goods without a second thought. The worst possibility Shirley could conceive was that the child had succumbed, perhaps transforming into something akin to the unknown monstrosity associated with Li Wangming. A peculiar stubbornness grew within her. She did not wish for the child to become something like that. Shirley believed her words were heartfelt and sincere. An earnest attempt to connect, yet the child remained unyielding. Not entirely impervious, however. She noted that when she mentioned finding the child's parents, the shadow within 901 receded slightly, revealing Shirley's own shadow. "My sister is also searching for her family. She, too, cannot reach her closest kin," Shirley continued, placing her hand against the door, her voice calm as she conveyed the harsh truth. "The world has changed drastically, becoming exceedingly dangerous. My sister is uncertain if she will ever find her family again. Yet she has only one family member left. Besides her, no one else in this world cares for her. My sister does not know that aside from her daily yearning for them and pondering how to locate them, living holds little meaning." The child within room 901 of the Shirley complex seemed oblivious to the current circumstances. Yet Yang Mingling was deeply moved, tears welling in her eyes as she began to sob uncontrollably. "If something were to happen to my mother, I genuinely wouldn't know how to cope. I am utterly terrified, consumed by anxiety and fear, unable to face the situation." The child in 901 started to follow Yang Mingling, sniffling pitifully. Shirley realized that no matter how vividly she portrayed her emotions, it could not compare to the genuine feelings emanating from Yang Mingling. The sobs from the corridor resonated with those from room 901, amplifying the sorrow to its fullest extent. At last, Shirley heard the long-anticipated sound of the door opening. A small figure, perhaps reaching only to Shirley's waist, emerged from room 901. "You may come in," the child said softly. Before the child could finish speaking, Shirley enveloped them in a warm embrace, holding them tightly. The dark shadow that loomed over the child suddenly expanded as Shirley rushed forward, seemingly poised to engulf her. However, once it became clear that Shirley only wished to comfort the child, the shadow gradually receded. While embracing the child, Shirley discreetly observed the dark mass. All the lights in the child's room were illuminated, rendering the shadow conspicuously visible. It crept from beneath the child's feet, spreading across the floor of the 901 living room, onto the walls and even partially ascending to the ceiling. This dark shadow appeared to take the form of the child, yet its size was overwhelmingly vast, resembling a colossal shadowy giant from a distance. Shirley pondered whether, had the child not turned on the lights, the shadow would have spread further into the living room and throughout the entire room. Did the child realize their shadow was peculiar? They should, as it was hard not to notice such an enormous mass. The child was simply young. They were not blind or dim-witted. Even Shirley, on the brink of adulthood, found the shadow to be frightening. The child must surely feel the same. Thinking about whether the child might be scared, Shirley could not contain her emotions and rushed forward to embrace them. Young Mingling also caught sight of the massive shadow. Perhaps due to her recent encounters with strange occurrences, the shadow did not elicit a scream from her, as she remained enveloped in her sorrow. The child continued to cry, their tears soaking Shirley's shoulder. Have Mom and Dad really been gone for 3 days? Are they unable to find their way home? The child nestled their head against Shirley's neck, their small body trembling. Will they, like Grandma, abandon me, never to return home? Shirley gently patted the child's back, soothing them. When children cry, they often do so endlessly, oblivious to the world around them. However, this child was remarkably composed. After a brief bout of tears, they bravely lifted their small head and wiped their tears away with their tiny hands. Their maturity was heart-wrenching. I'm fine, sister. Would you like to come in for some water and change your clothes? Yours are all dirty. The child spoke with a soft, plaintive tone reminiscent of their grandmother's cries. Despite the child ceasing their sobs, young Mingling continued to weep behind them. The child, wishing to act grown-up and not burden the sisters further, could not hold back upon hearing young Mingling's cries. Tears and snot flowed freely once more. Sister, please don't cry. It's all right. We will find Mom and Dad. Please come inside for some water. The sorrowful sounds of both the child and young Mingling echoed through the AI. It was not Ming Jiangnu's tears that toppled the Great Wall, but rather the lamentations of these two individuals. The child ought to have been raised in a happy family. Upon entering the 901 living room, the first thing one would see was a family portrait hanging on the wall, depicting a joyous trio. In the photograph, they were at a temple fair, surrounded by a vibrant red backdrop, with the child holding a skewer of candied hawthorn, beaming with delight. Every corner of this home radiated traces of happiness, well-cared-for plants, plush toys arranged neatly on the sofa, and a half-assembled stack of building blocks on the small coffee table. This family knew how to relish life and embraced its joys. Sister, my name is Chun Xing. You may call me Xiao Xing, the child shyly replied, tugging at the hem of their clothing and glancing at their little shark slippers. Xing, what a lovely name, Shirley exclaimed, affectionately ruffling Xiao Xing's hair, growing increasingly fond of this endearing and perceptive child. Are you hungry? Sister has some bread for you. Recalling Xiao Xing's earlier conversation with the thief, where he mentioned not having eaten for a day, Shirley quickly retrieved a piece of bread and a sausage, offering them to the child. Xiao Xing took a few steps back, shaking his little hands from side to side. No, no. You sisters must not have much food left either. I cannot take your things. The child's predicament mirrored Shirley's own childhood, reminiscent of the chaos that ensued when unfamiliar relatives forced red envelopes upon her during the new year. Shirley, adept at navigating social situations, did not engage in a back-and-forth with Xiao Xing, but rather tore open the packaging and firmly placed the bread into the child's arms. Fearing that if he loosened his grip, the bread would fall and become dirty, Xiao Xing stood there, dazed, clutching the bread tightly. Eat. I know you helped us drive away the bad people. This is my gratitude to you. Do not refuse it. Shirley leaned down, whispering in a tone meant only for Xiao Xing's ears to hear, wishing to keep the incident with the thief from young Mingling. Xiao Xing's family was not entirely devoid of food. They still had half a bag of rice, a box of eggs, and a large cabbage. However, since Xiao Xing did not know how to cook and feared setting the kitchen ablaze, he had gone without food for the day. Shirley taught him how to cook rice and fry eggs, and with his young age and quick learning ability, he picked up these skills swiftly. After enduring a couple of minor burns from splattering oil, he mastered the basics of cooking. Shirley and young Mingling also benefited from Xiao Xing's hospitality, sharing a rare warm meal in this apocalyptic world, each enjoying a bowl of egg-fried rice. As young Mingling ate, She cast furtive glances at the shadow looming behind Xiaoxing, signaling Shirley with frantic gestures. The frequency of her eye movements made Shirley worry that she might strain her eyes. "Is my fried rice not to your liking? Why are you so distracted?" Shirley inquired, taking a sip of water and looking toward young Mingling. "Don't play coy. I refuse to believe you cannot see the shadow behind the child. Fluctuating in size. This is decidedly abnormal," young Mingling retorted. Upon hearing Shirley's words, Xiaoxing blinked his large eyes at young Mingling, inadvertently locking eyes with her wildly darting gaze. Xiaoxing, an exceptionally intelligent and perceptive child, quickly grasped the reason for young Mingling's peculiar expression. "Are you looking at my shadow?" he asked, swallowing his rice. "You are aware that there is something unusual about your shadow?" young Mingling replied. Taken aback, she had always assumed that all mutated beings were unaware of their transformations, much like the erudite brain or Li Wangming. Yet, the child she believed to be mutated was not so oblivious. Xiaoxing was acutely aware of the abnormalities affecting him and seemed to coexist harmoniously with them. "Yes, I noticed it grew larger the day after Mom and Dad left. But I don't think it's a problem. It is quite well behaved." Having finished their meal and with the atmosphere growing friendlier, Shirley felt it was time to shift the conversation toward gathering information. Chapter 42. The captive Chun Xing's home was located in Unit 901 of Building 3 in Huayuan Community. Due to the elevated floor of Xiaoxing's residence and the fact that the apocalypse began on a weekday when many people were at work, few corpses or infected individuals appeared on the floors above and below Xiaoxing's home. Even those that did were swiftly dealt with by the residents. In the initial days following the onset of the apocalypse, the residents maintained a positive outlook, waiting at home and encouraging one another as they anticipated rescue. However, on the second day of the apocalypse, what was once a safe floor underwent a dramatic transformation. Xiaoxing's father, as was his routine, rose early to smoke in the stairwell, only to discover that the stairs to the 9th floor had vanished. After some investigation, he found that the two elevators had merged into one. Even the mobile phones had lost their signal. Calls could not be connected, and the internet was inaccessible, rendering the entire floor seemingly isolated from the world. At that time, the 9th floor still housed 4 families, specifically Units 901, 902, 905, and 907. Upon noticing something amiss, Xiaoxing's father promptly knocked on each door, informing everyone of the situation. The strange occurrences left everyone feeling uneasy, for they were all on the 9th floor, with the lower levels teeming with grotesque corpses. Climbing down from the windows was evidently impractical. Thus, the remaining elevator became the sole means of escape from the 9th floor. In Unit 902 lived 2 young enthusiasts of horror and science fiction films, alongside an elderly lady. These 2 young men, bold and daring, had previously banded together to confront several of the grotesque corpses upstairs. Upon realizing that only this elevator remained, they immediately conjectured that if they did not leave swiftly, it too might vanish. This speculation sparked a divide among the otherwise united residents of the 9th floor regarding whether to take the elevator or remain in place. Ultimately, the 2 young men from 902 and a middle-aged man from 905 entered the elevator together to scout ahead for the others. As they bid farewell in front of the elevator. Laughter filled the air, none anticipating that once the elevator departed with the 3, it would never return. On the 4th day of the apocalypse, Xiaoxing's family found their food supplies dwindling. However, Xiaoxing's mother recalled that only one elderly neighbor was left next door. And worried that the elderly lady had nothing to eat, she prepared a portion of steamed rice and stir-fried dishes to visit the woman in Unit 902. Upon learning of Xiaoxing's mother's intentions, the elderly lady sighed and came over to Xiaoxing's home, where she earnestly finished the bowl of rice. Xiaoxing remembered how the elderly woman spoke of the 2 young men while eating. It turned out they were not her children but her students. Now accomplished in their studies, they happened to pass near her home during a business trip, bringing gifts to check on her. Who would have thought that the 3 of them, meant to reconnect, would suddenly find themselves amidst an apocalypse? The elderly woman lamented that the parents of the 2 children had entrusted them to her when they were young. And now, with the children missing from her vicinity, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. After finishing her meal, the elderly lady refrained from uttering words of gratitude. Instead, she exited Unit 902, locked Unit 901 with her key, and, trembling, turned to bow at the residents peeking out to assess the situation. After each class, Many teachers would stride out of the classroom amidst students' grateful shouts of thank you, teacher, and goodbye, teacher, hurrying towards the staff room. Yet, the elderly lady was different. Having been a teacher for 30 years, every year, in every class, whenever students respectfully called out their thanks, she would bow in return. Although her back ached, preventing her from bending at the perfect 90 degrees like in her youth, she still recalled her younger self, awkwardly yet earnestly lowering her head and slowly bending her body. The elderly lady, in some unfathomable way, seemed to sense that this might be her last farewell to the young people. She smiled and waved to everyone before stepping into the elevator with a sense of ease. She gently urged everyone not to be overly concerned, mentioning the heat and encouraging them to head home to enjoy the air conditioning and rest. Her demeanor was as casual as if she were merely stepping out to buy groceries. After the elderly lady's departure, Xiaoxing's mother wept for a long time, and it was in that moment that Xiaoxing understood the meaning of parting. On the 5th day of the apocalypse, a new guest arrived on the 9th floor. This marked the first time since the onset of the catastrophe that an outsider had taken the elevator to their level. When Shirley learned that someone other than her and Yang Mingling had come to the 9th floor, she exchanged a quick glance with Yang Mingling. If this individual had not pressed the button for the 9th floor directly, they would undoubtedly have been taken to the 6th floor. This suggested that they had likely escaped from Li Wangming's clutches. Regardless of the circumstances, this person was either very fortunate or possessed some skill. Upon the newcomer's arrival, the residents of the 9th floor extended their warm hospitality, offering whatever meager supplies they could spare. This guest appeared quite young, resembling a high school student, yet bore a large knife and clutched a hefty ancient tome. In Xiaoxing's words, this guest resembled a grand hero descending from an animated realm. The guest graciously accepted everyone's kindness and even took a nap in the guest room of Unit 905. However, this guest was no hero. He represented a far more terrifying entity than the grotesque corpses. The following morning, piercing screams echoed from Unit 905.2. Young girls resided there, both freelancers, one an illustrator and the other a novelist. The screams had emanated from the novelist. When everyone rushed to Unit 905, they found the door wide open, and the guest who had been staying in the novelist's room had vanished. The illustrator was found dead on the sofa. Her body covered in the very rose vines depicted. Shirley posed the most pressing question. Xiaoxing cradled her face in her hands, tilting her head in contemplation for a moment. Before responding with uncertainty, I remember, the two older brothers from 902 sat on the -12th floor, Grandma was on the -15th floor, and the sister from 905 who passed away went straight to the -18th floor. As for my parents, I'm not sure. -18th floor? Isn't there only a -17th floor in the elevator? Yang Mingling recalled the buttons in the elevator, prompting Shirley to delve deeper with another question. Xiaoxing, feeling challenged by Yang Mingling, pouted slightly in annoyance. I'm not lying. I really saw it. The elevator displayed -18. Shirley, seemingly indifferent to the floor numbers, overlooked Yang Mingling's troubled expression and continued to inquire. It's all right, Xiaoxing, I have another question. Did you see the elevator ascend again after it descended to -18? For instance, did it rise from -18 to -15, or even to the first floor? No, Xiaoxing replied, her head shaking vigorously as if it were a rattle. I've never seen the elevator go back up. Whether it was that strange guest last time or the sisters, you all appeared suddenly. I always felt that once the elevator dropped to -18, it would never rise again. Chapter 43. -12th floor. Shout Li. Shirley, Yang Mingling chirped, her noise rivaling that of a little oriole. If you have something to say, don't just repeat yourself, Shirley said, standing before the elevator, organizing the props in her travel bag and player backpack. Why don't we take Xiaoxing with us? How can a child survive on his own? Yang Mingling swallowed hard, her brow furrowed with worry. Don't you like Xiaoxing too? Otherwise, you wouldn't have brought me to find him, given him bread, and taught him how to cook. All right, I do quite like the little boy, Shirley interjected, making a pause gesture. But let me ask you one question. Are you certain we can take him out of this building with us? Yang Mingling hesitated. She had initially wanted to respond with an enthusiastic of course. Didn't we all leave the wonderfully fun campus hide and seek together? Yet, the words faltered on her lips as she felt embarrassed to say it. Her survival largely depended on Shirley's guidance. Her role seemed to merely be a side effect, and inadvertently, it was she who had pulled Shirley into this bizarre building. Noticing young Mingling's silence, Shirley poked her forehead lightly. Don't look so downcast. Another reason I'm not taking Xiaoxing with us is that he himself said he wants to wait at home for his parents to return. Just because he's young doesn't mean we, as adults, can make decisions for him. We aren't even adults yet. All right? Our little thoughts might not even be as comprehensive as Xiaoxing's. We barely managing ourselves. Let us not pretend to be saints helping others. After finishing her words, Shirley had organized her travel as she had done several times before. She stubbornly pressed the elevator's up button. Once the doors opened, she stepped inside and pressed all the floor buttons. Shirley, I feel something's off. Your attitude at the entrance of 901 was not like this, young Mingling remarked, rubbing her forehead. Looking pitiful, back then, you seemed genuinely eager to help Xiaoxing. I have a keen eye. I know I wasn't mistaken. As she spoke, young Mingling followed Shirley into the elevator. Yes, back then, I was very keen to help Xiaoxing. After pressing the buttons, Shirley suddenly drew out her long spear and scraped it against the elevator wall. Screech. The wall was surprisingly sturdy. Even Shirley's formidable spear only left a shallow mark. Ouch! The sound startled young Mingling, who quickly covered her ears, her face contorting in discomfort. She felt as though her mind had been cleansed by that noise. Feeling a bit clearer now? Shirley, unable to maneuver her spear effectively in the confined space, swayed it back and forth. I was worried you were still influenced by that eerie place on the 9th floor, so I made a mark on the wall to help clear your mind. Thanks, I feel unprecedentedly awake, young Mingling replied with a hint of sorrow. The elevator doors closed in the split second before the doors sealed. Shirley caught a glimpse of Xiaoxing standing by the activity door, clutching a blanket and gazing longingly at them. He looked soft and genuinely pitiable. According to Xiaoxing, once they reached the -15th floor, they must never ride the elevator again, as it would automatically descend 3 floors each time, ultimately dropping to -18. Shirley calculated that, apart from this ride, they had at most 2 more chances to use the elevator. As it began to descend, she steadied herself, maintaining her poised stance. The elevator, as anticipated, stopped at the -12th floor. It was uncertain why this elevator had such a penchant for multiples of 3. The scene outside mirrored that of the -9th floor, revealing the familiar elevator lobby and activity door. Given that the -9th floor was quite normal, Shirley leaned toward the notion that the anomalies on the -12th floor were less severe than those on the -9th. Nevertheless, she remained vigilant, stepping out of the elevator ahead of young Mingling. Why is it always you leading the way, Xiaoli? It makes me feel like a useless person. How about I take the lead next time? After all, I'm also a player, young Mingling remarked, though her body obediently followed Shirley. Suddenly, Shirley, who had been walking steadily, halted in front of the activity door. Young Mingling, unable to stop in time, bumped into Shirley's back. Yet, Shirley stood firm as a rock, utterly unmoving. Shirley, young Mingling's expression soured. She quickly stepped in front of Shirley and called out tentatively that moment. Shirley resembled a statue, her eyes wide open, remaining unblinking for several minutes. Young Mingling had never anticipated that someone as cautious as Shirley would fall victim to a bizarre situation without any warning. A major problem arose. Initiating minigame detection phase. Beep, warning, detection error, beep, warning, detection error. The system, seemingly having a split personality, argued within Shirley's mind. One moment it announced the start of a minigame. The next, it warned of an error, driving Shirley to the brink of wanting to confront the system. She had known this wretched game was riddled with bugs. Amidst her frantic complaints, the cacophony in her head finally reached a consensus, morphing into a singular, drawn-out hum. Survive, survive. The system stuttered, repeating the phrase twice. At first glance, this seemed to be her task. Excellent, straightforward. Having never experienced a minigame before, Shirley was unaware if others transitioned into the minigame in the same manner she did. With a blink, she found herself in a bright space. The location remained the stairwell, standing before the activity door. Yet the body she inhabited was no longer her own. and she could not control it. It took Shirley 10 seconds to force herself to calm down and accept the fact that her body was acting independently. Typically, games had a series of prelude narratives, and Shirley surmised that what she was undergoing now was that very prelude. Pushing open the activity door, she strode briskly in high heels to the entrance of room 1208. Retrieving a key from her bag, she hesitated for a moment, then turned and knocked on the door of room 1207. The room number felt oddly familiar, yet she couldn't quite place it. Click. The door to 1207 swung open, revealing a man with tousled hair, glasses, and a somewhat handsome face. "Hey, you're back early today," the man smiled, revealing two small canine teeth, appearing a bit mischievous. "Yeah, no overtime today," Shirley replied, her voice sounding like a lively lark, cheerful and gentle. "Here, I brought you a small gift to thank you for fixing my computer last time." She pulled out a beautifully packaged small box from her bag and handed it to the man, flashing a playful smile before darting back into room 1208. The man was taken aback by the unexpected gift, intending to refuse, but as he looked down at the small box, Shirley had already swiftly closed the door behind her. "This girl," he shook his head helplessly. Shirley could only imagine the degree of feminine charm this body was currently exhibiting. As an observer trapped within this body, she felt a twinge of embarrassment, wishing she could burrow her toes into the ground. She simply couldn't grasp the essence of pure love in the three-dimensional world. The prelude continued. Humming a little tune, Shirley cheerfully dashed into the kitchen. She rummaged through the refrigerator for eggs and cream, then fetched an appropriate amount of flour and sugar from the cupboard, neatly organizing them. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang, prompting Shirley to pat her hands free of flour as she dashed out of the kitchen to answer it. "Hello, darling. You got off work so early. Why didn't you come find me to hang out?" A bold and enthusiastic female voice echoed from the other end. "Could it be because of your crush?" "Oh, what are you talking about?" Shirley shyly stomped her foot. She swore she had never felt so bashful in her life. It was somewhat awkward yet surprisingly novel. All right, I won't tease you any longer. I'm on duty at the bar today and will return later, so take good care of yourself." The girl seemed to be Shirley's close friend, well aware of how far Shirley could be teased. Joking just enough to remain lighthearted, Shirley held a favorable first impression of this friend. After hanging up the call, Shirley glanced at the wall clock, noting it was 5:40. It's already that late. I must hurry. In her haste, Shirley hurried into the kitchen wearing her slippers, but twisted her ankle as soon as she entered, landing with a thud. Much like a dog as she fell. Shirley acutely felt the pain. A torrent of expletives surged from the depths of her being. Who designed a game where the protagonist suffers real injuries in the prelude? Why must this bashful Shirley feel the pain of her unfortunate fall? Useless game, destined for failure. Shirley cursed internally, yet her body obediently rose from the ground, tears beginning to well in her eyes. "Oh, how unlucky I am." With tear-filled eyes, Shirley gazed at her scraped elbow. Temporarily abandoning her plans to make cookies, she turned back to her bedroom. After rummaging through her belongings, she located the first aid kit in the cabinet. "Silly girl, have you forgotten where you put the Band-Aids again?" "Thankfully, I bought extras last time and stocked up your kit." The first aid kit bore a label in the style of Harry Potter's castle, inscribed in elegant script. "Oh, man, my one and only wife. Moi." Shirley playfully showered the kit with kisses before opening it and frantically searching for alcohol swabs to disinfect her wound. It was in the moment she applied the Band-Aid that she regained control over her body. Feeling the fiery sting on her elbow, she gritted her teeth and decisively adhered the Band-Aid in place. This body truly was delicate. Even a scrape felt as if she had been stabbed. Chapter 44. Melodramatic plot in the kitchen. Various ingredients lay neatly arranged, awaiting their mistress's next command. Unfortunately, their owner had shifted her focus. The newly determined Shirley had neither the time nor the inclination to prepare desserts. The task at hand was survival, a rather vague imperative. Shirley was acutely aware that she was not in the real world. And to complete her mission and return to reality, this survival had to be time-bound. The windows were ordinary, unshielded by impenetrable film. When pushed open, they allowed a gentle, humid breeze to enter. Shirley recalled that during the prelude, there were 2 elevators in the lobby of this floor. If she wished to leave, She should be able to do so without being trapped. Alas, rushing outside would yield no benefit. She could not return to the real world. For now, she had no intention of testing the waters. It would be a waste of time. Who knew when potential dangers might emerge and in what form they would appear? Shirley grabbed a pen and wrote "Survive" beneath the note on the first aid kit. Adding 5:40 to after a moment's reflection, she added end time unknown in the remaining space. Her room was painted in soft pink hues, dominated by a large pink bed, the headboard adorned with a poster of a male character from an Utopia game. This character had black hair and wore glasses, bearing a slight resemblance to the young man from room 1207. Beside the bed stood a large wardrobe, neatly organized, yet Shirley found no valuable information upon rummaging through it. The room was neither large nor small. Aside from the bed and wardrobe, the only place left to search for clues was the desk by the window. On the desk, a computer sat alongside a pink keyboard and a paw-shaped mouse. In front of the computer screen were 5 adorable blind box figurines, each cuter than the last. Shirley carefully moved the figurines aside. She discovered a note hidden beneath them, detailing the computer's boot-up password. While waiting for the computer to start, she opened each drawer of the desk. The girl seemed to keep everything: a mix of company documents, colorful paper for origami, and an array of beautiful silver badges, haphazardly stored. Shirley suspected that searching for anything in this mess would take at least half an hour. Despite the clutter, the one item she yearned to find, akin to a diary, was conspicuously absent. Whether the girl didn't keep a diary or merely hid it out of shyness remained a mystery. The computer finally booted, revealing some useful information. A confession plan that had undergone 3 revisions. The confession was scheduled for July 10th, a time before the apocalypse struck. The first item on the list was to return home after work in the afternoon under the pretense of gratitude and present a small gift to Chi Haohai to ascertain if he was home. The second item involved preparing cookies and packaging them in a food bag. The third item instructed her to visit Chi Haohai at 6 o'clock and invite him to her home for dinner. The third item bore a smaller-sized postscript. If he seems displeased, I shall continue to be just friends with him, right? He must like me, right? Right? The fourth item dictated that if the third item succeeded, she should prepare dinner at home, ensuring everything was ready before 7. The subsequent items detailed a dinner invitation and the confession itself, which Shirley skimmed over. The first 2 tasks confirmed that today was indeed July 10th. The day of the confession, a seemingly ordinary daily confession. Shirley could discern no inherent danger within the text. Most importantly, July 10th was before the apocalypse had begun. In a lawful society, with a roommate and close friend, how could the protagonist encounter peril? With 10 minutes remaining until the 6 o'clock deadline, Shirley was uncertain of the traps within this minigame. Thus, she decided to follow the outlined steps, intending to invite the man next door for dinner at 6. Prior to that, she resolved to search her friend's room and the living room once more. Her friend's name was Man, formerly known as Lou Man, as indicated on a cardstock sign hanging on the door of another bedroom. Lou Man seemed to trust the protagonist implicitly, leaving her bedroom door unlocked while going to work. Perhaps she believed Shirley would not intrude upon her space. After all, Shirley had a gentle demeanor akin to a little sheep. Merely testing the waters with her romantic interest would reveal her thoughts through her expressions. It was unlikely she would trespass into someone else's room. If she did, she would likely confess before being caught. Lou Man's room was rather plain and unadorned, contrasting sharply with Shirley's vibrant pink paradise filled with wall art and trinkets. The only decoration in Lou Man's room appeared to be a framed photo resting on the desk. The photo depicted 2 girls. One was Shirley, and the other was a stunning, elder sister-type beauty, presumably Lou Man herself. Lu Man was meticulous in her work, categorizing documents and labeling them neatly. It seemed she performed as a resident singer in a bar, with contracts from multiple establishments. She appeared financially secure, able to choose her work schedule freely. If she felt like singing at the bar, she would, and if not, she would simply settle the bill via her bank card and compensate the BARD. In summary, Lou Man appeared to be a wealthy and beautiful woman. While rummaging through Lou Man's wardrobe, Shirley finally stumbled upon something peculiar, a small brown bear. Although she did not know Lou Man well, based on their brief phone conversation and the room's decor, Shirley confidently deduced that this item could not belong to Lou Man. Something was amiss. Drawing upon her memory of various dramas she had watched, an idea struck her. She flipped the bear over and unzipped it, Rummaging through the cotton stuffing, to her surprise, she uncovered a paper crane. Unfolding the crane revealed a scrawled note filled with the repeated phrase "Go die," written in a dense red ink. Shirley's right eyelid twitched as she abruptly turned to face the bedroom door. Good, Lou Man had not returned yet. Flipping the paper over revealed the same ominous phrase on the reverse side, but beneath the red ink lay a line penned in black. Ah, he's so handsome. I think I might like him. A deluge of melodramatic novels about friends clashing over men raced through Shirley's mind. Excellent, the first potential threat to the protagonist had emerged. Suddenly, her phone rang. Startling her, as Shirley hurriedly stashed the bareback into the wardrobe and ensured everything was in place. She opened her phone. Upon seeing the message was from Lou Man, her hand trembled, nearly dropping the device. Could her friend have set up cameras in the room? How could she have sensed something was amiss so quickly? Shirley's palms began to sweat as she nervously opened the message. Darling, I just saw on the news that a murder suspect was spotted near our neighborhood. Please be careful and don't go out alone too often. Within the message, there lies another news link. Upon clicking it, Shirley found herself in the urban news section. The content broadly discussed how a murder suspect had been spotted by a resident of Building Number 2 in Huayuan Community. The police were set to intensify patrols in the vicinity and advised residents to avoid venturing out alone, urging them to promptly report any suspicious occurrences. Below the text was a photograph of a somber-looking man. Shirley's right eyelid twitched a few times. After all, their school was adjacent to Huayuan Community. How could she be unaware of a murderer roaming freely nearby? Was she truly living in the same neighborhood as Lou Man and the others? The absurdity of the situation was overwhelming, leaving Shirley at a loss for words. According to the typical movie plotline, this fugitive was undoubtedly suspect number 2. She pondered whether her frail body stood a chance against the criminal. A sudden spark ignited in her eyes as she recalled something crucial. Although her physique was weak, she still possessed the player's backpack. If she could draw out a long gun, and provided her opponent wasn't an invulnerable monster, she could not only escape but perhaps even turn the tables. Shirley extended a hand, silently calling for the player panel. Buzz, error, Shirley, chain long gun. Undeterred, she called once more, Buzz, error, Shirley, this is a serious problem. A weak body combined with a locked player backpack. She now resembled a standard early death supporting character in a horror film. At precisely 6 o'clock, Shirley, with an impassive expression, proceeded to implement the third phase of her confession plan at 12:07. Rooms 12:07 and 12:08 faced each other. As she opened the door, she overheard the conversation between Chi Haohai and a young woman through the slightly ajar door of 12:07. I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. Chi Haohai spoke in a hushed tone, prompting Shirley to crouch beside the door to catch snippets of their dialogue. Don't play dumb with me. The photos and the child's proof are right here. Do you still wish to argue? Lou Man's voice sounded somewhat familiar to Shirley. Wait a moment. Hadn't Lou Man mentioned she was working at the bar today, and wouldn't he return until later? Shirley felt a wave of confusion wash over her, remaining silent as she continued to eavesdrop. What are you trying to pull? What do you want? Chi Haohai's voice dripped with indignation. 500,000 enough? I know you're a singer, and your salary can't be high. 500,000 should cover 2 years of your wages. Take the money and don't show your face in front of me again. A muffled laugh escaped Shirley before she could contain it. In movies, don't they usually toss out a 5 million bank card? Why was this man offering only 500,000? If it were about raising a child, 500,000 wouldn't suffice. What a miserly schemer. After stifling a laugh, Shirley hurried to the elevator. She realized her laughter had been quite audible and would certainly attract the attention of the two in 12:07. Returning to 12:08 would only make her presence more conspicuous. Rather than risk being discovered, it seemed wiser to linger in the elevator. With a bit of luck, they might come out to investigate, find no one, and return to their conversation. If luck was against her, they might both come to the elevator looking for her, in which case she would brazenly admit to eavesdropping and stage a scene of a best friend rivalry. Shirley, equipped with the foundation she had borrowed from the female lead's drawer, pretended to touch up her makeup while surreptitiously observing behind her. After about half a minute, Chi Haohai approached from down the hallway. The man, while not as striking as the two-dimensional character on the female lead's poster, was well-groomed and slightly more appealing than the average man. If one were to compare him with Ku Dongwen or Chi Mingho, he would appear rather lackluster. "Hey, little girl, what a coincidence. Are you heading downstairs?" Chi Haohai asked with a bubbly tone, laughing softly. Shirley's mind was still replaying his earlier remark about 500,000. Puffed. Shirley swore she was genuinely trying to suppress her laughter. However, the absurdity was too overwhelming, and she once again failed to hold back, laughing audibly in front of him. "Damn it, I won't let that happen again," Shirley silently vowed. Chapter 45. Power outage. Wah, what's wrong? Chi Haohai was momentarily taken aback by Shirley's unpredictable laughter. As he listened to her giggles, he sensed a resemblance to the laughter that had escaped her moments ago at his door. Yet, given his acquaintance with Shirley, he was certain that the eavesdropper could not possibly be her. After all, she was a straightforward and innocent girl, one who would fall head over heels for him with just a hint of kindness. Despite his certainty that the eavesdropper was not Shirley, a sense of inexplicable unease lingered in Chi Haohai's mind. "It's nothing. I just recalled a funny joke," Shirley replied, uncertain whether to escalate the charade or let it be. "Are you also heading downstairs, Brother Haohai?" "No, I was actually hoping to find you at your place. But after knocking for quite some time without a response, I thought perhaps you had gone to the small park downstairs. I decided to take a chance and see if I could run into you." Chi Haohai gazed at Shirley with a gentle expression. He paused, expecting her to shyly lower her eyes, as she usually did after such lengthy exchanges. However, today, Shirley observed him with a sparkle in her eyes, as if studying an artifact. Chi Haohai felt a pang of uncertainty, but pressed on. "I didn't expect to run into you before heading down. What a coincidence, indeed. Perhaps this is fate," Shirley replied naturally, seamlessly adopting Chi Haohai's flirtatious tone. There's something you need from me, Brother Haohai?" Lu Man mentioned she would return home around 11 tonight to discuss something important with me. I was just about to head to the supermarket to buy some frozen dumplings to prepare for her when she gets back. Shirley recalled Lu Man's singing schedule noted in her notebook. She had stated that she would finish her performance by 11 at the latest, making her claim of returning home around that time plausible. Chi Haohai's expression shifted. His eyebrows arched in mild surprise, followed by an involuntary smile at the thought that Lu Man had yet to burden the girl with all the messy details. "Ah, what a hassle, by the way. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Why don't you come to my place for dinner? Afterward, you could take some food back for Lu Man. What do you think?" Chi Haohai suppressed a smile. Adopting the demeanor of a caring older brother, considering the female lead's character, Shirley pondered whether she would shyly decline or joyfully accept such an invitation. After a moment of thought, she concluded that the female lead, being a sweet and naive girl, would likely agree. How hard Lu Man must work to protect her friend. If it weren't for the melodrama between the two friends, Shirley genuinely believed Lu Man was an exceptional companion for the female lead. "Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you, brother?" "I don't mind going to buy dumplings." Shirley looked down at her shoes, her hands intertwined over her stomach as she fidgeted with the buttons. She lowered her gaze, struggling to master the art of blushing, her fidgeting a manifestation of a young girl's complex emotions. Fortunately for her, Chi Haohai was a rather self-absorbed individual, paying little heed to her subtle shifts in demeanor. Maintaining a sympathetic expression as he gently reassured her, "How could that be a bother? You and Lu Man are both my lovely girls. I always welcome you to dinner." Shirley fell silent, hesitating for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Then I'll let Lu Man know. Otherwise, if she returns early and finds I'm not home, she might worry to know." Chi Haohai immediately countered, and as Shirley looked at him in confusion, he coughed discreetly. "What I mean is, since Lu Man is performing tonight, it might not be appropriate for her to see your message while singing. Besides, I won't lock the door during dinner. If she realizes you're not home, she would understand that you came to eat with me and would come over herself." What a flimsy excuse. Shirley was baffled as to why the female lead would be so easily misled by a man who couldn't even concoct a decent rationale. Nevertheless, Shirley had no intention of breaking character so soon. She was the female lead. She embodied her. Mimicking the female lead's tone, Shirley cheerfully acquiesced. Coincidentally, the time Chi Haohai invited Shirley over happened to align perfectly with the 7th item on the female lead's 4th plan. It seemed as though an unseen hand was orchestrating the entire narrative forward. After overhearing Chi Haohai's conversation with Lu Man, Shirley instinctively categorized him as the third suspect. Returning to her room, she sat cross-legged on the sofa, eyes closed, diligently working to piece together her thoughts. Chi Haohai's ulterior motives were practically written all over his face, and the invitation to visit was likely a setup for a trap. This little game was probably a deductive one, with the murderer being one of 3 suspects and the climax of the plot, when the female lead meets her demise, was most likely to occur during this very gathering. If her deductions were correct, the killer would likely be one of Chi Haohai or Lu Man, with the fugitive serving merely as a distraction. After all, it was illogical to assume that while they were dining, a fugitive would burst in, brandishing a knife to commit murder. That simply made no sense. The logic is utterly lacking. The murderous intent of Lu Man is now most evident as a crime of passion. But why would Chi Haohai want to kill her? Shirley finds herself at a loss. From unrequited love, her thoughts spiral to the notion of murder, kidney trafficking, and other increasingly implausible scenarios. As the clock struck 7, Shirley arrived as promised, standing before the door of room 1207, and gently knocked. Chi Haohai, clad in home attire and having removed his glasses, presented himself with an air of rectitude. Yet, the smile playing at the corners of his lips betrayed a less than honorable disposition. "Ah, you've come, little girl," Chi Haohai beamed, his gaze sweeping over Shirley before settling on her feet. "I must admit, I expected you to arrive in slippers and pajamas. Why are you being so formal in sneakers and a sports top when visiting my home?" "Naturally, it's to facilitate a quick escape later." This thought remained unspoken. "It's simply more comfortable, brother," Shirley replied nonchalantly, not bothering to concoct a more elaborate excuse. Chi Haohai was momentarily taken aback by her dismissive reasoning. Regaining his composure, he swiftly retrieved a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet and offered them to her. "Wearing sneakers ain't ideal, however. I had the foresight to prepare these for you. A pair adorned with cute pink pigs. Do let me know if you find them to your liking." Shirley glanced down at the soft, somewhat dirty slippers he presented, pondering how many feet had previously occupied them, all while he claimed they had been specially prepared. She extracted 2 shoe covers from the pocket of her sports top and promptly slipped them over her shoes. "No worries, I brought my own shoe covers. I wouldn't dream of dirtying your floors." "Brother, isn't it a bit unreasonable for a girl to wear sneakers?" "Surely, one would interpret that as a concern for the cleanliness of the floor," Shirley remarked, unbothered by Chi Haohai's reaction as she strode confidently into room 1207. As she brushed past him, Chi Haohai's lips twitched, and he darkly shut the door behind her. The layout of room 1207 resembled that of 1208, 1 living area, 1 bathroom, 1 kitchen, and 2 bedrooms, with the same arrangement. The lighting, dimmed by Chi Haohai, cast a subdued glow over the space. In the center of the living room table lay a bouquet of red roses, flanked by 2 plates of steak, a bowl of mushroom soup, and several pieces of garlic bread. And of course, the ubiquitous bottle of red wine awaited beside the roses, ready for indulgence. "Brother, do remember to leave a crack in the door," Shirley said, crossing her arms and turning back to the eager Chi Haohai, who seemed to be rubbing his hands together. "I wouldn't want man to worry too much about my whereabouts. If he neglected to leave the door ajar, she might just douse him with pepper spray and flee without a moment's hesitation." Chi Haohai's lips twitched again as he turned to push the door with a feigned nonchalance. "Fear not, little girl. I shall leave it ajar for man." His voice, strained and disjointed, suggested his discomfort with the situation. It appeared that Chi Haohai was not particularly concerned about Lu Man's potential arrival nor about Shirley's possible escape. Why was that? He certainly did not exude the demeanor of a gentleman. Chi Haohai gallantly pulled out a chair for Shirley and poured her a half glass of red wine. "Red wine can help soften the blood vessels. It's beneficial for girls," he said, gesturing for her to partake. "This bottle was a gift from a friend, rumored to be worth several thousand. Its value is irrelevant. What matters is the joy of sharing it with you." Shirley had a severe aversion to romance. While she could wield romantic gestures to unsettle others, she found it intolerable when someone attempted to unsettle her in return. "Thank you, but I'm allergic to alcohol. Consuming it leads to nausea, diarrhea, and a rash that makes my arms resemble lychee skin," she said, shaking her glass and regretfully placing it down. Pushing it away, it was common knowledge that alcohol was often the vehicle for administering drugs, and she had no intention of being poisoned or rendered unconscious for the sake of organ trafficking. Thus, she resolutely refused the wine. Not only the wine, but all the food on the table would remain untouched. She would simply package it up to bring back to Lu Man Hai's expression darkened further, and even his genteel smile faltered. "Little girl, has Man said anything peculiar to you?" he inquired, resting one hand on the back of Shirley's chair and leaning in to meet her gaze. His pupils were dark, and prolonged eye contact left Shirley with a dizzying sensation. Shirley blinked, feigning innocence. "Not at all. Man mentioned that she would return tonight to discuss something with me. Do you happen to know what it is?" Hai maintained his unyielding stare for a moment longer, causing Shirley to feel increasingly tense, fearing his next move. "You seem different today," he remarked slowly, straightening up. Shirley's breath caught in her throat as her hand instinctively moved to her waist. Hai, one hand on his hip, began to unfasten the top buttons of his shirt. Under her scrutinizing gaze, he finally resumed speaking. "Little girl, you typically call me uncle, yet today you insist on addressing me as brother." Shirley noted the not-so-smooth contours of Hai's face and the sparse stubble on his chin. To be honest, she had initially intended to call him uncle as well, however, considering that he was the love interest of the protagonist. It seemed only fitting that she would refer to him as brother in that context. Little did she expect that while the protagonist failed to see through his fade, her tongue would be quite unrestrained. Desperately, Shirley racked her brain for a plausible excuse. "That's because you helped me fix my computer last time, and I suddenly thought you looked quite dashing then, so I figured I'd call you brother instead." Just as Shirley was about to elaborate, the lights in the room extinguished abruptly. No, it wasn't just the lights in the room. The hallway lights went out, and the garden lights downstairs also dimmed. The entire complex was plunged into darkness. Memories long forgotten began to resurface. Yes, she recalled a day during the summer break when there was a collective blackout at her school and in some nearby areas for about half an hour. She couldn't remember the reason for the outage, but the next morning, her phone pushed two major news alerts. One about a fugitive being apprehended, and the other about a woman who had jumped to her death due to emotional distress. Both incidents occurred within that half-hour blackout. Chapter 46. A ridiculous game, doomed to fail. The young woman's demise was attributed to emotional troubles, leading Shirley to tentatively conclude that this was the cause of the protagonist's death. Now that the narrative had veered so far off course, she had assumed the role of the protagonist, and naturally, she would not leap from any heights. This meant she was now safely alive? But wait, the fugitive had yet to be captured. During that half-hour blackout, it was entirely possible he could appear. The game would likely conclude with the return of the electricity. "Brother, did the power go out? It's so dark. Perhaps I should head home." This body had not undergone any enhancements, rendering Shirley nearly blind in the dark. Fortunately, she had memorized the layout before entering. Barely a minute had passed since the lights went out when she began to speak. Her voice laced with feigned nonchalance, while she stealthily maneuvered her way to the door of room 1207, tap, tap, tap. Just as Shirley reached the door, she noticed a beam of light from a flashlight filtering through the elevator doors. Bang! She swiftly shut the door to room 1207 behind her. Although she couldn't ascertain whether the person was the fugitive, it was a common trope in films for the true villain to make their entrance at the climax. Otherwise, Shirley truly couldn't fathom where the challenge of this little game lay. "Brother, I've reconsidered. The long night stretches ahead, and we might as well engage in more heartfelt conversation." After securing the door, she deftly returned to the dining table, Hai, utterly baffled yet profoundly shocked. "Please, sit. Girls tend to be rather unpredictable, so bear with me." Shirley, her eyes enveloped in darkness, groped for the knife and fork on the table and began to slice into the steak. On such a dark night, a girl alone at home might feel frightened. Hai, "You're far too unpredictable. I feel rather frightened myself." Hai, struggling to comprehend Shirley's erratic behavior, took a seat across the table, his expression grave as he inquired, "Little girl, do you have a second personality, perhaps?" Shirley shifted her elbows to the table, but as she could barely see, she accidentally knocked over the bowl of mushroom soup, spilling it everywhere and soaking the carpet beneath the table. "Oh dear, uncle." I seem to have spilled the soup that I'm sorry, but I cannot assist with that. How did I suddenly end up in this place? And inexplicably sustain an injury. Could this possibly be a new dungeon? Shirley cursed inwardly. Has this game stopped notifying players before entering dungeons? What kind of theme does this dungeon have? What must I do to escape? This wretched game is doomed to fail. Chapter 47. All villains Shirley could distinctly feel that she was trapped within the frail body of a wandering soul. This body was entirely beyond her control, tending to its own wounds with band-aids and blowing air onto its elbow. To describe it more accurately, she now resembled a game character forced to traverse an excessively lengthy and tedious prelude. If not for Man, I would be suffering again, the protagonist muttered to herself. After applying the band-aid to her elbow, Shirley realized that her palm also ached slightly as the protagonist glanced towards her elbow. She casually looked at her palm, where indeed there was a small cut. Strangely, however, the cut on the side of her palm was gradually healing. Just as Shirley diverted her gaze, the cut had completely mended. As far as she knew, only vampires possessed the ability to heal themselves. Is this a magical realm? Yet, if the wound on her palm can heal, why can't the injury on her elbow? Is only the palm part vampire-like? After the protagonist finished applying the band-aid, she hastily stuffed the item she had rummaged from the first aid kit back inside and closed the lid. A transparent first aid kit bore a note styled like Hogwarts Castle, with the words written in small script, "Silly girl, you forgot where you put the band-aids again, didn't you? Thankfully, I bought extra last time and put a few more in your kit." The tone was affectionate, leading Shirley to tentatively deduce that the writer was Man, possibly the protagonist's boyfriend or a close family friend. Beneath the small script, there were several phrases whose meanings were unclear. One word was survive, another was 540, and the last seemed to be hastily scribbled in the corner, indicating an unknown end time. These phrases were written with such casualness that they surpassed Shirley's own clumsy handwriting. Clearly not penned by the same hand that wrote the small script. For some reason, as Shirley gazed at those words, they struck her as vaguely familiar. Before she could ponder further, her body moved autonomously once more. Ah, it's 5:40. No, it's already 5:45. I have to hurry. There's no time. The protagonist raised her hand to rub her face, signaling encouragement to herself. Lou went on go, wearing her little sheep slippers. The protagonist dashed into the kitchen. On the kitchen table lay an array of ingredients for making desserts, neatly arranged. The protagonist skillfully gathered the ingredients, stirred, and preheated the oven. Shirley, unfamiliar with dessert making, was genuinely enlightened by the protagonist's guidance. It turns out that making desserts differs vastly from cooking. Each ingredient must be measured meticulously, unlike the casual sprinkling of salt, while cooking. No wonder each time she whimsically attempted to make a cake in a rice cooker, she ended up with a dense egg pancake. Shirley watched in fascination as the protagonist prepared the cookie dough, anticipating the next step of filling the piping bag to decorate on parchment paper. Just then, the protagonist paused, humming a tune as she opened the cabinet and retrieved a small saucepan from the back. After opening the saucepan, she took out a small bag of white powder and leisurely poured the entire contents into the mixture. Even Shirley, despite her naivete, recognized that this bag of powder was no ordinary substance. Finally, it's coming to an end, the protagonist remarked with a hint of villainy in her tone. Shirley thought, this prelude is off. Ding, ding, ding. After placing the cookies in the oven, the phone in her pocket emitted a soft chime. The protagonist wiped her hands on her apron and opened the message. Baby, I just saw the news. A murder suspect was spotted near our neighborhood. Be careful lately and don't go out alone too often. The sender was Lou Man, a fugitive. The protagonist's lips curled into a slight smile, her voice remaining sweet and melodious. A fugitive is far removed from my life. Besides, no matter how villainous a person may be, if they commit wrongdoing, heaven will not forgive them. Man tends to worry too much. After scrolling through her phone for a while, with 5 minutes until 6 o'clock, she returned to her bedroom, changed into a pink spaghetti strap dress, and touched up her lipstick to exactly 6 o'clock. The protagonist stepped out and arrived at the door of room 1207. The door was ajar, yet out of politeness, she raised her hand to knock. Sorry, I don't understand. A man's voice from within room 1207 was interrupted mid-sentence by the protagonist's knock. "TSK, can't this girl be a bit more perceptive?" Shirley scoffed, her ears, which had just perked up, drooping in disappointment. "Who is it?" the man inside room 1207 asked impatiently. The protagonist smiled, resting her hand on the door, and softly replied, "Uncle, it's me, I'm Wintong." Her tone was laced with shyness, embodying the demeanor of a young girl. After a moment of silence from within, the sound of footsteps, somewhat complicated, could be heard. The hearing of this body was far inferior to Shirley's, and based solely on sound, she could only deduce that there was more than one person in the room. The protagonist seemed puzzled by the host's prolonged silence and gently pushed against the safety door. "Uncle, may I come in?" she asked cautiously. Wait a moment. I'll go get the key." The man's voice sounded slightly softer, as if he had moved away from the door, hurriedly doing something. The protagonist glanced at the slightly ajar door, grasped the doorknob, and silently closed it. "All right, take your time, Uncle," she responded sweetly. Shirley thought, "Something feels off. The protagonist doesn't seem like a good person." That phrase survived, doesn't appear to be directed at her. After about 3 or 4 minutes, a bespectacled man finally came to open the door. He had tousled hair and stubble, looking somewhat handsome, though his face was pale, and he was slightly out of breath. It seemed he had exerted himself during those few minutes. "Girl, what's the matter?" The man held the doorknob with one hand and propped himself against the doorframe with the other, his tall frame completely blocking the view inside the room. "Uncle, your posture is making me a bit nervous," the protagonist said, blushing and looking down. Had she not spoken up, Shirley might not have realized it. Once she did, she understood that the man's stance not only concealed the interior, but also enveloped the petite protagonist. Reminiscent of a wall slam, Shirley thought. She's feeling a bit romantic and awkward. "Heh, the girl is still so easily shy." The man smirked, a wicked grin playing on his lips. Whether it was truly wicked, Shirley could not ascertain. However, in novels, descriptions of male leads often included such crooked smiles, and at this moment, it felt particularly fitting. To avoid making the protagonist uncomfortable, the man kindly adjusted his posture. Leaning slightly, arms crossed over his chest, shoulder against the wall. This pose exuded a dramatic flair akin to that of a romantic drama, and like the previous stance, it perfectly concealed the interior scene. The protagonist, lacking Shirley's curiosity, shyly shifted her upper body and softly asked, "Uncle, I came to find you to ask if you're free tonight. I'd like to invite you to our home for dinner." "Dinner invitation?" The man paused, somewhat taken aback. "Is that not all right?" The protagonist's eyes glistened with tears, lifting her gaze to the man. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to overstep. Of course it's fine." "Girl." The man quickly embraced the protagonist, seemingly feeling that the gesture was a bit abrupt. He hugged her briefly before stepping back at him. The man diverted his gaze, deliberately avoiding eye contact with the protagonist. Coughing lightly into his fist to mask his excitement, "I'm just so thrilled. I didn't expect you to invite me to dinner at your home." From the perspective of Shirley, she observed the two individuals engaged in an intense tug-of-war. After lingering for several minutes, the protagonist reluctantly turned to return home. They had agreed to meet at 7 o'clock. Once the protagonist closed the door behind her, Shirley finally regained control over her body. Leaning against the door, her heart raced uncontrollably. She was uncertain if the protagonist had sensed anything amiss. However, at the moment the man bent down to embrace her, she glanced over his shoulder and caught sight of a large patch of crimson on the white blanket beneath the dining table. The embrace was fleeting, allowing her only a brief glimpse. Initially, she had thought that the man was going to be ensnared by the protagonist, but to her surprise, he too harbored significant issues. Once she could move freely, Shirley hurried back to her bedroom to retrieve the first aid kit. Upon examining the sticky note affixed to its exterior, she found only a single line of small script remaining. The other phrases, like the wounds on her palm, had vanished without a trace. Shirley grabbed a pen from the table, recalling the missing phrases, and diligently transcribed them onto the sticky note once more. After completing her writing, she paused, pen in hand, staring blankly. When she had written those words, she hadn't deliberately imitated their original positions. Yet, upon finishing, She realized that the phrases had subtly aligned with the locations in her memory. Even the font matched exactly what she recalled. Shirley's mouth opened and closed in shock, her emotions surging like waves in a rising tide. One after another. There was no doubt those words were her own. Had she already relived the story once? Otherwise, why would she have noted the time as 5:40, the moment she had entered this body? Checking her phone, she hesitated, then struck through 5:40 and wrote down 6:10 below it. Wait a moment, wait a moment. As Shirley gazed at the 6:10 she had just written, her brow furrowed. Given her personality, she would have likely recorded the time when she could actively move as the start of her new scenario. For instance, just moments ago, when she had regained mobility. It was approximately 6:10, thus she would lean towards documenting 6:10 rather than 5:40. The time she entered the scenario, of course, she couldn't be entirely certain of her own actions. Even identical individuals might behave differently in similar situations. If Chi Haohai also realized that his previous actions appeared somewhat hasty, he quickly turned around and looked at Shirley, asking, "Did I hurt you?" "My dear, I was just a bit anxious." The way he kept referring to himself as uncle made it seem as if he were her actual relative. Shirley took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her discomfort. "You did hurt me, uncle." She rolled up her sleeve, and in that instant, tore off the band-aid that clung to her elbow. The wound was a dark red, enough to evoke a sense of pain just by looking at it. "See, uncle, when you pulled me, I bumped into the table." Shirley raised her elbow, gazing earnestly at Chi Haohai. He was momentarily at a loss for words. Chi Haohai had neither heard the sound of Shirley colliding with the table, nor had he seen anyone manage to injure their elbow in such a manner. He was not foolish. He could tell that Shirley's injury was a ruse, but her desire for him to stay was genuine. Not wanting to provoke her further, he reluctantly stuffed the keys back into his pocket and soothingly said, "I don't have any band-aids at home. Dear, do you have any extras at your place? Uncle can help you with your injury. There might be some in Man-Man's room. Could you help me look for them?" "Uncle?" Shirley tilted her head in thought, uncertainty lacing her voice. "All right, which room is Man-Man's? I'll go check." Just then, the lights went out. In that moment of darkness, Chi Haohai felt the weight in his pocket shift, then lighten. Before he could react, the keys had been stealthily taken away. Lu Wentong. "What are you doing with my keys?" Chi Haohai exclaimed in surprise, his hands reaching out into the void. He grasped nothing but air. "Lu Wentong, return my keys at once, and I'll pretend none of this ever happened." Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, an ominous premonition creeping into his mind. This prank was far from amusing. "You'd better not provoke my anger." Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through the back of Chi Haohai's head, a cold liquid bursting forth and soaking his collar, shards of glass grazing his neck, inflicting both pain and irritation. However, Shirley had overestimated this body's resilience. Rather than incapacitating Chi Haohai, the bottle only served to enrage him further. "I am genuinely angry now. You're in big trouble." Lu Wentong. Chi Haohai rubbed the back of his neck, his eyes gleaming with fury. With one failed attempt, Shirley decided against lingering and swiftly fled from room 1208 to room 1207, locking the door behind her. The security door of room 1207 was an old-fashioned model that could only be opened with keys. Chi Haohai did not appear to be skilled in lockpicking, and even if he had the inclination, he lacked the tools. This security door would sufficiently delay him for a while. She intended to utilize this time to thoroughly investigate what secrets lay within Chi Haohai's abode. As for the protagonist's medication, it surely could not remain dormant indefinitely, could it? Even if the medication did not take effect, she had called the police before 7, reporting that she had seen a fugitive. Surely, 10 minutes would be ample time for the authorities to arrive? Both room 1207 and room 1208 were plunged into darkness. It was a localized power outage. This power failure had occurred quite some time ago, and such events were typically hard to recall suddenly. Yet, for some reason, Shirley felt as though she had recently remembered this occurrence. Prior to Chi Haohai's arrival for dinner, while trying to distract him by ordering takeout on her phone, she had fortuitously noticed that her battery was nearly depleted. In that fleeting moment, memories of the long-ago power outage resurfaced. The fluttering of a butterfly's wings can trigger countless chain reactions, including human actions, speech, and memories. Having anticipated this power outage, Shirley had thoughtfully brought a flashlight with her. She switched it on, illuminating every corner of room 1207. The bloodstains on the floor had already been cleaned up by Chi Hao Hai. And after inspecting the living room for any potential hiding spots, Shirley decisively made her way to the bedroom. The bloodstains must belong to some unfortunate soul, and for the past hour, she had been monitoring room 1207, with Chi Hao Hai never having stepped outside. This implied that the unfortunate individual was still concealed within Chi Hao Hai's residence. Chapter 49. Intent to kill. The bedroom was eerily silent and empty. As the flashlight pierced the darkness, the room's contents came into full view. Contrary to Shirley's expectations of a disheveled male dwelling, this bedroom was surprisingly immaculate, almost to the point of appearing uninhabited. However, the thick smell of smoke made Shirley uncomfortable. The window's glass was shattered, with fragments carelessly strewn atop a nearby desk. The broken window was only held together by a few strips of clear tape, making it perilous for anyone who might inadvertently lean against it. Avoiding the shards of glass, Shirley conducted a thorough search of the desk, discovering that the second cabinet from the top right was locked. Shirley had always found it perplexing that only one level of such cabinets would be secured, as they could easily be disassembled, much like a refrigerator, if not every level was locked. Then securing one level seemed almost pointless. Pulling open the first cabinet on the right, she grasped the handle and lifted the entire compartment, revealing the contents of the locked cabinet beneath. Inside, the topmost item was a long-distance bus ticket dated for the early hours of the following day. Beneath the ticket lay a thick stack of temporary identification documents, which some places would accept as valid ID. It was not uncommon to use such documents when one's identification had been unexpectedly lost. Strangely, the information on these documents varied widely, from names to registered addresses, yet the photographs all depicted Chi Hao Hai. Without a doubt, these documents were forgeries. Chi Hao Hai was likely a fugitive, or perhaps a swindler who had yet to be apprehended. Shirley contemplated whether, in the vein of mystery novels, Chi Hao Hai could possibly be a reformed version of a murder suspect. However, cosmetic surgery requires a recovery period. Given that the fugitive had only recently been sighted, it was improbable that the Chi Hao Hai living in this building for some time could be that criminal. At the center of the room stood a large bed, the frame constructed of solid wood, which typically featured compartments for storing blankets. Naturally, such spaces could also serve as ideal hiding spots for clandestine information. Shirley set the flashlight on the desk, directing it towards the bed. Then, rolling up her sleeves, she exerted strength to flip the mattress. Hiss! Shirley inhaled sharply. The first thing to catch her eye was a large pool of blood near the foot of the bed. As she looked up, the source of the blood revealed itself. A young and beautiful woman, bound tightly, her posture reminiscent of a lamb about to be sent to the slaughter. The woman appeared to have just awakened, tears glistening in her eyes as she stared intently at Shirley. First, why did this woman bear a striking resemblance to the protagonist's close friend, Man? Second, why was the protagonist's dear friend, who had mentioned returning home late, now found in the abode of the man Shirley admired? Shirley's mind was racing. For a brief moment, she was taken aback, then instinctively tore the tape from Lu Man's mouth. The moment Lu Man's mouth was freed, she began to shout, "When on! Chi Hao Hai is a scoundrel. He once caused a girl to bear his child while drowning her in debt. You must call the police." However, upon hearing this sudden declaration, Shirley felt somewhat bewildered. "Sister, I'm a bit lost," she replied, pursing her lips in confusion. "You're lost in a big mess, sister. Trust me. Call the police immediately. If what I say is false and the police find that he is innocent, I promise I will never interfere with your relationship with him again." Lu Man, seeing Shirley's dazed expression, felt her eyes redden with frustration, almost ready to bite her. No, Shirley shook her head. "It's not that I don't believe you." She understood that Lu Man had misunderstood her confusion. It wasn't a lack of faith in Lu Man, but rather a profound bewilderment at the peculiar circumstances unfolding. "What I want to ask is, since you know Chi Hao Hai is problematic, why didn't you report him directly, and how did you end up bound and hidden here?" Shirley inquired slowly. This was not only her immediate question, but also a perplexing inquiry that had arisen after watching dozens of mystery dramas. Why do individuals possessing crucial information often fail to report it to authorities first? allowing the perpetrator to remain at large and the situation to worsen until the protagonist arrives to uncover the truth and save the day. Lu Man found herself momentarily speechless when I obtained the information. Intended to confront Chi Haohai first, to make him stop deceiving you. I hadn't even considered reporting him. Lu Man's voice grew increasingly uncertain as she spoke. Wait, why didn't I report him? He is a fraudster. This is merely a romantic dispute, right? Shirley nodded in agreement. Absolutely, I can't refute that, and I feel like the fool here. Lu Man silently chastised herself. Yes, fine. It is not too late to report him now. Hurry, Lu Man urged. Shirley sighed, pulling out her phone and waving it in front of Lu Man. Unfortunately, my phone has frozen. However, I did call the police earlier. I just don't know when they will arrive. For now, let us wait patiently. After Shirley finished speaking, she seized a relatively sharp shard of glass from the desk and helped Lu Man sever the hemp rope binding her. Chi Haohai, standing at the entrance of room 1207, dared not make any loud noises for fear of attracting the neighbor's attention. However, he had concealed ample evidence of his crimes within the bedroom, evidence that must never be discovered. Shirley's stealthy entry into room 1207, coupled with her act of locking the door behind her, had effectively grasped Chi Haohai by the throat. An unprecedented surge of murderous intent welled up within him towards Shirley. Regardless of whether she had uncovered any information about him, he had to devise a means to eliminate her. Chi Haohai had managed to establish a temporary foothold in this city, not only due to his exceptional deception skills, but also thanks to a modicum of connections. He retrieved his phone, intending to contact a precinct officer who had previously been drawn into a gambling trap during a night of drinking, hoping to have him unlock the door and intimidate Shirley in the process. Yet, fate was cruel. As soon as he pulled out his phone, he discovered that his new device, which he had only been using for 2 months, had succumbed to a black screen, utterly unresponsive. Cursing under his breath, Chi Haohai found himself trapped in a dilemma. He could neither leave nor remain, as he pondered whether to resort to physical force to break down the door. The time on his watch silently ticked to 7:10. The ruthless, volatile glint in Chi Haohai's eyes transformed into an ink-like depth, revealing no trace of emotion. Not only did his gaze shift, but the aura surrounding him also altered dramatically. He became obscured and dark, akin to a decaying piece of wood, imbued with the rot that could only accumulate over countless moments in time. He was Chi Haohai, yet he bore no resemblance to the man in his early 30s whom Lu Wentong referred to as uncle. As his hand made contact with the door, an uncanny occurrence transpired. After approximately 3 seconds, his hand passed through the metal door, reaching the doorknob from within. With a click, room 1207 swung open. The tall man stepped into the room, his footsteps making no sound upon the floor, as if the boundless darkness had merged with him entirely. Inside room 1207, the atmosphere was dim, illuminated only by a faint light seeping from one of the bedrooms. Chi Haohai turned on his heel, resolutely advancing towards the room that glimmered with light. A gust of wind pushed through the window, causing the wooden door of the bedroom to sway slightly. The light flickering in its gentle oscillation, Chi Haohai pushed the door open, only to find that the lamb meant for slaughter had vanished without a trace. The light emanated from a solitary flashlight lying on the bed. Chi Haohai had undergone this cycle far too many times. His familiarity with room 1207 was such that he could navigate it with his eyes closed without colliding with the walls. Therefore, he was acutely aware of the spots within the bedroom where someone could hide. The first hiding place was under the bed frame, empty. The second was within the wardrobe, also vacant. Chi Haohai glanced at his watch, his agitation mounting. Although he knew that this round would ultimately favor him, the repeated experience of identical circumstances took a toll on his mental state. He picked up the flashlight and began searching for Shirley and Lu Man's whereabouts. These two girls had not left room 1207. As living beings, it was merely a matter of time before they were discovered within this minuscule space. Chi Haohai first scoured the living room, checking behind the sofa, inside the TV cabinet, and beneath the dining table, all to no avail. Next, he hurried into the second bedroom, finding nothing beneath the bed frame or under the desk. Time was swiftly approaching 7:30. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from the bathroom. Chi Haohai closed his eyes and, in the next instant, found himself standing beneath the showerhead in the bathroom. The shower sprayed cool water, drenching him in refreshing droplets. In his palm lay a warm object that throbbed incessantly, the warmth mingling with the cool water, dripping from his fingertips onto the floor. Lowering his gaze, he was taken aback to see Lu Man sprawled at his feet. "What are you doing?" Chi Haohai suppressed the overwhelming rage within him. His voice cold as iced, an entity like her would not perish even if her heart were extracted. It would merely hasten the conclusion of this round. Lu Man leaned against the tiled wall, her upper body propped up while her lower half sat askew, her head tilted back, a mocking smile plastered across her face. "Didn't he expect this, did you? I tricked you once." Coughing up blood, she continued in a mocking tone, "One entry, one kill. You have one ability left. How do you plan to use it?" Chi Haohai discarded the still warm heart onto the floor as if it were refuse. Raising his hand to let the cold water from the shower cleanse his fingers. "What of it? It's more than sufficient." He turned and exited the bathroom. This round was likely one he could not conclude with a kill. Moments earlier, upon his instantaneous arrival in the bathroom, he had heard a disturbance at the entrance of room 1207. Undoubtedly, the little mouse had long since fled. His abilities totaled 3, with a 10-minute interval between each use. The remaining time in this cycle was insufficient for him to employ his power again. Lu Man's reckless sacrifice was unforeseen, yet inconsequential, a mere interlude. After all, among the multitude of attempts and cycles, none had ever managed to escape his pursuit. Chapter 50. Kill him. Shirley felt as though she had been ensnared in an interminably long nightmare, yet she could not recall the events that transpired within it. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, her back pressed against the door, her mind in a haze. Sunlight poured through the window, casting a radiant glow across the room, the setting sun hinting at the day's slow descent into twilight. The chirping of birds, the gentle breeze, and the rustling leaves all contributed to an atmosphere of warmth and normalcy. It was time to prepare a meal. Abruptly, Shirley heard her body speak in a clear, ringing voice. When this voice uttered the words, it bore no emotional fluctuation. In this vibrant environment, she was the sole exception devoid of vitality. The moment she heard this voice, a sharp pain shot through her arm. Through the adjacent glass door, she caught sight of a bloody, distorted inscription carved into her arm, the flesh slightly protruding from the jagged letters. "Kill him." The pain in her arm intensified, and upon seeing the words, she felt not only her arm's agony but also a pang in her heart. It hurt immensely. So much so that her mind could scarcely think of anything else, the phrase "kill him" echoing incessantly in her thoughts. The engraving was strikingly apparent. One would have to be blind to overlook it. Yet, this body of Shirley, now beyond her control, paid no heed to the inscription, moving impassively into the kitchen to ignite the stove and prepare ingredients with practiced ease. It was as if this body were a robot programmed to follow a predetermined itinerary, oblivious to the player's plight. Shirley was that unfortunate player. Based on her gaming experience, the initial processes would not take too long. After a while, she estimated she would regain control of her body. For now, her task was to as